So it'll be the 7:35 a.m. start, so we need all surfers to start moving out of the area immediately. Thank you.
The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. After a 5-year hiatus, the world's elite return to the legendary Gold Coast, a spiritual home of surfing's most high-performance waves. The festival energy will ignite the beach, and in the water, history will be written. At the 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Hey, good morning, everybody watching around the world. It is just glowing here on the Gold Coast. Katie Simmers can't stop smiling. Steph Gilmore with Cara checking in with the Beach Marshal, getting prepared for what will be a big Thursday here at Burleigh Heads. Grip Colapinto, Connor O'Leary with Dog Marsh, and Julian Wilson making headlines. Coming through the trial, still in the big event. Caroline Marks with Luke Egan. Luana Silva, the birthday girl, will be in the first heat of the morning with world #1, Gabby Bryant, keeping it loose. And how about the surf this morning? Worth the wait. Absolutely firing here at Burleigh Heads. Best day in this beautiful emerald-looking open face. Are you kidding me? We get to do this for a living. How great is pro surfing? Wow, we've got a big day ahead of us. Waves are coming to the table big time, and we are so thrilled to get things started. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Laura Enever. Something changes when the energy shifts in the ocean, doesn't it? Oh. And can't wait to get this first heat out in the water.
This first heat is an absolute cracker, but the waves are on fire. Like, it is as good as it gets here at Burleigh. There is corduroy lines out to the horizons, wrapping around the point. I've seen little barrels this morning. I've seen long racing waves. Hey, it's looking pretty good.
Laura, this is the kind of day, like when you're on tour, you're pinching yourself. You get to surf this point with one other competitor. Gabby Bryant's been in her jersey for about an hour and a half. Yeah. Can't wait to get started.
Oh my gosh, everyone's got a real pep in their step this morning. Like, everyone's just like skipping around the headland. There's massive smiles everywhere. I think everyone is so excited to get out there. There's been a big crew out there this morning. I mean, it's blue skies. It's like a bluebird day here at Burleigh Heads today. And yeah, it's going to be a cracker, an absolute cracker.
You're looking forward to Gabby Bryant because she told me this morning, I can't wait to get a big wall in front of me. It's been pretty small up into the lead, up into this heat. How do you think that big front side gouge is going to work out today for Gabby Bryant?
I don't think it's going to be a good waves day for the waves. I think they're going to be in a bit of pain after she destroys those faces, because it's open canvases out there. And I mean, both Lulu and Gabriella, you know, their strengths are their forehand, those big open calves. So this heat right now, I mean, obviously you've got world #1 out there, Gabby, who's in absolutely amazing form, but then Lulu off the back of one of her best results, you know, so far to date. So this is a good heat.
Lulu had a nice little birthday celebration yesterday with her childhood friend, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Both of their moms were walking in town. Lulu shouted the lunch for everybody on her 21st. So she's in a great place, incredibly happy. And that's the official horn. We are on 30-minute heats. They will have assist from the Water Patrol if they want to call on the ski to get back in the lineup. You see that buoy way out there. They'll have to track around the buoy to get dropped off on just a class day here at Burleigh Heads for waves. Overhead, rifling down this beautiful point break. We will be getting through the round of 16 and then the men on deck for the round of 32 once we finish this round. So many heats to look forward to, including a huge clash with Steph Gilmore and Katie Simmers later on today.
Oh, yeah, that'll be the, I mean, it's a repeat of the first round, right, where Katie got Steph. They both obviously progressed through to this round, but, you know, I knew straight away when I did the calculations in my head that they would be matching up in this round. So it's going to be an absolute fireworks heat, I'd say.
World number 1 for the first time in Gabby Bryant's career. There was something really special about it when she checked in the opening round, saw the yellow jersey for the first time, and she hasn't seemed to change her demeanor or feelings of pressure that can come with that responsibility of wearing yellow like we've seen in the past.
I think it's just sort of a testament to the kind of person she is, right? I mean, anyone that hangs out with her, anyone that gets to spend time with her knows she's so down to earth, and she is who she is, you know, there's no differences there. And I don't think, you know, just because she's wearing yellow, it's going to change much for her. I think she's just going to keep showing up. Obviously, it's a testament to her hard work and how she's surfing, how well she's surfing, but she's the kind of person that this isn't going to faze her. She's just going to wear this with pride and be like, yep, I worked hard for this.
All positioning work to kick off the opening wave. Laura, interesting, when you don't have priority to start a heat on a point break like this, how do you handle this? Are you kind of going, you need to own the deepest positioning, establish authority in a heat, or would you kind of rather just have some space? How did you play this?
Oh, well, I mean, you'd want to start on the inside. I think, you know, your coaches would be telling you can tell Gabby, she's holding down that inside. Dog would be saying, you know what, you know, start with that inside position, take control. And I mean, it's kind of whether or not you want to fight for it and how much you want to fight for it. I mean, we've seen those intense paddle battles where surfers have pushed themselves so far up the point out of position and then kind of started missing waves, and all of that goes down before they realise someone has to give and just paddles down the point and gets away. So, you know, I think these two, yeah, it looks like they're you know, Gabby's obviously holding that control. She doesn't want to let it go.
Let's make an official call for the day. Vaughn Blakey is with the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore.
Thanks, Joey. Yep, here in the Red Bull athlete area, and Steph Gilmore and I are just mind-shredding the living daylights out of Burleigh Point right now. It is cooking. It is on. Women's round of 16. Great call.
Great call. The conditions are unreal. I was watching some old footage of the stubbies last night, and I was thinking about how great the conditions were that they got, and then we woke up and here it is. So, stoked.
Massive heat coming up for you today. We really saw you bring the best out of Katie in that heat. I thought she actually admitted that she was trying really, really hard, but it was obvious that you were too.
Oh, of course. You know, when you're going against the world champ, you got to pull up your socks and put on a good performance. But, you know, I've dreamed of having conditions like this in a heat, and to do it here at home on the Gold Coast is really cool. And hopefully Katie and I get some great exchanges, and it's a good battle, and hopefully I'll win.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a great battle. Any surprises in store? Are we going to see a couple of high lines, or are you going to paddle out on a single fin homage to the great MP?
That would be really cool. Actually, I have an MP in my collection, and I should have brought it. Oh my goodness, that would have been rad. Just for one wave, high line through the lineup. But no, this is serious business. So here to work, and I mean, who knows? I can't help myself throwing a high line here and there. But yeah, hopefully some tubes. When the tide drops out, it could get hollow, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Unreal. Well, everyone on the whole Goldie and right around the world is really looking forward to this matchup. Steph, have a great one.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Steph. Steph Gilmore, 8-time world champion, the record there, and also 33 CT wins. The record there on the all-time win list. A wild card in this event, as she looks forward to competing with Katie Simmers. What are you seeing, Laura?
Oh, yes, exactly what I was sort of talking about before. You know, Gabby has been holding that control, that pole position, and she's just sort of given it up and tried to dart away down the point to try and get away from Lulu and get something started here. You know, we've done the old commentator's curse, get so fired up about waves, and then bloody hell, 5 minutes in and there's no waves yet. So it seems like these girls are pretty far up the point, and you know, look, Gabby's she's powering down there to try get wide and try to sneak one from Lulu, and get this heat started, because look at all these lines coming through.
Yeah, there's tons of waves rolling underneath our two surfers, but there's part of the game that's played. Of like sometimes moving around the point, paddling towards the cove, just to really put pressure on your competitor before the first wave is caught. But you can lose some time on the clock to surf perfect Burleigh Point. The judges and the tower will be telling them, hey, maybe no restart if there's waves underneath them.
Well, today it's, you know, you're kind of saying, hey, this is really good Burleigh Point, and we've seen lots of good waves roll underneath them. They're definitely playing cat and mouse. Obviously, Gabby was on the inside. Now it's Lulu. Looks like Gabby keeps trying to push Lulu up and then dart away. It looks like Gabby may be having a look at this little one. But Gabby kind of is like, yep, I'll drag you deep, and then she's trying to dart back. So real sort of mind games, and the heat's begun before someone's even caught a wave right now. And I mean, this can also dictate the rest of the heat, just these sort of mind games, and if you let it affect you or not, you know. I mean, we saw Julian do it in, I think it was the elimination round. He was just such a weapon with just the beginning of the heat and how he decided he was going to have heat control and forcing Jack into waves. And it was just really interesting watching that. And I feel there's mind games right now going on.
Well, in a way, this is a little nod to Lulu right now. She's kind of won this opening battle, and I mean, she's the one that's looking pretty calm in her spot. Looks like she knows where she's sitting, and Gabby's now the one that's kind of pacing up and down, probably thinking, oh, I wonder if I've blown or given up pole position.
Little cat and mouse to start for position. #1 in the world, Gabby Bryant's trying to just stay calm. She was frothing this morning to get out in the lineup, seeing perfect waves coming around the corner. Coming off a huge win in El Salvador. Had the final before that in Portugal. And getting yellow for the first time. It was a challenging final in El Salvador. Actually realized her magic board was creased. Kept sliding out, kept falling once she made the board swap. Everything just fell back into pace. Said her quiver from Matt Biolis is just so magic. The hard part is just choosing which one to ride. They all feel incredible. It's a great problem to have on tour.
Yeah, when you've got so many boards and you're just trying to choose the right one. And also, you know, today, I mean, the waves are incredible, right? And we're riding these Ferraris, basically. Like, obviously you want to choose the right board, but the conditions are so good that, and the women are so good as well. I mean, it's interesting, the positioning too. I was even watching it this morning, just in the free surf, right? There's a couple of different takeoff points. We've been talking about it. Yeah. But it seemed like, I mean, they're sort of paddling a little bit closer towards each other now, but they're actually, I watched it. If you take off a bit further up the point, you're going super fast, right, to make it through this section. And then there's a section a little bit further as the point wraps around the corner. You can sort of see the athletes area right now on screen with that yellow banner in front of it, just directly out, you know, towards, I guess, the Big Bay, is where another takeoff zone. It kind of runs off really fast from there as well. So I actually saw a couple of little barrels go down. Steph actually mentioned it before with Vaughan that, you know, maybe as we see that tide drop, we could see a few more barrels. I actually saw Steph get a little bit of shade this morning.
There we go.
A little bit of shampoo, but there is, interesting to note, a couple of different takeoff points, and it is still running very fast down the line. So interesting to see when this first set rolls through where they're positioning and if they're actually going to make it around this first section.
Already down to 21 on the clock, still no waves ridden as we came in losing it, seeing these unbelievable lines, flawless conditions this morning. The Gold Coast just showing off this golden glow of the morning sunrise. How about that playing field? World class. If one perfect point loses its sand like its snapper, just move around the corner on the Goldie and find world-class perfection. I love that Steph Gilmore was watching some old highlights of the Stubbies event to get fired up for this one. Greats like Margot Oberg, Liz Benavides winning this one in the past.
Wow, look at that inside section. It's so nice there. I know that swell has swung around more to the east today, so you know, this is what we were talking about the first few days of the event, and you know how much more the point lines up, and you know, I think some of the servers have been sort of describing Burleigh over the weekend as a bit of a beach break but point, but you know, it's, you know, you might even get away and do 2 turns, whereas today, like Steph mentioned, you want to be highlining. Oh, and there we go.
Wow, was not expecting this. A fresh clock for Gabby Bryan and Luana Silva, and the waves are pumping. So they'll have more time to maybe play defense on each other or get started. Here we go. Wave will kick off right on the fresh clock for the 21-year-old celebrating her birthday, Luana Silva. Nice glassy perfection. Clean snap. And just crushing her points down the line. Looking nice and loose. Feeling comfortable on her first wave of the morning. And we'll catch up to Gabby Bryan kicking out. So this heat's going to run through. Getting things started quickly on the restart. 29 minutes on the clock. And Luana Silva working closely with Leandra Dora, which was a really positive start to her season, winning the World Junior title in the Philippines. As we look at the Bonsoy replay flick.
Yeah, this one here, I mean, had a nice wall to it and just beautiful. I mean, this section here, which is where it runs off really fast, she just high lines it, jabs it up in the pocket again. It's going to be a nice opening wave. I think the judges are going to be pretty cautious here about where they go on the scoreline, right? I mean, we've just mentioned it a million times. It's absolutely pumping. We've seen so many good waves this morning. I think they're going to be quite conservative about where they go here, even though there's a couple of nice moments. They're going to be leaving room in the tank for big scores. I think, I mean, you can't, she's not putting there's a couple of moments here which, you know, great surfing, a lot of flair, but I think they're going to be pretty conscious of, hey, okay, it's pumping, we're going to leave room on the scoreboard here.
Yeah, it was a great example, Flick, that you're explaining of how they set the scale on a brand new day. Remember, don't compare numbers from the last time we competed here at Burleigh Heads. It's a fresh scale for the morning based on conditions, knowing what sets are out there. So seeing Lulu get that smaller wave, they know there's bigger waves available, so they don't want to get too crazy with this opening number for Luana Silva. Just to catch you up, you saw Gabby Bryan kick out. It was just an up and out. And she sits there with priority. But Lulu's technique, gosh, it's got to be one of the best styles on tour. Lately, we're getting a few more kind of Malia Manuel comparisons a little bit with similar type of flow and grace, especially on a point break like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like, you know, at Bells, Luana was, she was really showing shades of Malia Manuel down there. And I think it's so cool. She's got her own, you know, obviously her own style, her own technique, but she does have, like you said, Joey, that flow, that grace, and you know, sometimes that can be, you know, I just love that she's bringing that flair and aggression to it. I think that's what Leandro is trying to bring out of her. Just don't be afraid to attack the lip, push harder than you think you need to sometimes, and just really bring power into power. And I think, you know, maybe in the past the judges have kept her scores down because, you know, maybe she hasn't attacked the lip as hard as they know she can. You know, we see how she free surfs, and you know, it seems like sometimes she can be more cautious in heat. So I think seeing her attack down at Bells was just, it was absolutely amazing to bring that extra flair and that kick tail. She can really release the tail and bring it around, which is awesome. But,
Lulu coming off her first final at Bells Beach. Well prepared for this matchup with Gabriella Bryan on a great day for waves at Burleigh Heads. Surfline's been giving us the reports and telling us that today would be a great day to wait for, and it's all coming together. Clean conditions. Absolutely glowing out there, Flick. How are these maps looking for you?
Oh, look, I mean, I just see a lot of that red blob moving up the coast, right, to the Goldie, which is where we are, right on the border there between New South Wales and, Queensland. And we have been blessed, right? We went on hold, and for good reason. We waited, you know, it got a little bit smaller, a little bit messier. But today we're looking at great surf. I mean, we've rocked up 4 to 6 foot faces all day, holding into the afternoon. We've got offshore this morning. Basically, you know, it's just not a drop of water out of place. And then this afternoon, that wind's going to kick up a little bit. Good thing is we're on a point break, though. We're wrapped and tucked around, so we'll be nice and protected. And then you look forward for the next 4 days. I mean, wow, it's all green, and we've got dark green there. We got, you know, really 4 days there which are looking cherry. So, I mean, the weekend offshore every morning, you got that swell holding through. So, plenty of opportunity, Joey.
Oh my goodness, all those green colors. Green means go. The Surfline, thank you so much. We are scoring here at Burleigh Heads, bringing the tour back here. It's been since 2002 since the CT ran heats here, but we always reference the Stubbies Pro in the late 70s through the mid 80s because that was the foundation of pro surfing, and 76 was when everyone was just figuring out how to create a world champ. you know, Bugs and PT and the crew, some of the founding fathers of the sport, were creating a tour, but they said 77 was the breakthrough moment, and that happened in the stubbies. Look at this wave. Trailing the first section, Luana Silva whips that beautiful style off the top and shuts it down, surfing really well this morning. That's her mom sitting down there, Tati. Her coach, Leandra Dor, and one of the great photographers of the sport of surfing, Jolie, getting the images. Wow, Lulu off to a great start, and you can tell she's playing the game a little bit. Little defense up the point to start, got the fresh clock, rolled into the very first wave. Everything working well for Luana Silva, Laura.
Yeah, wow, she's just, as we see Gabby, just two ins and outs for Gabby right now. Everything is feeling like Luana has just found her rhythm out here right now, and you know, that wave, I'd say this is going to go higher than her first wave. Just like we're talking about, she just scratched into it, and then she got that speed down the line. It's always amazing when you come behind the section, throws the fins on that first section there, and then into the lip here again. And then this was a nice way to finish off. Just three beautiful flowing turns, but just adding that little bit of spice and aggression, especially that first one. Kicks the fins out, and then I think, you know, what I loved most about this is that every turn was just placed to perfection, but here comes Gabby.
First turn completed for Gabby Bryan. Through the restart, shuts it down with the second maneuver. Tough landing there with that sand coming up quickly. You lose that bottom transition, so you definitely want to make sure you're not curling out of those big moves. Gabby doing well to finally find a wave to open up. And through a restart, watching the waves all morning, that probably feels great for Gabby just to get into this heat with a couple of maneuvers, because she's got some catch-up to do, Flick. 7.67 for Luana Silva.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with that score, and obviously Gabby right now trying to play ball. She's like, I need to get a score on the board. Trademark hack, and she gets the finish, but she's realised, okay, Lulu right now has made the most of a situation. She's just dropped this 7.67. That was under priority too, paddling back out. So putting the pressure on the world number one right now. And these were two really well, like they were two great turns. A lot of aggression there, a lot of power. She's going to put something on the board, but Lulu right now is really got control. And doing it under priority for that second wave, super impressive.
Yeah, I would say, you know, for Gabby, if she's thinking back to the start of this heat, every one of her decisions has not really worked out, you know. Everything she's done hasn't worked out, so she's like, let's go, let's get a wave. And she's put a 6 down on a, you know, not one of the best waves. So she surfed that wave up. So, you know, she's just shifted that rhythm, and she's like, let's just start fresh and get a wave and get going here. So really smart by Gabby there, because she could have just sat out the back for a while and, you know, kept waiting, and then she would have been comboed right now.
As we now see Gabby Bryan score a 6.0. Not a bad way to get right into this heat. Better than Lulu's 5.17, Flick.
Yeah, and just for the couple of turns too, as we watch this Coastal Property Agents water cam, this is the 7.67, 3 big belts, and it just goes to show, you know, yes, okay, we are at a point break here. I mean, it's 3 turns. It's great, right? There's that length of ride there too, but for the 3 turns, you're still dropping 7.67. It's going to be feeling good. But on the opposite side of that, Gabby's dropping a 6 for just the 2 turns. And like you said, Laura, that's going to feel good to her, because I feel she's going to know deep down, okay, well, I can serve a lot better than that.
Totally.
So if I'm dropping a 6 for just a couple of turns, if I find a wave that I'm going to open up on, I'm easily going to be getting up into that 8-point range. That's what I'd be thinking if I was Gabby.
Luana Silva, great start, just 2 waves, but in total rhythm, celebrating her 21st birthday, which is a big deal in the United States, but it's a big deal here too in Australia, right?
I'm so rattled. I was sitting in the sauna with Lulu yesterday at Native State down in Kira, and I had no idea it was her birthday. I'm rattled.
It's okay.
We were chatting for so long.
Doesn't that sting when your friend sits next to you and you have no idea?
Yeah, I saw this morning all these messages and I was like, no.
She's happy. Probably didn't want the attention on herself, but we're bringing it to her now, and she's bringing it to the world. Ripping. Luana Silva out front. World number 1 needs a 6.85. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
It's a great little town. There's plenty of restaurants, plenty of bars, lots going on, lots to do. We're down here at Burleigh Heads, which is one of my favourite waves in the world. It's my home break. I'm going to be breaking down the setup here. At Burleigh, there's pretty much 3 main sections. You got the Cove, which is pretty much from here up, and Sharkies, which is beyond that. And then you come down into the Point, which is where everyone's sitting right there. And it's kind of all one section. I mean, the waves break right through the whole thing when it's good. The Cove and Sharkies is kind of where you're like getting barreled most of the time. That's kind of why I like sitting up there, because you're just hunting barrels. It's a sand bottom wave. The sand moves around a lot. You can have a lot of different faces out here. You can get a little bit of everything, which makes it pretty interesting and pretty fun. Everyone will be probably taking off just here, which is on the Point. You can see it's like pretty dense group of rocks here, and then there's like a little keyhole, and there tends to be just like a bit of a kink in the bank just there. And maybe if it gets big, we might get a few up the top here, but most of the surfing's going to kind of go down right in front of us just here. One really cool thing about Burleigh is that they've been able to preserve the headland. It's still all natural. It's a nature reserve up there. It's quite nice to, you know, when you come surf here, to be able to see it the way it has been all these years. I think it's a good little spot to host the event, and hope everyone gets to see what it's all about and has a good time here.
Local boy Liam O'Brien breaking down his home court, and the crowd just went loony when he was in the water in the opening round. He's got a heat in the round of 32 against Griffin Colapinto, as we have some catching up to do during the break. Gabby Bryan got a 5.27.
Yeah, so Gabby's trying to play catch-up right now, the 5.27 for this one. Bit of a smaller wave, but just surfing so strong. I mean, if you look at the technique here, just the way she's able to transition smoothly between carve to snap, release the fins. She's looking really in form. I just feel she just needs to find one of these waves now that's going to let her open up. One of these bigger waves that's going to run. She can match her own power with the power of the point break right now. I think she's going to probably play the patient game now. I mean, she's got a couple of scores on the board. They're healthy, but Lulu's out there with that 7.67. So she sort of needs to find one of those bigger set waves.
Yeah, clear separation from the best score of the heat so far. 7.67 to Gabby's 6. It's a pretty big spread at the moment. Lulu feeling comfortable with the lead and priority, as these two were a part of the same rookie class back in 2022. They had a heat together at Sunset Beach. Gabby Bryan got the win there. Lulu turned in her best result of her career at the time with that equal 5th. Gabby had that pressure on her coming into Margaret River, made the final to make the cut, and then Lulu went to the Challenger Series, which she's had to do now 2 times in her career. That's why that final was so monumental. Obviously a personal best for Lulu, but also everyone hoping to see her on tour surfing pressure free without the emotion of the cut coming up, which will be the next stop at Margaret River. And wow, it's just hypnotizing right now watching these waves peel through. Laura, this is exactly what you dream of when you come to the Gold Coast, to look at a point break as good as this.
Yeah, and I was just saying, it's you know, it's obviously you watch it all morning and you're so excited, and you know, you're just thinking, I want to get one of those 5-turn waves and just, you know, leg burners, you know. And then for someone like Gabby, she's got a 2-turn wave, and you know, you can almost in a way just get so excited that you just kind of lose your composure with your wave selection. And I know these two girls, they got really good ones, as we see Lulu stroking in, but then some really good bomb sets came through when they were on the inside that they missed. So
here comes Lulu down the point, just racing this wall. Nice positioning for that snap through the lip. It's all about speed management. You see how fast it hits the bank and can just run on without you. So that'll be a throwaway score for Lulu. You can see you want to find the right tempo, channel your speed so you're getting multiple majors in like she did on her 7.67. But that'll happen quite a bit throughout the day. You'll see certain waves that'll just be like, nope, racetrack, leaving you behind. And Lulu's still in a good spot. Gabby first priority, and Lulu's starting to identify different takeoff points at the moment. But when you got a morning this good, clean conditions and the waves are filing, everybody is frothing, and certainly Kaipo is as well.
Whoa! Yeah, I'm frothing. Today's froth, epic golden conditions on the Gold Coast. Get frothy with some Bonsoy. I like the oat milk in my flat white. We got the Cafe Del Froth, and guess what? I'm frothing from my head to my feet. Bonsoy keeps you frothing. Let's go.
There's the fire up from Kaipo. Yeah. And he walks away. Cafe Del Froth was busy this morning. Just everyone wanted to get a cup of coffee. Check out the conditions for a big day of competition today. Luana Silva still out front. Gabby Bryan, world number 1, wants to hang on to that yellow jersey. As we enjoy this Gold Coast Queensland flight cam, checking out one of the jewels of the Gold Coast, but also pro surfing. It was interesting that the old stubbies, when they're creating new criterias and everything, there was no live scoring system. They weren't reading out numbers. They would bring you in to the bluff surrounded by fans. Lord Tallyho Blair would have his microphone out, and they would read out the judge's name and then their score. Oh. So it was like a one-score decision. And there's this classic one of MP and MR next to each other in the crowd, and they read out the first number in favor of MP, and then next one they're like, Judge Jack Shipley gives MR, you know, a 9.5, gives MP a 9. I think he actually had MR winning that final in 77. But the crowd's reacting to every number, and the surfers are reacting to going, oh my gosh, am I going to win this thing? It was pretty dramatic, you know, because they're trying to think, hey, I felt like I was ripping. That was one of the classics. They're both getting barreled in, and they had to feel the announcement amongst this maxed out crowd at Burleigh Heads.
That's pretty crazy. A lot of pressure on the judges too to read the name
No,
and
the name was out there.
score, you know, like,
for sure.
That's pretty crazy, and I mean, dramatic, and I mean, imagine the crowds too. I mean, you look at all that old Stubbies footage, and I mean, I've seen a bit of it rolling out, especially this week. You know, now that we're here at Burleigh, and you just see those big, you know, crowds on the hill, and as we see Richard Dogmarsh not looking too chirpy right now, just looking pretty reserved.
Oh, it's definitely big. It's like once you get yellow, you want to remain in yellow for the rest of the season. And just the feeling of the psychology of having to give it back and have someone else wear it is the last thing they want to do, because Gabby just got it. We'll give you those updates as this event unfolds. Gabby still with a ton of time to get a 6.85, especially with first priority. We talked about these two qualifying in the same rookie class, and Gabby Bryan's been effective in keeping her spot on tour. That win in El Sal, her second CT event win of her career, and finding more consistency than ever as we focus on the different names that have won the events this season. From Tyler Wright of Pipeline, Katie Simmers winning the first ever event in the Middle East in Abu Dhabi over Molly Picklum. Then it was a world champ named Caroline Marks over Gabby Bryan in the final in Peniche. Gabby back-to-back finals, big win in Punta Roca, wild final with a broken board, and then Isabella Nichols beat Gabby Bryan at Bells Beach and got to ring the bell for the first time. Bella picking up her second CT win, and seems like she's in the best form of her entire career so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, how cool is that, you know, Gabby made the final in made the final Abu Dhabi, Portugal,
yep.
that one, and then won El Salvador. And then Bella made the final in El Salvador with Gabby and then won Bells. It's like, you know, they both got a second and went, nah, next event I'm making that same final, I'm going to take it. So it's so cool to see both those athletes kind of doing the same thing back to back.
8:55 on the clock. Caroline Marks, Vahine Fierro, all goofy foot battle coming up next. Flick's getting excited about that one. Vahine, the rookie on tour, really looking for a big result. Caroline Marks wants a second win of the season to put herself in a solid position in the world title race. And how about Molly Picklum, Bella Kenworthy? Wild that Molly doesn't have a win yet this year.
Yeah, absolutely wild that Molly doesn't have a win. She's in such good form, but she was she was wrapped the other day to get, to come out of the gates firing here after a loss at Bells and, get those excellent scores. She was super fired up, and I'm just excited to see all the ladies surfing on this point break. It's, and to see what the waves do throughout the day. As Steph mentioned, that inside track is going to be draining on low tide, and so it's going to make things so exciting and interesting, and just excited to see what's to come.
Sometimes heat draws unfold like a movie script, don't they? I mean, just with the Steph and Katie battle, that's what everyone would dream of. And then you've got an Aussie vet heat with Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons.
Oh.
How good is that?
It's so cool, right? It is really cool. This whole round of 16, I mean, every single heat is stacked and super fun. I'm even looking at Lakey Peterson, Erin Brooks, they've been just sort of in that same conversation, competing against each other, and there's, a generation between them, but there's just so... Isabella Nichols, Sophie McCulloch growing up next to each other, on the Sunshine Coast as well. That's heat number 7.
Do you know what I was thinking on the drive to work today?
What is that? What were you thinking?
I was thinking about how this round, I do think sometimes there's something going on there.
Saying that.
No, I was thinking that this round is going to be the first round next year. Like, there's no elimination round anymore. Bang, straight into this.
Yes, it's
sorry.
good.
That's a good point.
That's actually true.
That's a crazy point.
And I was thinking about these crazy matchups that, and someone's going home on day one, and that's like part of the new format, and everyone's going to have to just bring their A game. No time for hiccups on that day one.
No time for the B game.
Such a good call, Laura. I mean, there was a lot of news to unpack the other day with the changing of the schedule. Next year starting at Bells, finishing at Pipeline, which is fantastic news. But another one of those announcements was no more elimination round in 2026. 6:20 on the clock in this one as we focus in on the rankings here. It's stop 6 of the season for the championship tour. Stop 2 of the season for the GWM Aussie treble. Gabby Bryan, look how close it is with Katie Simmers. In fact, tied on points, which is wild.
Wowee.
And you've got Molly Picklum in 3rd, Isabella jumping up to 4th in the world after the win at Bells.
Yeah, you know what the really interesting part for me is? The bunch of girls, probably from about, I'd say, number 7 through to a few underneath the cut there. There is about 7 women that are just so close, and it could go either way. Even Luana, okay, she's just jumped up on the other side of the cut, but it's crazy to think, obviously we know her year and we know her results, but she's had that second at Bells and it's only just elevated her to above the cut line. All those women around there, it's going to get really interesting as we move through to that next event in Margaret River.
Top 3 have already made the cut. That's Gabby Bryan, Katie Simmers, and Molly Picklum. So now Isabella Nichols and Tyler Wright will make the cut if they do win their heats today. We'll keep you posted. Cut's coming up at stop 7 of the season, which is up next in Margaret River. We'll have that top 10 surf for spots at the Lexus WSL Finals at Cloudbreak this year for the first time in history. Here's the GWM recap, Laura.
Yeah, so this was Lulu's 517, and first wave of the heat after their heat restart, right? So she got this within the first 30 seconds of the new heat, and a nice way to start. They had a big tossle for priority at the start of the heat, and then Lulu, the 767, just 3 beautiful turns, flowing and just attacking that lip, and she loved it. Her crew loved it, and Gabby, she just knew she had to get started. So this was her first 2-turn. She got a 6-point ride for this, so just two big turns there, but she ended up getting a 5.27 after this. But finding herself in 2nd position with priority, but needing a 6.84.
We talk about some surfers, how they can kind of get themselves out of trouble when they can do a big air on a closeout, and I think you could say the same about the power of Gabby Bryan's turns. She could get herself out of trouble on just one major individual power hack, and she could kind of simplify what she needs. She doesn't need a long, stretched out wave to give her multiple majors. She can really force the score up on 2 big turns.
Definitely, I think the 6 is a sign of that already. I mean, we just saw her just do 2 big turns, 1 big hack, and then followed by, a jab in the lip, and she's dropped to 6. And I would say that, and she would know this, that it probably wasn't necessarily her best surfing either. Like, that first carve was great, looks like she's going to have a dig here at this beautiful looking wave.
Important one for Gabby Bryan, world number 1, needs a 6.85. First section, open face hook, looks solid, right in the guts of the wave. She punches it out in front, nice. Water flying off the tail of that Mayhem and hits it again. Oh my gosh, she's unloading on that right here at the point. And she is chasing a 6.85. Got a 6 for a 2-turn combo, and that thing really let her go.
Yeah, that was that 4? Yeah, 4 nice turns there for Gabby, and I'm excited to see this replay because it felt like, you know, she was nervous taking off, but she was trying to just keep her cool and just really stay in the pocket. You know, we've seen Luana, you know, race down and miss a couple of sections, and you know, the judges love if you can really just time and tee off on every section on this point break. So she's done that there. You know, she didn't go through the lip like we saw Luana do. You know, Luana's throwing her fins out on every turn. Gabby more so under the lip hacks, you know, and snaps. So different types of surfing here. So I'm excited to see the replay.
I feel like it is the score just because, I mean, she is able to wrap it around on this first turn, right, which is hard to do on a point break. Wraps it around. Yes, she's serving with a little bit of, you know, she wants security, she wants to make it, but just these couple of acute angles that she slices and dices with, I don't know, I compare it to her 6.
Turns.
You know, it is compared to her 6. It's at least a point better, if not maybe a little bit more in my eyes. I mean, you just look at this first turn, the power, the fact that she's able to whip it all the way around back into the pocket. That acute style of surfing on a point break too goes hand in hand. She manages a couple of jabs like that. I really feel strongly about this one. I think, yes, okay, the wave sort of diminishes in height as she surfs it, but I mean, it was strong surfing and just solid.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I think if they give her the score, they're going to just give her the score. I don't think it's going to be a, you know, I don't think it's going to be up near Luana's wave. But I love the way that she did stay in the pocket there. Every turn just came back into that power source and then went back in, but into the lip. But you know, not through the lip. It was under the lip surfing. It was nice power surfing, but let's see Luana on an answer back.
A gorgeous wave from Lulu, already with a carve. It's got more size than Gabby's wave. Lays the rail down to the sharp ice surfboard, fades it again. Managing this slopey section well. Now the bottom drops out. She gets there early. A really tough make. The sandbake just hit so abruptly. And you saw that canvas just bottom out on Lulu. She'll lose the finishing move.
Yeah, interesting that bigger set, you know, it was kind of more of a fat wave, you know, out the back, and then it comes in on the bank, whereas Gabby's had that height and sort of ran along that bank.
Numbers coming in. It's a split decision from the panel. The 7 says yes.
Wow.
6-7 just under.
Wow.
So judges having a moment to think about it. It's a 6.57 for Gabby Bryan, and that's going to cost her her event here on the Gold Coast. Just short of the requirement. And Luana Silva is getting the message now. Her birthday just gets better and better. And she will take a moment to soak in a huge key heat win in her season, eliminating world number 1 here in the round of 16.
Wow, that was so clutch. I mean, 2 judges gave it to Gabby, right? And I mean, the other ones didn't, and that's how it averages out. But whoa, that was pretty interesting. Obviously, I'm proved wrong there. Good job to Lulu, though. I mean, she surfed so well. Her 7.67, it was super strong. She maintained control at the start of the heat, and positioning there, and she's done a good job. She's just taken out world number 1.
So on reflection, it came down to wave selection for Lulu, 7.67 being a solid set wave and really rewarding those fins out the back. Committed vertical surfing from Lulu. Huge win. She is into the quarterfinals, keeping her streak alive from that roll she had at Bells Beach. Caroline Marks takes on Vahine Fierro coming up next. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland. Luana Silva can't stop smiling.
Parabéns, né? Parabéns. É hoje, né, na real.
The birthday celebrations continue for the 21-year-old Luana Silva as she just beat world number 1 Gabby Bryan and has moved on into the quarterfinals. And she'll take on the winner of this seed, an all goofy foot clash. USA versus France, Florida and San Clemente versus French Polynesia. A world champ versus a rookie. This one's a classic on paper. Caroline Marks accomplishing a lot in her career, being the youngest ever to qualify. And Vahine Fierro is already put out as one of the most impactful careers in pro surfing. What she's done at Teahupo, at the end of the road, her home break at Chopes, and doing so well to focus on one goal of taking out the Olympic gold, but not just that. She was focusing on owning her talent over a shallow reef that brought her to a wild card win against the best in the world.
She's definitely, you know, she's obviously been a great competitive surfer her whole career, but she has built a career on consequential surf, and just how much she has been, you know, willing to push it in those sort of ways and sort of show the world what's possible. I mean, in terms of barrel riding. And then you got Caroline Marks, on the other hand, who has also had success at Chopes with an Olympic gold medal. So this is such a cool matchup. I mean, Caroline, obviously a world champion as well. I think about, you know, try and break down the differences in their surfing, and I'd say that Caroline on her backhand is maybe a little bit more compact and maybe a little bit more power drivey, whereas maybe Vahine is maybe a little bit more precision and timing maybe. I think obviously Caroline has great timing too, but you're really trying to nut out the differences between the two. And I think, you know, what better way to do it than on a perfect groomed right-hand point break?
It gives us so much time to break it down. After the first waves, they will be able to see their differences in style, differences in transitions, even quickness, all those components of the judging criteria on a point break like this. We'll see how the Goofies manage the opening exchange here. Caroline Marks spending a ton of time at lower trestles, working with some great coaches from Luke Egan to Mike Parsons. Mike Parsons was a part of the first All-American CT final in Australia in the Stubbies. It was Snips versus Tom Curran. You know, Mike talks about it going, oh, Tom just ran away with the final. He's super humble in that. He was also saying that everyone was calling him a Curran clone, which he said he didn't mind. He's like, you know what, we were all trying to surf like Curran, but it was a big statement. You know, it was an Aussie-dominated event, and there's these two guys from California enjoying the final back in the day. That was in the mid-'80s.
Wow, did they have anything left in their cars when they got in from the final?
So many good stories here. Snips doing a lot for Caroline. Luke Egan doing a lot for Caroline as well. On one of the coolest comeback stories, she actually took a break from the tour, went on a boat trip with Luke Egan to the Mentawai. Sometimes you just want to fall in love with surfing, right? Just pure and simple. And they worked on so many things. I think one of the most interesting things that Luke said they worked on was falling. He's like, hey, Caroline never falls. She lands everything. He's like, okay, this session, I want you to turn until you fall. And that was it. She was allowed to actually find out what she could do, what more she could add to this unbelievable backhand that you're seeing in motion now. Nice first turn for Caroline. She's a little bit behind it. See how fast this wave goes? She has to settle for 2 turns flick.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously we can see she's in good form. That wave was so fast, and the first turn kind of set her back. She carved it back so far. She still managed 2 nice turns, as we see Vahine.
Vahine Fierro, super smooth. Nice, easy rhythm. Already 2 tags already. And just kind of reaching for something that wasn't there. but her first two just had a nice, fun tempo to her surfing, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, super nice. I mean, just thinking back to Caroline's wave, what is it about a high line? Just gets you so just like, oh, like what's going on? Even obviously Steph said before the event, she's like, maybe I'll just go out and high line one, but she obviously wants to win too. So, you know, Vahine, I was loving actually Vahine's surfing. Oh, as we look at Caroline's wave first, highlining down the line. It was super deep on that bottom turn and then gets two big turns here. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges go with that wave. I mean, it kind of ran off down the point, but you know, two different types of tempo in both those waves. Caroline's long down the point, and Vahine's kind of went a bit slower, you know.
Why does a high line make us feel so good?
I think because we all know the feeling that comes with it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a high line, you're going really fast. You go up to the top part of the wave and you glide down, and I think that and a takeoff on a really big wave, obviously a barrel's good, but anytime you have maximum speed, there's just such a good feeling about it. It's no wonder why, you know, Formula One drivers, they get that adrenaline when they go really fast. And it's kind of like the fastest moment in surfing is when you go up and you get the high line, you get all the energy from the wave. You kind of just get to sit back, relax, and watch the world go by.
And I think it's when it happens with the jersey on, that makes everyone just feel the soul of this whole thing, of remembering why you ride waves in the first place. There's this soulful thing of like, hey, they might be missing a section to turn on, but it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, even Steph was saying when she was speaking to Vaughn that she was watching the old Stubbies videos on YouTube, and, you know, it just goes to show that everyone, you know, you still want to watch like the most vintage, iconic surfing on this point, even if you know, you surf so different and the progression in surfing is so different now in the way people ride waves, but there's nothing like bringing it back to that core soulful art of surfing.
This was Vahine Fierro's first wave flick.
Yeah, so this one was a little bit small. You can see it gets really frothy and super tricky to read on your backhand. Right now it's really cupped out, right? And she just gets a bit caught on the top. And I think as we start to see that tide drop out, it's going to become more and more tricky, right? We're going to see, you saw Lulu in the last heat go for that last turn. It really bottomed out. There was hardly any water left on the bank. And I think we're going to see more of that. So just a small score dropping in for Vahine. And then, you know, you got the 4.83 there for Caroline's two big belts. That was strong, they were powerful, but I think to me the judges are saying, hey, this is a point. We've got some really good waves coming through today. We want to see those sort of longer walls where you can really go to town on.
These guys starting to get familiar with each other in the water in one-on-one matchups. As we look at the head-to-head history, it's 2-0 in favor of the rookie. Not a lot of people could say that against a world champ like Caroline Marks, who is used to beating most on tour. Last time they matched up was in the pool in Abu Dhabi, and Vahine got the better result. Now trying to make it 3 in a row, and we'll see if the blue jerseys, the lower seeds, find some momentum this morning. Vahine so dangerous in all conditions, really well-rounded, and really famous for what she can do in big, hollow left-hand tubes. But she's been competing for a long time all over the world. Even got her first few wild cards in the southwest of France before Chopes was on the calendar for the women. But then the focus became on barrel riding with the CT wild cards, and her goal is to really feel a lot of great momentum, get past the cut so she can surf her home break at the end of the regular season this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how cool would it be for, you know, Vahine to go into that event and have her points count towards her year total? And I mean, either way, I'm sure that she'll be up for a wild card if she doesn't make the cut. But I think obviously that's her goal right now. She's like, I want to be there, I want to make that cut, and I want to, be on the tour when I go to that event. And if it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen another year, absolutely. But I feel like when you think back and, you know, look at Vahine and what she's done for, you know, women surfing, you know, at Chopes, and then, you know, you look at Moana Jones-Wong and what they've done, you know, what she's done for surfing at Pipeline and how much it's just lifted and elevated the sport. It's just unbelievable.
I think those two have a great bond together, Vahine and Moana, as we look at Vahine Fierro. First turn through the lip. Nice sweep back into the pocket. And hitting her third turn, she fell on that one on her start. Smaller inside section as it's going to start bottoming out on the sandbank. She'll close it out. Chasing just a 2.17 to take the lead off Caroline Marks. We should see that lead change. Nice little pace. This time didn't get ahead of herself, kind of reaching for something in the pocket, and made sure she finished her wave.
Yeah, the first few turns for me stood out. I mean, it's a smaller wave. She's hunting underneath priority, but these turns are well timed and they're really well linked together, and it just demonstrates that precision. That first turn, couldn't have timed it any better. Straight into the wrap and then throws it up again. Those first 3 turns right there, before this wave gets a funny little warble in it, she does really well. So I think she's obviously going to get this 217. Is she probably going to need more? You know, think about the context of the heat, the calibre of the surfer that she's coming up against, Caroline. Potentially, yes, but nice hunting underneath priority, trying to make something happen and put a bit more pressure on Caroline.
Yeah, it'd be interesting the type of waves as a goofy footer you'd have to hunt out here. You know, there's obviously, like, you know, Vahina, you see when they're stretched and they're fast and how you can't really probably do the surfing that you want to do. And, you know, if you get one of those waves that slows down a bit and maybe even has less turns, but you can go more vert in the pocket, I think the judges love that.
They definitely love that vertical type of approach. Vahine Fierro has some talented little sisters in her family that are competing on the QS, splitting the regions up from Hawaii to Europe, giving her a ton of support. That score in now for Vahine of 5.10 and the lead. Now Caroline needs a 2.95. Yeah, talking about siblings, Caroline's got a lot of them. She always thanks her brothers. Now, looking back, for pushing her to tears sometimes to surf harder, to commit. She said it was maybe painful at the time, but she knows she wouldn't be where she is today without her brothers saying, go harder, push your turns, and there's so much love there. They're actually her good luck charms. When they show up at events, she often wins them. Now, 16 minutes to go. Let's continue the birthday celebration. Luana Silva's with Vaughn Blakey.
Happy birthday, Lulu, and a great way to celebrate with a win over the world #1 this morning at Burleigh. You must have looked out there and just thought, wow, this is a dream come true, but it ended up being quite a stressful heat.
Yeah, wow. Good day to start off the birthday. Good, yeah. I don't really know what to say. Pretty stressful heat. I thought it was going to be like really high scores and us going back and forth because the waves are absolutely insane, beautiful. We ended up getting a restart, so it was kind of nice because there was not really much coming in. But yeah, I made a lot of mistakes. I felt like I was surfing good, just little mistakes I need to clean up for the next team.
True, but your wave selection was really on point. I mean, that was really the big difference. You were on the bigger waves, and when that canvas opened up, you're able to really get stuck into it.
Yeah, but I knew I was never safe in that heat, though. If I could get a big wave and do that, Gabby could get a big wave and do her surfing. Like, she's incredible. She's so powerful. She's world #1. She's the girl to beat. So I'm really stoked I got away with that.
And how did you sort of prepare for this heat over the last couple of days, being lay days? You know you're coming up against that yellow jersey. Does it change sort of your preparation at all?
No, I just kind of took the lay days like as it was. I haven't slept in since bells. I've been waking up since 5 a.m., so it's really nice to just have 2 days of sleeping in and just a refresh. I surfed a little bit out here. It's pretty small, but just same old, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, it's working. Congratulations. Happy birthday again, and I will see you in that next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Lulu, happy to be into the quarterfinals, but as you can tell, ton of respect for Gabriella Bryan and did not feel safe in that matchup. And you look at the numbers, and it speaks to that 12.57 total split decision on Gabby's last wave. So we'll keep you posted on where the yellow jersey ends up. Katie Simmers does have Steph Gilmore in this round, which is wild. Steph looking like she's never left the tour, surfing incredibly well. Got barreled this morning and just in her happy place. You know, when legends see perfect waves, that's when the magic happens, right? They're more inspired than ever. But I think also Katie's being the fresh world champ, that's got Steph inspired to say, like, okay, let's go. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, I love Steph's interview. It was all so humble, and then she's like, yeah, but hopefully I'm going to win. She wants to take this one out. Oh, here we go.
Getting things started is Vahine Fierro. Beautiful fan of spray off the back of that Channel Island surfboard. and keeping that rhythm down the stretch. She's got some white water, she's got some sand that's going to shut it down, and she meets it with speed and flow.
Wow, that was the exact type of wave that you know, Vahine was looking at. It suits her surfing so much. You know, for her to be able to go down and do that big fantail hit in the pocket, like you said, Flick, before, she has timing. When she gets the wave right in front of her, her timing is amazing. And I think, you know, she's been working on throwing that tail more and you know, kind of being more progressive on her backhand. She put up a video the other day, you know, in the expression session, doing like a backhand reverse. And so I love Vahine pushing it like that. And this is becoming one of her strengths.
Yeah, this wave here, it's just timing couldn't have been better. Anytime Vahine can really drop to the bottom and wind up with that bottom turn, it just looks beautiful. And those first two turns were just the perfect demonstration of that. So chasing a 6.41, I mean, it was great timing. I think majority of these points are going to come up. This is Caroline. This is her 6.67. So good comparisons here to draw, right? I mean, so this is her third turn, banks it up for a fourth. Obviously, we've got a number of manoeuvres here. She's looking great. Does she get a finish like what Vahine does?
Hey, this is, yeah, different types of waves. That last wave of Caroline Marks, just her surfing reminds me of, you know, Gabby O'Brien's. They stay super compact in the pocket, and it's just, you know, right, that really precision pocket surfing, whereas Vahine's comes through and she's just got the best score of the heat, and that's, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well.
7.33 for Vahine. Last for Caroline Marks is 6.67. This battle's getting more intense. Caroline Marks in second, chasing a 5.77 to catch up to the rookie on tour. We will be right back.
Gold medalist Caroline Marks is the most recent of Florida's long tradition, producing world champion surfers.
Maybe there's something in the water, something in the food over here.
From the iconic Sebastian Inlet wedge north to today's East Coast talent hub of New Smyrna. From the Space Coast west.
Falcon 90, resupplying the International Space Station.
To my home on the Gulf Coast. Caroline and I are here to show you why Florida can lay claim to more world titles than any other surf community in the world. This is No Contest, Florida.
Let's go surf.
Great episode with Caroline. Check out Red Bull No Contest, the Florida edition with Caroline Marks on Red Bull TV. And that has been the topic for a long time now. How does this stretch of coastline in Florida produce so many world champions? And the question is because, as we know, it doesn't get good that often. It's often really small, and you're going, wait, there's no CT that stops there. There isn't this big, you know, traveling circus that wants to score this spot, you know, and the locals know what they're made of. They come out hungry. And I remember talking to Corey Lopez about, he's like, yeah, I think when we get on tour and the waves are good, we'll surf all day. You know, they want to take advantage of great conditions, and so maybe they're more inspired than ever when they actually get on tour.
I can relate to that, coming from Trig Beach. I get it. Everywhere you go. Look, this sounds like a backhanded compliment to Trig, because Trig, every dog has their day, everyone. But you get to somewhere and you're like, wow, expectations are low, and you're like, this is pumping. You know? It's like, I get it. You get frothed out everywhere you go.
From Kelly, obviously, CJ Hobgood, Frida Zamba, Lisa Anderson, Caroline Marks. Just, oh my gosh, there's so much talent from that state of Florida. As we know, Caroline's been in California for a while now, right by Lower Trestles. So a couple of homes that she represents when she's on tour. But one cool thing we were talking about is breaking down the back ends of these two surfers. One a rookie from French Polynesia, one already a world champion. And they have different approaches when it comes to how they get scores from the panel stylistically and their read on the wave. Vahine still with the best number of the heat so far, 7.33, and Caroline with her 6.67 as we break it down.
For me, I look at Vahine's surfing and it is a little bit more stretched out. I look at her approach when she comes to hit the lip. I mean, this must be her replay of her last wave here, so just inconsequential score, but you know, you try to break down the 7.33 versus Caroline's 6.67 and just the differences in their approach. And for me, Caroline is more compressed. She's winding up more, whereas Vahine is a little bit more drawn out in her turns. And I mean, that's perfect. Break it down with the split screen. You can see just beautiful demonstration here, just how compressed Caroline gets. And Vahine is more stretched out. The timing here, I think, is just that bit better from Vahine. The wave selection too is obviously helping. I mean, Caroline belts off a few more turns, but you have to give it to Vahine for the two beautiful turns out the back.
Yeah, I think all the score from Vahine's wave came from that first turn. You know, her timing was amazing. It just gave her the most beautiful canvas, where I think most of the score, you know, from Caroline's was that second last turn where she just got to go beyond vertical and threw spray to the sky. But, you know, Vahine just like, when she took off, she had that speed. She came down and the waves slowed up perfectly for her to just really enjoy that first section, go down to the bottom and just crack through the lip. And you know, it was a major turn, and you know, she only had to just ride the rest of it, and you know, she timed it perfectly. But yeah, I think just that major turn at the start. I think Caroline, you know, hers was, like you said, Flick, just had that beautiful pocket, but yeah, not really a major turn to get things going.
For Caroline Marks, she's been stuck in this round at Bells and also at Punta Roca, where she had the chance to make a trilogy in El Salvador. Ended up getting knocked out in the round of 16. Same thing happened at Bells Beach. It was the first time she missed a quarterfinal at Bells in her career. But she started off well. Had a couple quarters from Pipeline to Abu Dhabi, then the win in Portugal. So she's just outside the final five. But she's trying to break that losing streak in the round of 16. 4:40 on the clock, waves on the way, priority with Caroline Marks. And that wave just drifts underneath them. We did have Lulu as a lower seed, upset world number 1 in the previous heat. We will see if Vahine can keep that theme alive. Let's catch up with Kaipo. There he is.
Whoa. You just caught me on my Fat Boy. Morning spin on Fat Boy bikes. The e-bike is for entertainment, economy, and of course electric. Full suspension on this bugger. Lots of juice. Pedal mode, power mode. You choose. You can have a Fat Boy too. Come here, scan the QR code for your chance to win a Fat Boy Scrambler, just like I'm enjoying this morning. Fat Boy, remember, it doesn't even matter whether it's the road, whether it's the dirt, or whether it's the sand. Fat Boy eats it up.
Eating it, frothing, always stoked. Is Kaipo Guerrero having a lot of fun this morning? 3:30 to go in this one. Vahine wants to hang on to this lead and wants to hang on to an undefeated track record against Caroline Marks. Had her semi-final points at the pool in Abu Dhabi, and she's yet to make another final series since. So this would be huge for her momentum heading into the cut of Ennemarga River, and big for her confidence against Caroline Marks, who got the gold on Vahine's home break last year in French Polynesia in a close final over Tatiana Weston-Webb, who left with the silver. And Vahine's teammate for France, Joanne Defay, getting the bronze. As you see this gorgeous day and the look all the way up to Surfer's Paradise, the Gold Coast has it all. Classic right-hand points, warm water, happy people, great restaurants. And I haven't been to Burleigh Heads since Flick was in the junior event back in 2012. That was a fun year, but I'm sure you've noticed too. Well, you've lived here since then, but there's been a lot of new things pop up. They're making the roads even easier to access. All your favorite places to check out as we have an important wave starting to open up here. Caroline Marks already underway with 2 of those quick turns and finds a lip to shut it down. Chasing a 5.77, Laura.
Oh, that was such an important wave. 2 minutes to go. I think for Caroline, this is going to be close. 5.77. She needed close to a 6-point ride. I need to see the replay of this to see just how critical those turns were. But for me, I feel like she might have been better off trying to do 2 major turns than trying to fit 3 in. Yeah, let's see. You know, nice wave. Carved to sort of start there, but not really anything major. This, she got down to the bottom, hit it vertically, but just didn't really feel like she connected as much as she would have wanted to with those turns. You know, kind of got a bit stuck there. This is a nice snap, and then, yeah, she got super vertical here just to finish it off. So it's going to be really close, honestly.
So she's chasing a 5.77. Has to be better than Vahine's 5.10. First reaction, Flick?
My first reaction is no. I think she safetied those first 2 turns. I think she was like going for a number of maneuvers. We've just seen that score come through.
Yeah, good read, you guys. 4.27 for Caroline. Couldn't force the score. Now 1 minute to go. Losing in the round of 16 at Bells and Punta Roca. And now Caroline's going to try to find maybe a miracle patch of sand to try to sneak a wave under Vahine's watch. That's going to be tough to do.
Though I don't think Vahine is going to give her an inch here. Vahine needs this result, like big time.
Absolutely.
I mean, big time. She's right down the bottom of the rankings. She, like you mentioned, Joey, she hasn't been in a final series since Abu Dhabi. This means a lot to her, and you know we've spoken about it at the beginning of the heat. She wants to surf at her home break at Chopes.
Yeah,
past the cut. So
and she dropped 3 places just from Bells, and that's all based on the fact that, you know, she's 17th at Bell and then all 9th since Abu Dhabi. And, you know, all she needs, you know, if she can get a 5th in here, it's going to boost her way up and, you know, possibly give her that opportunity to go to Chopes on tour.
The low seeds stepping up this morning in perfect conditions at Burleigh Heads as we have Vahine Fierro go 3-0 over the world champ in her career and gets a spot in the quarterfinals to compete against Luana Silva. Look at those numbers. 7.33 made the difference. Caroline was building, got to a 6.67, but ultimately has had her 3rd loss in the round of 16 in a row as she will head to Margaret River. Coming up next, Molly Picklum takes on rookie Bella Kenworthy. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Hall of Famer Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call.
Loving life here at Burleigh Heads for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Couple of big upsets to kick off the morning with some top seeds falling to some hungry competitors. We're going to see another great challenge here. We've got Molly Picklum out there at the moment, rated 3rd in the world. Representing Australia, she'll be in the red jersey, and Bella Kenworthy will be out there in the blue, the impressive rookie who's already collected a number of quarterfinal results this year. We'll see how she goes against Molly, who's riding high on some great form, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Surfing really well at the moment and really starting to tune in to the waves down here at Burleigh, but it is pumping this morning. There's some great action already.
Oh, we've been buzzing watching the morning unfold. I've got to say, Bugs, thank you for having us and thanks for organising all this, mate.
How good is it?
Unbelievable. Obviously, the big change, Bugs, moving from Snapper Rocks up here to Burleigh. The Con-S structure, I think it's one of the best we've seen. We've got some movement in the lineup here. And taking the first ride, it's going to be Molly Picklum, drawing off the bottom. Nice carve off the top, ripping it right back into the bowl. There's a nice little section to lay into. She comes through to the inside. Let's see what kind of work she can get done here. That wave cups out. She does well to stay on her feet, and right behind her, the impressive, tenacious rookie, Bella Kenworthy. She gets in on the action as well. Good little opening exchange here, but beautiful conditions, Bugs, and throughout this day we should see some amazing performances.
Yeah, it's really great. You know, we've got such a line to the swell at Burleigh today. It changes things up. We saw a couple of backhand attacks that probably needed to go a little bit further down the line. The forehand is slightly favoured, I feel, with that pure line.
We've seen a couple of rides for Molly Picklum already, getting busy during the break. Let's get a replay of what just went down, though, for Bella Kenworthy, Rich.
Yeah, beautiful carve off the top. Staying with that power source. The wave starts to cup out. And Bella just does that little layback hack right off the top, tears the top of the wave apart, and then gets that finishing manoeuvre. And then this was the opening exchange from Molly Picklum. Great bottom turn, top turn combination. Straight off the bottom again. Nice clean snap, keeping that momentum down the line. Great placement of manoeuvres on this wave. And a nice completion there. Nice slow-mo action here. Bonsoy replay. Beautiful carve. You can just see how engaged that inside rail is. That second turn, more release. So some variety in these opening turns here from Molly. Great arm extension there. Really opens up the shoulders. That motion of opening up, really leaning into the turn, allows her to get on that heel side rail, really connect, dig into the wave face.
It's a really well-constructed ride. The numbers are on the way. We do know this is going to be Molly's 3rd score. She had a couple of throwaways earlier. Bella Kenworthy with her first number coming through too. Talked about the move from Snapper Rocks to Burleigh Heads, Bugs. The structure here has been awesome. It's been like a big celebration of surfing this week. Okay, a couple of big nights, but we're back here and focused on the conditions, and the bank is in great nick.
It is in good nick, Ronnie. As this tide goes out now, it'll draw off, and we'll really see the bank in its true form. You know, there's a combination. You know, this morning was more kind of like the rock break more. Now there is a sand spit out there that the lower tide will lift the swell onto.
All that sand that got gouged off the coast on the Gold Coast during Cyclone Alfred, it seems to be making its return, but there seemed to still be a bit of sand in the Tullabudgera River because that's starting to drift around with these southerly swells.
It is, and that will migrate further north as the season continues. Whether it gets in time here for the weekend, I don't know about that, but you'll also see out the back there's this kind of storm cyclone barrier bank that we might see come into play, not so much for the competitors, but it might, on the lower tide, stand up on that and feather.
Well, we've just seen Molly Picklum stand up in a big way, dropping an excellent score on ride number 3.
Wow, what a way to start a heat. As a competitor, you hear that excellent score, that 8-number drop in that first couple of minutes, and it really sets the tone for what you're going to do for the rest of the heat. Sets it up well, confidence starts to ooze, and really she can just settle in now, concentrate on that backup score. Just eases into this wave ever so slowly, and the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay, always good to really analyse the form here. Just Beautiful wrapping carve to start off. And that second turn there, Bugs, just so much tail release, adding a bit of flair to it.
Yeah, she's got a lot of flair, and as you're saying, the variety in this wave here, Rick, is outstanding. This really puts the red singlet back in the, in the leading position, because they've struggled so far this morning.
They sure have.
This angle here is amazing.
Oh, a bit more vertical on that hit there. And just does a really nice read down through this inside section. Again, the wave sits down a little bit, so she goes to that roundhouse cutback carve.
Kaipo must have looked beautiful from out there in the lineup.
Ah, spectacular. It's a spectacular morning, and we got some live action right here. I'm going to let you take it away, Ron. You can get back to me.
All right, Molly Picklum looking to back up that excellent score. Been on a very consistent run through the opening stages of the season. Bit of a trip up down at Bells, but she seems back to her best here, dropping an excellent number on her previous ride. Another strong finish there. But Kaipo, just the rail turns from Molly this year, especially in these head-high conditions, really seem to have sharpened up.
Yeah, I mean, this is right in her wheelhouse, right? The conditions, looking just silky smooth. Bella, look at this one, Ron.
Okay, this is a bigger side set, maybe the biggest of this heat so far. And Bella needs to push. Just fell almost a point and a half shy of Molly's score on the previous exchange. Trying to keep herself in this heat is the rookie, who throws a hammer on the final section but can't stick it. But she is just so self-assured, so tenacious, this rookie. She's been super impressive, the 18-year-old.
Yeah, she has, and you can tell to me, looking at her performances, and I don't mean to be critical, but I will, there seems to be a mental barrier. Like, she's just trying to get comfortable with being at this level of competition. There have been standout moments, and this kid has got it. She surfs so damn well, and it just feels like she's a little overwhelmed on occasion. We'll just look at the replay here of Molly Picklum. A little bit stop-start for this one, a sleepy cutback to start off. The wave starts to come in and hit that bank. Now she starts to open up. Just accelerating through that wrap. And I love this one here, patiently waiting. Now she hits it. And again, just a really nice angle for that finishing turn. What do you think of this one, Bugs?
Yeah, well, it's a bigger wave, Rick. And Bella, this turn here, she sort of goes out a little bit too far on the face, I felt. She out of the pocket. And again, this wave going off the bank. Now it draws onto the bank, goes top to bottom. She needed to nail that last section.
Bugs, the importance of pace when you're surfing these point waves on the Gold Coast. And we could see there with Bella, she looked like she was a step ahead. She was a half a second ahead of herself through the entire ride, correct? So how important is timing?
Well, it's everything, because, it's the timing of the wave, and you're surfing, you've got to be coming up into the pocket. She just got herself, I felt, ahead of the wave itself. She was on the flat face, and it's going to definitely take away from your scoring potential. We saw Molly's wave. It had a sleepy start too, but once she brought it right back onto the bank, then she was coming from behind the section.
Yep.
That was spot on.
Yeah, and finished strong, 5.67. Kaipo to back up the 8. How's the water out there today?
Yeah, the water's incredible. Little insight from the playing field right now. Molly Picklum, she's choosing to paddle back out. So she's paddling back out. She's going to spin on the inside here. Bella Kenworthy, she took the ski. There is ski assist today. So Bella took the ski, a different strategy there. But Ron, let's get into the Oakberry surf conditions report. 4 to 6 foot dreamy, 7 mile per hour offshore wind, and things are just looking epic out here. We got a dropping tide, and back to some observations here from the playing field. This bank, the sandbank, quite close to the rocks right now. So I think even if the wind does come up, we're going to have some help from the headland and where the bank is to protect this little area that the surfers are surfing in. So things are looking good.
Things are looking fantastic, mate. Thank you for the update. The sandbar is primo. Had a surf yesterday, it was quite small, but on that dropping tide, it really started to funnel through the inside. Tricky to surf, tricky to get those big turns done, but at this level, the competitors are so fast and so quick up into the pocket. They're able to bring that board back down. I think it's going to be an exceptional day of surfing. 4-point ride for Bella Kenworthy on her last ride. Molly Picklum just winning both exchanges in that last set. 5.67 for Molly. And Bella's got a little bit of work to do here, but you know, I want to talk about Molly Picklum and her surfing this year. Something's, you know, really come on with the performance stuff. Bugs, Molly stands at the vanguard of big wave surfing on the Women's Championship Tour. Her performances are groundbreaking at Pipe, at Sunset, where she's had 2 wins, but to get herself up into that final 5 and at the very top end of the ratings, she's gonna have to keep stepping up her performances and break through for wins in conditions like this.
Yeah, well, I feel that, you know, as Molly matures, she's going to feel much more, her comfort zone is going to expand. And, you know, we've seen her, I thought surprisingly, how well she's done, you know, on the North Shore for such young years. But you're right, she's just got to expand her comfort zone so that each spot she goes to, she knows it and she knows how to approach it. She's got good coaching, she's got good equipment. It's going to be the headspace.
Exactly. She's stepped it up this year, Rich. She's had some big finishes, and that rail surfing that we saw on the 8-point ride looked really clean. It looked really fast.
Yeah, you know, it's also a change in body and physique and getting stronger as we go back to live action here.
And Bella has to concede. Molly's got the priority and a nice looking bowl here. Again, swift carve in the pocket. Just flying through these rail turns and building beautifully, kicks the tail, just keeps accentuating the end of these rides with a big high impact turn. So it's the beautiful clean rail turns, one turn flowing into the next, and then the big finishes, which sees her winning the exchanges at the moment.
Yeah, again, I come back to a good read, placement of turns on the wave at the right time. She's not trying to force anything. The timing, it just looks impeccable, and that power that you spoke about that we were going to get into. You know, we've watched Molly sort of mature from a girl into a woman, really, in the last few years, and she's put on more strength. And that is translating into these power turns that she's doing. You know, she's able to sink the rail of the board deeper into the wave face, and with that comes more spray, more impact with these turns. This first carve here, again, those open shoulders, beautiful form and technique. Another nice wrap. Just waited for that millisecond before that final turn to connect perfectly with the lip.
The solid start is starting to free Molly Picklum up, looking really solid. Another good score on the way. 15 minutes to go here. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. She must be absolutely buzzing, Vaughan.
Yeah, Vahina, that was a great performance this morning against Carolyn Marks, obviously an Olympic gold medalist and a world champion, but you looked so determined paddling out for that one.
It was an important heat. I tend to identify myself in these kind of challenging heats, and against those, you know, strong women like Caroline, she always brings out the best of me. And it was a slow heat. The waves were insane, but we had a lot of waiting in between, and the prio was so important. And I felt like I kind of build my heat under prio, and then I made a little mistake by catching a wave under prio and not making it. It could have extended my lead, but overall really happy with my surfing.
Yeah, it's the tail of the morning really, very close heats, but the best wave has won the heat, and you got that with a 7.33, really able to open up and get vertical attacking.
Yeah, it's been nice to surf Burleigh. It's a fun wave with different kind of sections. Like it gets hollow, flat, big closeout, small closeout. So on the backhand, it's nice to be able to, you know, vary those turns and make the best of the wave. Yeah.
And you were saying that this is your first trip here, but you are starting to really link in with this area, the waves and the headland and the nature.
Yeah, I love it here. We went from Bells, it was like straight bush, to like here it's a mix of bush and city, and the community is really, really warm. You know, this event wouldn't be the same without all the people on the headland watching and cheering. So yeah, I've been having a great time also with my team here, and yeah, thank you for supporting.
Well, it was a great performance under a lot of pressure, and we look forward to seeing you in the next heat.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vaughan. And absolutely buzzing. Vahine there, getting a big win over Caroline Marks, who's had success here on the Gold Coast before. That is a great win for her, a confidence-building win, but ultimate confidence is with Molly Picklum, and at the moment, 8.27 on that last ride. And, Bella Kenworthy has a lot of work to do here after a 9.44. We've been talking a little bit about Molly's form. It's been so strong this year, and, you know, taking nothing away from Molly as we dive into this Stone and Wood slow-mo, Rich. She's always banked excellent scores with strong rail surfing like this, but at the later stages of these contests has been outdone by her world title contender rivals.
Well, this is great power surfing right here from Molly, and you can see the scoreline there, solid, and most of those points, bang, coming from that final turn. So a really sharp direction change. It was critical, it was high risk. There was some innovation to it. That drift when you're through the lip, especially in these smooth offshore conditions, can be really hard to control. And Molly just looks freed up at the moment. You know, there are moments when you watch Molly and she can get a little rushed and cramped, but she seems to have left that behind now and feels like visually, from what we're seeing, looks just freed up and ready to go.
You know, the one thing about Molly, I feel she's a student of the sport, and she does a lot of study, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if she came here, plonked herself on the headland and said, I'm going to watch Liam O'Brien surf this wave and see how the locals do it.
She's emulating that kind of approach beautifully at the moment. Just under 11 and a half minutes remaining here. Molly Picklum has the lead. It is Thursday, May 8th, just after 9 a.m, and we're already into the third heat of the day. Looking to find another quarterfinalist here between Bella Kenworthy and Molly Picklum. Molly with two excellent numbers. Just a stunning performance so far. And Bella Kenworthy with a lot of work to do here. The rookie chasing a 9.44 currently. Would be happy just to break that down with a couple of solid rides. So she needs to better a 6.83 in order to do that. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a man with plenty of CT experience and a championship tour win, Richie Lovett, and an Australian Sporting Hall of Famer, the 78 world champ, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, it's been a great performance from Molly so far. We've been talking about, you know, just how well she's surfing this year, but it also feels like, you know, confidence-wise, she's in a great place.
She is in a great place, and this heat, I think, as Rich said, she's very calm. The composure is there. She's linking her moves together. She's not over-ramping. She's surfing the wave to the speed of the wave, and then she's just putting her foot down when need be.
It's interesting when you think about Molly, just how well-rounded she is. Great backhand, great forehand, clearly, but also really amazing in ways of consequence. But talk to me about just what you've observed over the years with surfers that are so heavily touted and trying to overcome the expectation of others when you join the CT ranks.
Well, it's all about building, establishing a campaign, and I think that's been the point where it's such a roller coaster where you get a few highs But without that campaign that going through with that continuity of top 3 results, you're just going to have highs and lows and highs and lows until you get in that groove where you actually believe in yourself to walk in those boots.
I think, Rich, too, when we've seen it, when you're kind of touted as a title contender, you know, there is that added pressure. And Molly's made the final 5 a couple of years in a row now, but been knocked in the very first heat both times. And it just feels like you can actually visibly see how shaken she is in those moments.
Total mental breakdown at that point, and I guess, to be brutally honest, an inability to maintain that confidence level and your focus on what you actually have to do at that point, and you get distracted by the noise and the potential of what you might do at that moment, and you get caught up in it, and your mind being able to control those moments is the hardest thing to do at this level, because Molly is clearly has the tools and the weapons and the ability to win a world title. But, you know, it feels like now, like observing her, she feels like she's got it all sorted out.
Always been a happy, bubbly personality around a CT event, but, you know, you felt the losses with Molly, and this year I haven't sort of noticed or felt the losses have been hitting her as hard. She's getting to right to the end of the competition where she needs to be to maintain her position in that final 5. But the surfing's much better this year, clearly. It's another level up.
Well, I think what's happened with Molly is that she not only believes, but now she's actually thinking about strategically positioning herself within that 5. Like, I would think she'd be aiming for, you know, number 2 or 3 or number 1 going into that final 5 at the end of the year, instead of just trying to get there and see what happens.
And she knows what she did wrong. So this year, should she make it again, I'm sure we're going to see a different attitude once she does, you know, embark on that final 5.
And if she does get there, you know Molly's going to be the one crossing her fingers at night going, give me swell, the bigger the better, because she is, for me, the best backhand tube rider on the women's tour. She is unbelievable. Her technique's incredible. Let's talk a bit about Bella Kenworthy, 18 years of age, the rookie that powered her way through the Challenger Series, finishing 2nd last year. She was the champ at Toledo. She got runner-up at the US Open. Big events, huge events, and she just came on the tour, and, you know, it only took her a little bit to start breaking through into quarterfinals.
Well, that's right. I mean, she has. See, even getting to that quarterfinal stage at this level is a breakthrough result. She hasn't been able to go past that or have the consistency to make quarters all the way, but there's been some big moments.
Yeah, I think it's been a really impressive campaign. Bella grew up, you know, with Carissa Moore visiting San Clemente, staying at her place, giving her great guidance. What a person to look up to. Fantastic inspiration, but her dad Jason also an incredible photographer. Used to work with him back in the day when I was putting magazines together. Really well liked, and just, you know, I think she, as a result of her proximity to high-level athletes in this game, has a real comfort factor, isn't overwhelmed by the big names she surfs against. Even in this situation, I think, you know, Bella, she's up against it because Molly's put a couple of big numbers up. But I think on paper, you know, she's probably less daunted by the big names, that, as opposed to some of her rookie counterparts.
She's a real talent, no doubt about it. And, you know, if I was her, given there's 3.5 minutes on the clock, you're really up against it. I mean, she needs a huge score, but she can use this time to really open up and free herself up and really think about what she can do and how she can surf in a heat. Here's the GWM recap. Molly Picklum just going to town. She has controlled this heat from start to finish with impeccable surfing like this, just tagging the lip down the line. This was Bella, Bugs.
Yeah, this is Bella's best wave, and the 683. She surfs it well. You can see the potential here. Power moves, and she gets this last turn in perfect timing, Rick.
Yeah, no, she's been surfing really good, and Molly just taking priority there off Bella, and this is her best wave, the 827. A couple of well-timed carves to start off, but this finishing move is absolute money. Drifts the tail, really critical. And at this point, she gathered that 16-point total.
And you can see the poise was there because she just hesitated at the bottom and then really dug that bottom turn into be. Her timing was perfect coming out of that lip, and she got the job done.
Absolutely. Shimmering diamonds, as this set just rolls through the lineup.
Yeah, the Gold Coast really delivering today. And all the surfers are just loving the opportunity to get out here in some head-high conditions, on clean faces, lay into some big rail turns, and throw some big hits at us. We got so many fantastic clashes coming your way today. The next one's a beauty. Two surfers still chasing their first championship tour wins, fighting it out for a spot in the quarterfinal as well. Sawyer Lindblad and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Should be a great clash. This is the first head-to-head heat for Molly and Bella. And Bella having a look at that one, but doesn't see the scoring opportunity in it. A minute and a half to go. Really running out of time now, having to chase down almost a perfect wave to turn this one around.
Yeah, her wave choice, her last few waves have really let her down. She's had kind of like in and out, no manoeuvres. Even the second to last wave was overhead wave, but it just didn't hit the bank properly, and she's looking for it and ended up just flicking out.
Yeah, it's tricky out here, and we talk about how hard it is to actually get to know and strike up a friendship with Burleigh Heads, because it does keep you guessing. And you can see here Molly just moving in for a checkmate position. She'll just sit this one out for the last minute.
Yeah, I thought for a minute Molly was going over to shake hands, but she's just looking to control this heat from start to finish.
Yeah, we've seen a few premature handshakes in the past too.
But she is right in Bella Kenworthy's aura there, Bugs. You've gone up against some fierce competitors yourself back in the day here at the Stubbies, no doubt. Who would get in your face in these kind of moments and really let their presence be felt?
Well, I mean, we didn't have priority, so, you know, it wasn't a situation like this, but... and also, you know, we were coming from six-man heat, so it's kind of like coming to man-on-man. It was like, you know, there was so much space out there. But, yeah, there was a few classic characters that would be more aggressive than others.
Well, Molly Picklum, she controlled the later stages of the heat, but she was very aggressive with her finishing turns, also put some svelte rail work together to get herself a comfortable victory here over the rookie Bella Kenworthy, who will look to rebound at the next stop, Margaret River. Great performance, Rich.
Yeah, that was clinical, really, and in control from start to finish. The surfing was on point. You know, she didn't get the two best waves of the heat, but clearly converted on the waves that she rode, and yeah, Molly looking really good.
She sure is. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, Sawyer Lindblad takes on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone and Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Pumping conditions and a fantastic matchup here. The current world number 7, Sawyer Lindblad. She's going to be taking on number 13 on the rankings, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. Betty with a bit more competitive experience on the CT, 20 years of age. Sawyer Lindblad, 19. Bit of head-to-head history between these two, with Sawyer a 2-1 just edge over Betty. This should be a lot of fun. Betty Lou, obviously, an unbelievable forehand, but Sawyer already in this contest has saved herself with that great backhand approach. Ronnie sitting alongside Rich and Rabbit. How do you see this one going, Rick?
Well, it's a goofy first natural affair, which is going to be super exciting. There's a little, I guess, coaches rivalry going on with this one as well. Our little buddy Jake Patterson working with Sawyer Lindblad, and Tommy Whitaker working with Betty Lou Sakura.
Oh, here we go. Sawyer looking alive on her equipment, but not a whole lot of room to move there. As Betty Lou comes charging down the line, has already banked to 5.5 during the break. She gets a finishing hit in there, but two surfers with a whole lot of potential. And two surfers still chasing their first win, but they've had some very impressive finishes and some great rides over the years.
There's a great story within the story here, because Betty Lou, she started the tour with 17th, 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 and then she's had 2 5ths. Sawyer has had 3 5ths and 2 17ths. So that is a difference. That's why Sawyer is further up the rankings than Betty Lou. They've had very similar results. If Betty Lou, and we see here, Rick, this wave.
Oh, wow. So this was Betty's first turn.
Yeah.
And really hammering that final manoeuvre. Gets the 5-5. Bonsoy replay, and this is Sawyer Lindblad on the backhand. Just a 2-turn combination there with a quick exit. And then Betty Lou's second wave, way down the line. Pumping for speed here. It's a little tail slide, so it'll stay somewhat conservative, that score. I think we're going to, I think we're in for some more.
Sawyer Lindblad making her way back out. Not going to get a whole lot from the opening exchange, but we like this one on paper, Kaipo. Goofy versus natural, both with fantastic weapons to call on.
Yeah, and the contrast, right, Ron? I think there's this swell right now is straightening out a little bit more of an eastern aspect to it. So I feel being on the forehand is really going to be an advantage. It's going to be a little harder on your backhand for Sawyer to highline through some of these sections. Like right now, I'm going over a wide one. I'm way away from the surfers, but we're having those long walls coming through here. So, so for a goofy foot, I feel right now it's going to be a little bit tough. She's going to have to find a special wave.
Yeah, I'm going to get Bugs to add to that. Bugs, you commented on that just before we came into the booth.
Well, Kaipo nailed it. That's exactly how it is. I mean, firstly, on your backhand, the special wave you got to look for, you got to see a wall down the line that you can high line it, get your speed up before you go into your repertoire. Otherwise, you're going to have situations like Sawyer where you're just going to get a couple of quick turns in.
Well, Sawyer, she's picked off one on the inside here. Seems to be looking for a certain kind of pace in her rides. She finds one that is pretty slow as it comes onto the bank here. And even though that wave is foamy, stepped out, she still manages a couple of clean hits on the inside.
Well, I like it. There's some good surfing there. Well, Sawyer just really starting to open up on the backhand.
And it's simmering, isn't it, this heat at the moment? They're both so capable. They're both showing some good form already in the earlier rounds, but they haven't tapped into a good set wave just yet.
No, they haven't, and you know the clash between the forehand and the backhand, it is a different look. And this wave here, it tapers off, Rick.
It does. It has a better pace to it. And one thing I really like about Sawyer's approach is that extension off the backhand. Watch her push that second half of the turn, really wrapping it around, using the body well, a more acute angle on those final 2 snaps. But great extension, the second half of the turn on the back end. Pay attention to that.
Yeah, there's been some additions to the tour in the last couple of years that have just come on in an era that's so dominated by just a select group. And then you've got these young rookies that come on and they blow your mind. Sawyer Lindblad took her surfing to a place I don't think even she would reach in her rookie campaign. She had great waves at Pipe. She had great waves in Tahiti. She collected some decent results. But, you know, she's proven herself to be a real handful for the title contenders.
Oh, absolutely. And she will be every heat she goes in, I believe. This is going to be a great showdown because Sawyer is going to get herself well and truly back in the mix here with the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, she had that magic performance at Margaret River last year with her CT career on the line. She finished second there and managed another final at the back of the season to get herself well positioned on the rankings. Amazing stuff. Was the 2024 Rookie of the Year. Here goes Betty Lou now. She had a 5.5 and a 3.73 to kick things off in this heat. She's got some room to move and some of the biggest pocket hits on the championship tour. Here's a nice section for her. Not a lot of spray coming off the rail there. And Betty Lou finishing that one off right on the inside in style.
Yeah, a couple of real precision maneuvers there on the forehand. And she did well to not overcommit and overextend on them. She kept that momentum going down the line with the pace of the wave.
It was a point break specialist, that wave, because she did have the one eye down the line and then the one eye in the pocket, and that wave hit the bank pretty well.
Yep. Let's check the replay here. Bonsoy replay. So almost a little fade to start things off. Nice wrap. And as this wave starts to close in on the inside sandbank, Betty Lou starts to really attack the lip. Comes around this section again, connects, really opens the wings, gets a ton of spray, and finishes with a nice tail slide. So again, variety there.
Love
Beautiful
this angle.
connection. Yep, great connection with the lip. Watch how low she gets on the bottom turn. Clicks it, perfect snap. Comes down again, and this is the one where she really gets that tail slide. Maintains control. You can almost see she almost lost control there, and rides out of it clean.
And the number comes through at an 8. You know, it is that kind of fine line that the competitors want to surf on. Bugs, they want to push it to the point. No one wins an F1 title driving their car carefully around the corners. You got to put it on edge.
You sure do, Ronnie, and putting it on edge, well, you got those two coaches that are on edge right now. And you know they've been studying those last couple of heats. They would have seen how Molly did it on a forehand. And then, we've had a few backhand attacks as well. But this is a forehand versus backhand special because they are looking for a different kind of wave.
Well, yeah, let's try and get Beavis and Butthead on camera. Jake Patterson and Tom Whitaker. You travel with these guys, Rich,
I know.
for a number of years on the CT, and they would be loving this battle themselves. They would be giggling at each other. You know, when someone drops when Betty dropped that big number, Tommy would have been probably in Snake's face.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys compete at everything, whether it's having their surfers in the water, golf, cards, getting up, who's getting the coffee. Everything's a competition with these guys, and it's great banter, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, that's a big score, and again, Betty Lou, she wasn't on one of the biggest sets that we've seen this morning, but she identified a ride with a lot of opportunity. And sometimes, Bugs, here on the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks, Burleigh Heads, it kind of doesn't matter if you're not on the biggest wave. Sometimes those bigger ones can push off the bank.
Oh, the medium ones that can be the growers that hit the bank and hug the bank, they're the ones that you're going to get the decent pockets on.
Here we go, Sawyer looking to respond now. Big section here. Floating re-entry. Doesn't find the open face again. We saw Stephanie Gilmore on screen there. She's getting prepared to take on Katie Simmers in the next heat. The Queen taking on the current world champion. It's their first head-to-head heat and their second meeting for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Can't wait for it, but really enjoying this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We just watched Sawyer Lindblad way down the point, actually, just pumping for speed. Little check turn. Just connects with this one, but it's not going to be a score.
Just under 18 minutes to go. And like Kaipo and Bugs were saying before, you know, wave selection, it's difficult at the best of times. In really clean conditions, on a beautiful day like this, as surfers, we want to go every wave that rolls in, but they're after something specific. And Betty Lou is probably not having to be as picky as maybe Sawyer is out there, Bugs, because, you know, she's got the benefit of being able to drive right high on these waves and on her forehand gather probably a bit more speed a little quicker.
Yeah, well, that's spot on, Ronnie, because she showed that on the 8-point right. You've got to remember, there was a wave there where Sawyer and Betty Lou were on the same wave. Sawyer right up the point, Betty Lou getting that tail end of it that had that beautiful taper to it, as we see a bigger wave here. But look at the wall. It was passed on that one.
Yeah, that last wave came through at Sawyer for a 4.03, and even if that wave had a bit more space on it, it still might have been a trickier call for Betty Lou to take that with priority, knowing she's in pretty good control of the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, well, Betty Lou, I mean, she doesn't have to do that much to get better than that 5.5, but that wave there, it already had a section that was dropping too far down the line.
You touched on it before, Rabbit. The fact that these two have had relatively similar results, not a whole lot in it. You know, just a couple more heat wins going the way of Sawyer has her up in 7th. And Betty Lou's back in 13th position. At the back end of the top 10 and just outside, below that cut line, it's super compressed. And a semi-final finish for one of those competitors could see things just turn on their head. So this is a crucial heat for Betty, obviously, and one that Sawyer doesn't want to let go.
Well, you know, well said, because, I mean, between 7th and 13th, there's absolutely nothing in. In fact, there's this heat in it.
So here we go. Betty Lou drives up into the section. A really clean start. Maintains great speed. Arcing through that second turn and again through the third. Setting that rail a little deeper before going on the attack. Hitting the pocket a couple of times here. And even ducks in for a little bit of a pocket vision. Doesn't get fully covered, but that would have felt really nice. Great variation. Didn't need a whole lot to up the requirement. And that's probably going to do it, and do it well.
Yeah, that's a real consolidation wave, isn't it? Look great from the takeoff here. Betty Lou just waiting for this first manoeuvre. Really gouges off the top. And a beautiful wrap for the second. Just a great taper on this wave. Love this turn there. Snaps it really quick. Just a series of very confident turns. Check the water angle out, Bugs.
Yeah, great angle here. We see just how critical her turns are. And I love how she waited for this first turn, Rick.
Oh, just pivoting so well off. You could see her just stomping on the tail, really pressing against those fins and powering through the turn. Again, upper body, beautiful form. Just great extension, compression and extension all through these calves. And just always coming back to that power source.
And then Sawyer Lindblad got in on the exchange as well. This one behind Betty Lou's. Oh, wow, what a finish.
Huge turn to finish off. It was only the two-turn combination, but the strength of that final manoeuvre, that might put her right back into this.
Just under 14 minutes to go here. We've got scores on the way, and the heat of the round to watch unfold next as Katie Simmons gets set to hit the lineup.
down here on the Gold Coast Burleigh Heads for One Ways Flora Friday. We've got the Gold Coast Pro kicking off tomorrow, and today's all about bringing colour to mental health. Super stoked to partner with the World Surf League and Hydrolite. We've been running Free the Funk programs at the local schools and a salty session at the local beach.
You've got mental health and real conversations, which is so important. You've got dressing in colour. It instantly makes you feel alive and brings that stoke factor up. You've got community, which is such an important value to a lot of people, and having those people to have conversations with. And then the last part is the saltwater therapy.
Turn into a mate when you're out the back, and just having a chat about life is something that we all hold really dear to our hearts as surfers. And this ocean for us has really been a best friend, and in many ways the most brilliant therapist.
Today's all about bringing more colour to mental health through surfing. The community's behind me, and sometimes one way is all it takes to free the funk, and that's what One Way's all about.
Welcome back to the show. Scores are in from the last exchange between Sawyer Lindblad and Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, and it was the Hawaiian dropping a 7.5 and getting an edge over Sawyer again. Sawyer, her best wave, a 6.9, but the requirement has grown. She needs an 8.6.
But one, glimmer of hope there was that the Betty Lou got 5 manoeuvres on that, two or three of them at the higher end of the scoring criteria. But Sawyer, 2 big backhand blasts, Rich. She nearly got there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that really sends a message to Sawyer that if she can find that wave where she does 2 to 3, even 4 of those big backhand hooks, she's going to nail that excellent ride.
Just on 10 minutes to go, there's the panel scores. The average is a 7.5. It's a good position for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson to be in. 8.6 required for Sawyer. Waves on the way. And Sawyer, she's got that priority and would probably, as Bugs pointed out, be pretty inspired by the number she received for just 2 turns. This one just a little small. She opts to maintain control of the line-up here for a moment. Pristine conditions on offer. Absolutely loving this heat. Great matchup, and not out of reach yet for Sawyer Lindblad. Enjoyed Betty's just read on the conditions though. Quite often, Bugs, we say it, on a point break, you got to be patient. You got to let the wave stand up and do its thing. And I feel like Betty Lou's done that really well in this heat.
She's done it. She would have watched Molly's heat really well. Molly absolutely killed it. She picked the right waves for the forehand approach, getting multiple manoeuvres. But that one little section where, say, it hits the bank properly and you get 2 or 3 big gouges and carves and finishes it off, that's what Molly did, and that's what Betty Lou's done in this heat. So, her scores are right up there, an 8 and a 7.5.
9 minutes to go here. Molly Pickland-Vaughan stringing it together in that last heat. Stunning performance.
Oh, stringing it together and then some. I mean, mornings don't get much better than just paddling out at Sheet Glass Burleigh Point with one other surfer out and just ripping the joint a new one.
Exactly right. There was definitely a few people out in the morning, and then the thought of the potential will be on, and to have that glassy, long stack lines all the way down the point. It's a dream. It's like what we want to do. It's like why we want to do this job, and those are the moments that we remember. And yeah, that was sick. I was stoked to get a couple open face and rip into some.
It looks like you have reached another level this year. It just seems like your surfing is right on point, surfing with a lot of aggression. Is that a fair call?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, really. I think I'm just really want it. It's been a couple years now. I've felt it out. I look around and see kind of what I can do and where I can really put in my effort. And now it's kind of go time, I guess. It's been a few years. Not that I always turn up and want to win, but this time it just feels like I really want to win. I don't know, just a bit more each year.
We heard Rab say during your heat, that you're a student of the game. Where is your study when it comes to surfing this wave? Who do you look to?
Yeah, for sure. I think all the cooler kids, Lobby, obviously, he's grown up on this wave, and going all the way back to that, watching old events, and also to the ABB, NSB and everyone, they were up here, Holmesy, Russ, everyone was ripping that, and Macy, so I kind of was watching the ABB with Kobe in El Salvador, and I was like, whoa, we started staying tuned, because that was when they announced it's Burleigh, so we've been watching it for a little bit, but I haven't spent a whole heap of time. But I mean, it's a right-hand point break. Let your surfing do the talking, right?
Big time. And just before, like, what are your plans now? Are you going to head home to sort of focus on your own preparation, or are you going to stick around for this world champ versus 8 world champs heat?
I know. Yeah, I'm definitely sticking around. This next heat's crazy. I actually last night did a podcast with Katie, and the first question someone asked was, how do you feel about your next heat? And she's obviously like, it's toe for toe. They're going to be swinging, and I think it's really exciting because they're both very similar surfers, and just a new gen, and I won't even say old gen because it's so relevant, Steph. So I'm sticking around for sure. I want to see it. It's going to be fireworks, and yeah, hopefully they can slip into a couple little tubes.
Unreal, yeah. I'll be sitting right there with you, Mole. Let's watch it. Congratulations. Great performance.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone, for supporting, and it's going to be an epic day, so stay tuned, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Molly Picklum looking sharp, and just one of the many that are on the point here getting excited about this next clash. Katie Simmons up against Steph Gilmore, but have a look at what just dropped for Sawyer Lindblad. Here's a replay of it, an 8.17, Rich.
Wow, beautiful wave as she stands up. Comes around this first section, connects, carves off the top, straight back on the heel toe and gets to the finish. So a good 3-turn combination. The first one super strong, really carving off the top there, gets straight on the heel side bottom turn. Another beautiful carve, and then straight up for the third. So really in a tight space, she was able to get 3 super strong maneuvers.
Yeah, really impressive just to, get out of that second move, Bugs, and throw the board back onto that last section.
A backhand special, that one. One of the judges threw an 8.5. I mean, as Rick said, compressed, a bigger wave, the first turn, dynamic, and then just squeezing those the last 2 in without it looking like she was squeezing it in. Like, they were in tune. She read the wave well, and her speed was just perfect.
One of those situations too where that wave shut down a little earlier, so it wasn't tapering off. It was a good size section that she leant into. And now Betty Lou's probably thinking, well, it's time to get rid of this 7.5. She's on my heels. In fact, she just dropped the best number of the heat.
Yeah, they were really impactful, those maneuvers, weren't they? That first one in particular, just sizzling on the backhand.
This is their 4th round of 16 heat, these two.
So it's building. The rivalry is definitely building.
Yeah, well, Sawyer's got the edge, and Sawyer, despite the fact she's only had the 1 year, and we've seen Betty on tour for 3 years previously, has already finished higher than her on the ratings, which I'm sure isn't lost on Betty. So this is an interesting one.
Yeah, the seating situation's interesting too, because they are kind of locked into that seating zone with each other because they haven't been able to progress through the next round, through the quarter-final stage, which would put them in a different bracket.
Yeah, it's fun. So, and until we see that happen, we could see a couple more clashes between these two this year. 3.5 minutes remaining here at the moment. Approaching 10 a.m. local time, big crowd has been enjoying everything the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro has been throwing at them since day one of competition. But it hasn't just been the surfing. We've had live music. We've had the Shapers night the other night, and had the opportunity to lean into the craftsmanship knowledge of Britt Merrick, Chris Borst, Jason Stevenson, Darren Hanley, Mark Richards, Johnny Cabianca, Marcio Suvi. It was so cool. And an honour to host for myself and Vaughn. But I believe we're going to try and talk to some of the shapers throughout the day. But Betty Lou's had some big equipment changes in recent times, Rich. Some big coaching changes too. Worked with Ross Williams for years, rode the Slater designs, but now working with Tommy Whitaker and I believe on the Mayhems.
Yeah. So, when that change occurs, something always changes within your approach, and equipment change. I remember, making them throughout my career as well, and it changes the way you surf. It can be one board that goes, oh, okay, I'm going to approach this wave a little differently, and it's almost like you open up another just part of your performance that perhaps wasn't untapped yet. So clearly Betty Lou's tapped into a couple of, you know, extra notches on her performance now.
Oh, she sure has. And, you know, I want to tap into, you know, in your career, and I know it happened in mine, that you get a phase where you kind of do get locked into a seating zone with the same surfer, like, and there it is, around a 16, you go, oh no, not you again.
I was actually on the wrong side of it, Bugs, for most of my career. I always was sitting around the teens, and I would always, third round, come up against Andy or Kelly or, you know, Taj or whoever it may be. It kind of sucked.
Well, not a Trestles that day, it didn't.
No. Thanks for bringing it up again.
Oh, yeah. In a year where only three people broke through for victories when Kelly and Andy were dominating the tour. Yeah. Richie Lovett, Jake Patterson, Dean Morrison. Victorious.
Yeah, all time. Well, this heat...
Well, that's the box tick for today. We've got the Trestles mentioned in, and we'll slot it in there again tomorrow, Rich.
Thanks, mate.
Just under a minute remaining in this one. Sawyer's on the comeback mission, but Betty Lou's holding priority, and you can see her just trying to control and limit the opportunity here for Sawyer. And she'll be forced into this one. But it might have been an easy call. Beautiful looking wall. A little slow to start, but now starting to find some pockets to lay into. Blitzing this one as she comes hammering down the line. Climbs up over that final section, checks the clock, and wonders, have I done enough?
It would have been a very gutsy move to let that wave go.
Well, that would have been the wave, I think, that offered a 7.33 to a backhand surfer.
Here we go. Last shot at here for Sawyer Lindblad. She's got to get some big vertical turns done. Finds a section to swing into here. A lot of spray coming off the rail. Has good speed. Cleans it up for the finish. And all her finishes on a road through to this point early in the event have been saving herself in the final stages. Has she done it again there?
Wow, there's some good surfing. Gee, she's good at clutch moments, isn't she? My only question mark is just around the wave itself.
Yeah, the wave itself, and also, did Betty Lou improve on her position? So a fantastic exchange, and one for their own books, because this is how so many of their heats end.
Let's check the Bonsoy replay. Just forcing that first turn a little bit, but it was still a good one. Second one connects better with the lip. Right in the pocket, the second, third, and then the fourth turn to finish off. Really good speed transition between each turn. So it is now in the hands of the judges. Let's listen in here. We might get a word. Jake normally is not shy with an opinion.
Oh, the numbers come in already.
Good surfing,
Yeah, you can't really take away from the performance itself. She surfed absolutely out of her skin. Both women just putting on a great display.
Yeah, well, you said Jake wasn't shy of throwing an opinion out there. The first thing he said was good surfing, Sawyer. You know, the wave really just didn't have the points in it. She surfed it brilliantly. It wasn't enough to turn the heat, though. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson gets the victory and moves past Sawyer into the quarterfinals. A heat for the ages coming up next. We're going to bring Joe in for the call.
Round of 16, heat number 5, the heat that we've been waiting for. Caitlin Simmers taking on Stephanie Gilmore is the Hydrolite heat to watch. Steph Gilmore taking a break from full-time competition for the last couple of seasons and accepting the wild card here at home on the Gold Coast. She's the GOAT, 8 world titles. Katie Simmers is the reigning world champ, current world number 2 with a chance to be back in yellow if she can survive this heat. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. We've been waiting for this heat for a very long time. A couple of lay days and then this swell living up to the expectations. Sun's out, glassy perfection, and 2 of the best in pro surfing going head to head.
You could not dream up a better scenario right now. I mean, 2 of the best regular footers on the women's tour, you know, Stephanie Gilmore versus Katie Simmers on a big, long, perfect right-hand peeling point break.
This is what it's all about. For Steph Gilmore, she's got the record of 8 world titles, breaking that tie she had with Lane Beachley at the WSL finals, upsetting the world number 1 at the time, Carissa Moore. She's got the most wins in history with 33. Got that 33rd CT victory in El Salvador at Punta Roca on that year where she picked up the 8th world title. It's wild. She had wild card wins before her official debut, winning on the Gold Coast when she was still in high school in 2005. And even though Katie didn't get to see that live because she wasn't born yet.
Isn't that just crazy, right? Really puts it in perspective. But I mean, this is just one for the ages. This is going to be one that we talk about. We've dreamed of this scenario, and I spoke about it in their earlier matchup in the opening round, and I think we were on that one, Ronnie. Sorry, Joe. Were we, or maybe it was wrong? Can't remember. It was a while ago now. But you know, there's no doubt that, you know, Steph wants this matchup. Katie wants this matchup, and these 2, you know, Katie's definitely drawn influence from Steph's surfing as well. You see, there's no doubt about it. You see it in her style. So this is going to be really cool.
Here we go. Opening ride. We'll start off with the queen hustling down the line. Steph Gilmore is looking to start off with a big first turn, going down the stretch, tagging it, and having to go a long way for one maneuver. But the intensity is there. Accepting this wild card because it's home, because it's a right, because she respects the game, and she's very, very competitive. You wouldn't be winning 8 world titles if you weren't, even though she shares it with a happy smile. She's loose. She balances the best of the purists of the free surfing and the best successful tour surfers of all time. So she'll start with a long 2 flick, but you want to just celebrate the era that we're living in, with Steph taking on the best in the world once again.
Yeah, this is such a matchup. I mean, Steph was really holding that inside position, and when we were watching it, Joey, you know, they were battling up the back of the point. As now priority's been established. You can still see Katie sitting quite deep up the back of the point. Steph's now moved down, repositioned, and sort of just demonstrating, right, there is two takeoff areas.
Yeah, huge playing field. You can see they're just waiting for the countdown to kick off this heat because we had that buzzer beater moment, or buzzer beater potential score from Sawyer came up just short, and Betty Lou got the win. But the anticipation on the bluff under the pandanus trees, it kind of reminds you of those big Stubbies moments when everyone has showed up to watch this clash.
Oh, I mean, the hill is absolutely packed. There would be so many grommies, so many young girls as well, like just absolutely stoked to watch this go down. I know if I was a grommet and I was growing up surfing, I mean, this is the all-time battles that you dream of, you know. The reigning world champ taking on the 8-time world champ. And these 2 are everybody's favourites, you know. They come on tour and everybody loves them, not only because of the way they surf, but the way they carry themselves on land. And they're just both such inspirations. So, yeah, this is going to be cool to watch it all go down, Joey.
Well, speaking of grommets, we got the biggest one hanging out with a couple of them now, Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. There's no question this crowd has swelled. Like, it's double in size from even just an hour ago. There is a lot of froth, a lot of interest in this heat, as everyone wants to watch. I'll throw it back to you, Joey. Come back in a sec.
Yeah, sounds good, Vaughn. Vaughn looking towards the water, seeing Caitlin Simmers has a nice casual style, and she's got to get out there on the sandbank as I'll send it right back to Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. But yeah, as you were saying, Flick, you know, the big numbers are down here are big surf fans like Maddie and Maya. Obviously, you love Steph and Katie. Who are you backing for the win?
I want to see Katie surf again. I miss watching her on tour. So I want to see her rip.
And what about you, Maya?
I like Steph a lot, but Katie, I like her style and like those surfs.
True. And are you guys just having the best time ever down here watching these heroes surf in real life?
Yes, I'm so stoked to be down here and missing school.
Missing school, of course. And one day, do you hope to be here as well?
Yeah, I mean, I surf, but not a lot, but Maddie, I'd like to see Maddie here.
What do you reckon, Maddie?
Oh, this is definitely my dream.
Unreal. There you go. Dreams being made right now, watching these wonderful world champions surf, and maybe dreams of the future to be realised as well.
Well done. Thank you, Vano. Can't wait to see Maddie in this event in years to come. This is where you get inspired. When you grow up on the Gold Coast, you're lucky to see a lot of champs. You think about Steph from Kingscliff, growing up surfing Snapper Rocks, just running into Parko, Mick, Aki. I mean, the list goes on and on. It was easy to find heroes, inspiration, and now the next generation watching on. A lot of them were in the WSL Rising Tides. It was a packed house for that edition of the Rising Tides. Getting to talk to Katie and Steph and make plans for their debut on tour someday.
Yeah, I heard it was the biggest Rising Tides they've ever had, so really cool to see. And it didn't, you know, there was a bit of rain around. The surf was small, but everyone still came. They all showed up, and it's just such a cool experience for those girls, you know, to be able to surf with their heroes. And I heard Sally say it in a piece when we were down at Bell's, the Rising Tides piece there. You know, when we were growing up, we didn't have that sort of representation in the surf, those sort of idols to sort of, not even just idols, but the local idols at your beach to even hang out with. So times are changing, and it's so cool to see that support, not even just, you know, to foster these sort of world tour dreams, but just to foster an epic lifestyle that is surfing and everything that comes with it, just hanging with your mates and having a good surf, going and having a chat, social surf with your girlfriends. It's all good fun.
It's really hard to compare eras, isn't it? You know, the tour's different, schedule's different, rules can be different, sometimes equipment's different, but you can't help it sometimes, especially when you've got comparables with teenage phenoms like Katie Simmers, who's going against Steph, who once was that teenage phenom back in the day. Right now, you look at Katie, she achieved her first world title last year and her 6th CT event win. She achieved that 6th win and a world title in 24 events. That was after Abu Dhabi. For Steph, things happened really quickly. You know, back in 2007, she was a rookie. She got 6 wins, already had a world title, and that was in 11 events. So it was rapid fire for Steph, I suppose, in that maybe unfair comparison of going through 2 different eras.
Sort of unfair. I also think Katie has come up at a time when there has actually been, I'd say, a handful of women. And like, obviously the generation of Steph, there was definitely a lot of women at the forefront, but for me, Steph was noticeably better. And like, it goes without saying, you know, just look at the stats on paper. And I think, I mean, even that rookie year, she comes on and wins a world title. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. Even winning events before she was on tour, you know, when she was still in high school. I think Katie's come on with a whole big class. I mean, you even just look at the tour this year, for example. You look at each event has been won by a different woman on tour. And it just goes to show the level across the whole tour has risen, right? And I'm really interested to see, as we see that big sort of indicator at the back, means that we have sets on the horizon approaching.
Oh my goodness, look out the back, capping from the cove and setting up some possibilities for Steph and Caitlin Simmers. Look, the buoy is getting trampled by this one. I think the surf gods are with us in this hydrolite heat of the day. 2 world champs, a teenage phenom and a timeless icon owning the point here. Priority is with Steph Gilmore. Which one does she want? And one of the all-time greats digging in. Nice first snap. Lot of speed coming around the corner, just drills that open face hook as Katie's running on the one behind. There's the flow from Gilmore. Katie hits it in the pocket. Steph kicks out and Simmers lights up that open face hook. Hard off the bottom, blasting the lip right in front of Gilmore, and she kicks out.
Oh, there was just so much to digest there. I didn't know where to look. Steph was going, Katie took off. They were absolutely belting it. Classic Steph, you know, we saw those like traditional high lines that we see from her. Katie, just that sheer aggression and power. And that set absolutely delivered, Joey.
It certainly did, and Kaipo Guerrero got to enjoy that exchange from the water. What'd you see, my man?
It was incredible, right? And you saw it coming. You guys were ready for the set. But it was a contrast in style. You have the point bread style of Steph Gilmore, the GOAT, right? With the high line approach, very speedy approach, stylish approach. And then you get Katie Simmers, a lot more skatey on the water. She got some air under her board one time. Katie Simmers looking like she's got some, like a skateboard, right? Like a set of independent trucks with the red soft bushings there. So a contrast of styles between these two, but it was very enjoyable to watch right here.
Love it, Kaipo. We're still watching the replays of what you just got to witness. The Oceanside influence, Katie Simmers. Point break groomed icon of Steph Gilmore flick.
That turn. Are you kidding me? How much rail was buried then? It was just classic Steph. She gets that little tap here. Doesn't get the big, like, wow moment finish because behind her, I think I'm trying to, like, make separation here and sort of see the differences, but we go out the back. We watch Katie. I mean, it was a good read by Kipes. I mean, he kind of nailed it, you know, obviously Oceanside beach break. You've got Steph, grew up on the point breaks. She did throw in the couple of high lines there. And I can't wait to see how the judges break this down. One thing I will note, Katie had that really strong finish, but that one wrap of Steph, and anytime you're surfing a really down the line point break style wave and you're able to pivot like that and get that rotation all the way back to the face, the foam and the power source, I think they're really going to enjoy that. So I can't wait to see the breakdown here.
Rolling in, potentially thinking about it on the way back out. Looked like Steph Gilmore took a long look there. First reaction of scores comes to Steph Gilmore with a 6.67. Now judges taking their time to see Katie Simmers. Katie was on the wave behind Steph. Gilmore still paddling back out, so Katie's able to get first priority. That was smart. Katie Simmers' coach, Tommy Whitaker, same coach that coached Gilmore to that 8th world title season.
Isn't that just a funny little thing for the cherry on top? Just so good, right? Just think about the relationship, you know, that Tommy Witz would have with Steph, you know, after all those years and obviously coaching her to that 8th world title and now seeing Katie to her first. So there's so many things to be said about this heat and especially that last score dropping in.
Look at this. 4 excellent decisions. And one that drops under excellent will get thrown out anyway. It's an 8.0 from Katie Simmers, winning that exchange over Steph Gilmore by a pretty significant margin.
I feel the second wave of the set had a bit more size to it. It had size, which means it comes with power and speed. And you think about Katie's turns, I'd need to watch her wave just alone and not with, it was too hard with watching Steph's in the foreground. But you know, she got that really dynamic finish with a lot of power. Steph didn't have that wow moment at the end. She obviously had those couple of beautiful turns at the beginning, but I think it comes with just the pure size of the wave, allowing more power and speed through the turns, and just that really big finish. Just that, okay, yeah, this is a good feeling for the judges. You know, once they, okay, let's have a look. This is it. Ask and you shall receive. So a little bit bigger this wave. She flies around the face and goes straight up into the lip. Comes around this section, digs the rail, and she times this last turn here. So, I mean, that was the moment, right? I mean, it was hard to tell when you're looking into the face of the wave, but once you see that angle, you see the degree of difficulty on that last turn. The way she threw her arm back, sort of had a little bit of a layback variation. 8-point ride.
Solid. That finish was brilliant from the 19-year-old world champ Katie Simmers, putting pressure on wildcard Stephanie Gilmore. Last heat was a battle. Betty Lou ended up on top. She's on the glass with Laura Eniver.
Yes, Betty Lou, what a battle. Nervous moments at the end there, but you and Sawyer going blow for blow in that heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that was really exciting, just to be in a heat like that, and yeah, just exchange, good waves, and yeah, we're really happy. I'm really happy to get over that one. Yeah.
And you know, talk us through this morning, because we got down here, the corduroy lines were coming through, so many amazing waves, but the first 2 heats were slow. What were you and Tommy sort of taking out of that, and what was coming out of his notebook there?
Yeah, his notebook, he whipped it out. We kind of really just identified the banks and made it more detailed, and just trusting the banks and knowing where the waves were going to go. But yeah, the first 2 heats were really slow. There was a restart in one of those heats, and yeah, kind of just trusting that the ocean will provide. And as the tide was dropping out, hopefully that it would pulse back in, but usually the low tide kind of takes away the energy. But yeah.
And you're surfing with so much confidence, you know, big score after big score in the first couple of heats at this event. How are you feeling? You know, talk us through your boards.
Yeah, feeling really great. I'm really strong on my legs, and my boards feel so magical here. I'm really stoked to have worked with Matt to get this batch done, actually back in Hawaii. But yeah, these boards feel really amazing and really fast, and I'm super happy that my boards feel amazing, and I can just trust that.
So good. We're into the quarterfinals. Let's go watch this battle royale. It's been exciting so far. See ya.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Betty Lou. Betty Lou in the quarters to take on Molly Picklum as that rivalry continues to build. And this one still has 11 minutes to go in a world champ seat. We'll be right back after this.
My name is Stephanie Gilmore. I live here on the Gold Coast. There's so much to do. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, heading to a cafe for a really yummy coffee and a breakfast, and then take a drive into the hinterland. It's such a luscious rainforest, so close to the beach. I've traveled a lot in my time, and every time I come home, I'm always so grateful to have grown up here in this wonderful place of the world.
It is an unbelievable morning here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Round of 16 is just enjoying the best surf we've had throughout this waiting period for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And 2 of the greats going at it once, just getting started. A 19-year-old teenage prodigy named Katie Simmers from Southern California, taking on the timeless icon, the greatest of all time, Steph Gilmore, coming out of retirement from just a hiatus from competitive surfing, deciding to take a year off. Then it turned into another year off, and she's been playing music with Spiderbait on the stage, going on surf trips with her sponsors and friends. And you know, when you create a legacy as the best ever, you get to kind of do whatever you want. And we love her signing up for this event as a wild card, being right at home. Just shows how much she loves and respects the tour, the professionals like Katie Simmers, knowing that she was right where Katie was not that long ago.
Yeah, I think, you know what, Steph deserves it. She's dedicated her whole life to this tour, and, you know, it's been 20 years, I think, of her competing, and you know, with that, obviously, it's the best job in the world. There's no doubt about it. We love surfing and we love doing it, but with that comes, you know, sacrifices and dedication, and it is the best, and it's a very privileged job. But I think right now, this year for her, or the last couple of years, has, you know, it's exploration, it's surfing waves, you know, on the Rip Curl search trips where she wants to go, and, you know, go exploring with Tom Curran, with Mason Ho, go surf these cool waves in Indonesia. Do I want to play a bit of music with Spiderbait? Yes, I do. You know, and if you get the opportunity to come surf in your hometown as a wild card just down the road on a right-hand point break, you're not going to say no. I just think, you know, whether we see her make a return or not, I think whatever decision she makes obviously will be the right one for her. And obviously we'd love to see her back, but I mean, these sort of scenarios right now, I mean, that is why the hill's packed, you know. No one quite knows what a decision might be, and you just don't know what the future might hold. And I think that's why these matchups are so important, because it's, you know, that this new era taking on, you know, the greatest of all time in women's surfing. So you just don't know where it's going to go. And I mean, we've got 6:40 on the clock, and at the moment, we've got the new era out there with the lead with this 8-point ride, but you just are never going to count out Steph.
One thing we were talking about earlier was just the difference of eras, which is really fun to break down. And you hit some great points. You know, we kind of came off this run of just single names owning pro surfing. You kind of go back to the 90s with Lisa Anderson, 4 in a row. Then it was Lane's turn. Lane actually still has the record for 6 world titles in a row. No one's ever done that. She ended up with 7 a couple of years later. But it was just so owned by one name. There wasn't this balance of like someone who's 15th, 16th in the rankings might win the event. It just wasn't really happening that way, or contesting for a world title. Where we have now with Katie's peers, look at the season we've had with different winners. We've had Caroline Marks get a title, then Katie winning the following year, and a crazy final decision last year at Lowers. So I think it's a compliment to the talent on tour of where it's become, and the door was busted down by Steph. You know, Carissa came on tour. Steph already had a few world titles. Then Tyler came on in 2011. And then it was the 3 of them kind of owning surfing for about 15 years together.
I think it's also a testament to just women's sport and just the movement we've seen all over the world, right? We've seen, you know, the Women's World Cup, soccer absolutely popped off. The support we've seen from that, the WSL, the time they're putting into the women's tour, you know, the extension of the women's tour. We've got Rising Tides events. I just feel, you know, and women are surfing at Pipe now. You know, the two tours mirror each other. I think there's been a real effort go into that, and I think we're seeing the rewards from this. And, you know, you give the opportunities, you put the time in. You know, we just haven't had that as women on tour, and we're finally getting to see it.
Here we go, 4:45 to go. Steph Gilmore just needs a 4.07. Just the cleanest little wrap. Carve to tail release, and now run it after this inside track over that shallow sandbank. Bottom drops out, she floats it. Incredible timing. And smart move there from Steph under priority to try to sneak into the lead. 4:22 to go.
It's classic Steph, right? I mean, she was never not going to time that last section. Think about how many times she's come up with a section like that on the Superbank, you know, up at Snapper. That section's been eating people alive this morning, you know. A couple of the girls have been getting detonated. She's just got great timing. Just think about how many times she's done that. She's only chasing a 4.07. Got to be thinking that things could be flipping here, but let's have a look. So smaller wave, she was down the line, positioned. Just gets a bit of space between herself and Katie. She's that beautiful trademark wrap. Obviously the wave size is small here, but she's got a good read, you know. I mean, just nice, silky smooth, not over surfing it, just really well timed. And then Katie behind her.
Katie gets a little flick off that whitewater section. Casual little fade on that Chris Borst design, pushes a bit harder. Nice transition back to the pocket. Staying in control. And just continuous maneuvers. She ends up falling on that extended wrap. And Tommy Witz just puts his head down on the fall. He's wearing a San Diego Padres hat. Katie Simmers got to throw out the first pitch that Major League Baseball game recently, as we see what happened from the takeoff.
Yeah, so here we go. I mean, Katie's just trying to improve her situation. She's got the excellent score. Taps it up into the lip. This wave a bit more slopey, so she's got more of a horizontal approach here. She's just trying to put that pressure on Steph. She knows if she just unloads here a couple of times, she's definitely going to do that. You can see a bit of hesitation in that surfing, I think. You know, you just, you know, cast your mind back to the 8-point ride and how free she was. She understands the weight of this heat. She understands what it means to come up against Steph.
Scores in for Steph Gilmore. It's a 6.17. The icon turns the heat under priority. Katie Simmers needs at least a 4.84 on that last one we saw with the fall. Sometimes you just have to think about the wave itself first. See the lines that Steph drew with a lot of confidence. A bit more precision as well to get that 6.17. And the pocket of that wave for Katie stayed pretty slopey. However, she tried to hammer multiple sections, just continuous turns down the stretch, passing the IC 2-minute warning. Gosh, this heat's flown by.
I don't know where this is going to go. I think it could go either way. It's hard for me to really nut this one out. Looks like Steph might be having... She's got priority now, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, Katie gets the score, leaves Steph out the back, you know, chasing a number, you know, maybe right now it's just going to be interesting to see what Steph does, because there's the very real potential Katie could get this number.
Last score coming in for Katie Simmers. It is not enough. A 4.5. Simmers still needs a 4.84. Steph Gilmore has priority and the lead as we approach the final minute. And Katie will have to try to figure out a way to find some space to try to turn this one around. Remember, Gabby Bryant knocked out of the event as world number 1, losing to Luana Silva. Katie Simmers, world number 2, under pressure now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by the score. I think the first couple of turns, you know, it was a slopier face wave. First turn was a little bit mistimed. I mean, she definitely had a couple of moments there, but I'm going to be interested to see just how competitive Steph is. Is she closing down this gap? Yeah, she's closed down the gap, most certainly, I think, between the two. She's probably, she's actually quite far up the point. That's quite interesting. I mean, obviously this ocean right now, you can see the indicators. It's looking pretty sleepy, but to me, it's interesting she's giving her this space.
This is big for Steph Gilmore. What a moment for the 8-time world champ. Hasn't been on tour for a while now, a couple of seasons off, straight into a high gear against the best in the world, certainly inspired by this new generation. And with 3 seconds on the clock, we'll close this one out. The Hydrolite heat of the day goes to the queen, 8-time world champ. Shows off that unbelievable prowess on the right-hand point breaks right at home here on the Gold Coast and eliminates world number 2, Katie Simmers.
Wow, that was pretty exciting. You know, it's fireworks and wow, the GOAT. I'm so excited we get to see more of Steph because, I mean, either way it could have gone, but you just never know where Steph's career is going. So it's cool. Another close one.
And they both lived up to the hype. Katie with an 8 in the loss as we go to the GWM recap.
Yeah, this heat started off, Steph started off strong, right? And all of a sudden we're thinking, okay, she take off in the first wave of the set here, and we're thinking, wow, she's laying into this. I mean, she's definitely going to be dropping a good score, but behind her, Katie, second wave of the set, bit bigger. This wave, an 8-point ride. And she's thinking, oh, wow, Katie's got this on lock. She's really asking the question of the 8-time world champ. And stomped that turn right in front of Steph, and then Steph behind her managed to find space, right? Katie had priority, and she was only chasing a 4, locks in this 6 on this smaller wave, takes it through the inside, banks off this floater. So overall, I mean, this was a good fight back from Steph, and I guess, you know, finding the space in the lineup to, lock in the couple of 6s. But, I mean, it was a close matchup once again, like that opening round. Steph, 12.84 to Katie, 12.50.
What a heat. Steph Gilmore moves on to the quarterfinals as the round of 16 continues. Lakey versus Aaron Brooks coming up next. Steph Gilmore's autograph. It's like sunshine sealed in script. You get to take a little bit of the Gold Coast home with you. What an icon, what a performance. The GOAT of professional surfing, Steph Gilmore, with the win over Katie Simmers to eliminate world number 2 and the reigning world champ, as she will be with the winner of this heat, Steph Gilmore, versus either Lakey Peterson or Aaron Brooks here in the round of 16, heat number 6. You can see that beautiful national park there, which is the headland here at Burleigh Heads. Those iconic towers in the backdrop that have been there for decades. You can see even the font on top of those big hotels have gone back into style, that vintage classic type look that you love here in Australia. Whipping a first turn is the rookie from Canada, hopping down the line. Drives into a punchy section. Brooks on the board, Lakey to answer. And the Californian up and down. We are underway, Flick, a classic one here. Regular versus goofy, veteran versus rookie. The waves are still looking incredibly fun.
Oh, it's looking so good out there. You just, you know, this is so, it's such dreamy Gold Coast conditions. It's turquoise waters, not a drop of water out of place. Just stunning Burleigh. You know, I think we came into this event and the forecast has been changing, you know, and we were thinking, you know, what kind of waves are we going to get? We went on hold for a couple of days, but we waited for the right reason. I mean, it's just so beautiful out there. Erin's opening wave, I mean, every time she stands up, I'm just so impressed by the amount of speed that she carries. I mean, it's going to be a small, inconsequential score, but just, she surfs at a different pace. You know, it's noticeable. I just, already, I'm like, wow. I mean, so speedy, so snappy, and just so acute with her surfing.
Such a great call. There's different words in the judging criteria. Speed is one of them, and you'd think for Aaron Brooks working with Jake the Snake Patterson, one of the great surfing minds, you might think about those judging components and go, what's the point of difference that you have? And it's being lightning fast. 4.17 start quickly for Aaron Brooks, and that'll feel good. She knows there's better waves out there. Short ride, surfing being rewarded with that 4.17. Lakey up and out and has priority. Aaron in the Rookie of the Year race with Bella Kenworthy and Vahine Fierro. Really fun rookie class. And Aaron probably with the most expectations on herself as far as rookie height goes to win a world title in her first try. Everyone's kind of calming down, letting, you know, she's a teenage phenom with a lot to learn, but she certainly wants to learn it fast.
She definitely wants to learn fast. I think it's hard, right? I think she's probably come on as well with her own expectations. And I think that, you know, she probably isn't necessarily thinking where she would want to be either. And, but, you know, what she has to remember is she is just so young, like you mentioned, Joey. I mean, 17 years old, and I think it's so easy to get carried away. I mean, you easily can, because she won an event as not even as a wild card last year in Fiji, and we all got to see the taste of Erin that we've been waiting for. You know, we saw it on the Challenger Series. We saw it, you know, here at, when it was up on Snapper Rocks at the beginning of last year, and, you know, the 10-point ride she got behind the rock, one of the best ridden barrels, you know, men or women. But, and then obviously we saw it again in Fiji where she won and took home the W. But I think comes with so much expectation, and she would have put that on herself. But what she's got to remember, she's just so young, you know, and everyone's journey looks different. You know, I think it's easily, we started drawing comparisons to, you know, Steph Gilmore and the rookie year on tour and her winning that world title. And it's easy, but everyone's journey looks different. And I think, you know, Erin's probably will realise that. And people peak at different ages and different parts of their career. And I mean, she's only just getting started.
Well, I think it's the type of personality as well that a second place just is not part of the program, you know, and it can be very hard to walk away with a loss. It's like learning how to lose is such a big part of the narrative when you are a rookie, but when you strive for excellence, you achieve so much, you get on tour and you experience that harder road that was a lot harder than the Challenger Series, a lot harder than anything you've taken on. The growth comes from taking positives out of performance. It says learning to not repeat the same mistakes. And gosh, Erin's moving so quickly in such a positive direction. Always has a bright message to send to the next generation. As WSL Rising Tides crew, just a few years younger than Erin. You know, she was right there, a part of the mix. As we see a quick up and down again from Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, I think maybe she's maybe a little bit nervous. That was quite a small wave to take off on. I mean, unless it just diminished in wave height. But I think she's just thinking, okay, like Erin's already locked at 4:17. You know, there's 10 minutes almost that have knocked off this heat. She's maybe feeling a little bit of those nerves. But 20 minutes is still a really long time out there. And there's plenty of opportunity. We've seen when those sets come in, they're coming in threes, you know, fours even. So she's kind of just handed back priority, though, to Erin. So Erin right now sort of sitting out there in the driver's seat.
These two surfers on great equipment, both riding boards from shapers that are from Southern California. Some people call Santa Barbara Central Coast. I guess technically it's still Southern California, but with a Central Coast type attitude. As we look at a wave here setting up for Erin Brooks' backhand. Snap, little carve, and now a wall that's not really bowling just yet, but she'll hang in there. Light on her feet. She's able to throw one snap up in the lip. She will get hung up and incomplete on the effort. Yeah, she's on the boards for Matt Biolis, San Clemente, Lakey Peterson, Santa Barbara, shaper Britt Merrick. Britt's dad, Al Merrick, very famous, one of the most successful shapers of all time when it comes to creating surfboards that created world title moments. From Kim Merrick back in the 80s. Being from Santa Barbara, she was a huge inspiration for young Lakey. Before WSL Rising Tides program, she just got to find free surf sessions with Kim. As we look at Erin's last wave.
Yeah, just so snappy, so whippy. This one had a funny bend in it. I mean, you can see it get a bit funky here. She sticks with it, you know, kind of say it bends out, back out towards the ocean, and then it hits this really cupped out section. And it's hard enough on your forehand when you're facing the wave, but that sort of a section on your backhand, we saw Sawyer kind of tackle it pretty well a couple of heats ago, just sort of that lip line sort of floater. That one was really tricky though, had a very funny angle on it, but yeah, those up into lip sort of windscreen wiper moments are really hard, really challenging. It's sort of a bigger set roll through right now.
Here we go, Lakey has priority. Not in the right spot for that one. Chasing a 6.61. Erin's two scores, a 3.17 and a 4.17. But she knows what it's like to get that magical, perfect number. One of the best waves we've seen ridden. Erin Brooks last year on the Gold Coast Pro as a Challenger Series event. It was like one of those, where were you when Erin Brooks packed that 10 behind the rock?
Oh, this thing was nuts. I mean, I watched it live and I couldn't believe it. I've said it so many times, I just feel it was the best barrel ridden that whole event, men or women. It was a 10 before she'd come, like after she came out of the barrel, and then she clocked off these few turns on the inside as well. So, I mean, she just blew the scale out of proportion here, and we were thinking, oh my goodness, we know you charged when it gets big and on your forehand, but she just really gave us a demonstration of her skills on her backhand too when it comes to tube riding. And yeah, it was just a sign of good things to come. I mean, later on that, you know, last year, she ends up getting a win as a wild card on the tour in Fiji. So she had many moments last year.
Our friends at Yeti hooking up those magical moments with Yeti 110 Tundra coolers filled with signature Yeti products. They're on hand here at Burleigh Heads. If you're here locally, come check them out. Greg and Ash are super friendly. They'll show you everything they've got there. And usually they've got some specialty one-off Yeti products to coincide with this special event, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Second stop with the GWM Aussie Treble. Nice pickup from Erin Brooks. Snap through the foam, end section approaching, and puts a lot into that. You can really see her trying to make her turns look big. She's so fast. She really wants to get a bit more spray flying off the tail. And maybe an oncoming section can help those scores move a little bit higher on the scale.
Yeah, that was a bigger wave too. I mean, which just naturally comes with bigger sections. I think, you know, I noticed the difference from, you know, the wave previous to that, the one where she fell. And yes, it was a smaller section, but kind of looked like she didn't meet that section with the same sort of speed. Whereas that one, she had a lot of speed going into that. She just powered her way through. So they were two big turns on a bigger section. So naturally, you've got to be thinking, okay, it's going to, you know, make this job a bit harder for Lakey right now, just improve on this situation. Let's see. So she went up so late to that first turn. She gets around this and then just absolutely belts that. Rides out cleanly too. I think you can get a bit lost in that foam and that converging bit of whitewash. So that's going to feel good for Erin.
Standing by for those numbers. And it is Erin's best so far, 5.83. Good adjustment there, seeing one with more sections to really rip off of, and she'll ditch the 3.17. Now Lakey needs a 9.27 to go straight into first. So the rookie from Canada building her total out front is a great opportunity to check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, Joe, I don't know if you guys are seeing it from over there in what's happening. It's another mood to Burleigh, acting more like a beach break. We've had those point break moments, but right now it's a couple of different peaks. Erin caught that one way wide on the bank. It's almost into the beachy area here, and Lakey's just stuck up there in the traditional kind of takeoff, which has been the traditional takeoff, but Lakey Peterson up here on a nice Burleigh wall, Joe.
Yeah, that looked great, Kaipo. Nice couple of points there for Lakey to dig in. And Kaipo breaking down the couple of stories you have here at Burleigh Heads, how it can shift on you as the tide drops. You can have sections that might make you feel like you're at maybe a two-turn combo beach break as we see Lakey's approach.
Yeah, this wave just, you know, really fast peeling, but these were well-timed turns. This last one too, really beautiful. You could see that she even got a little bit of fin release there. So nice little jab up in the pocket. This closing turn here, that one was done really nice. Just really cruisy, really sure-footed as we see Erin.
Erin with a big wind-up, cracks the lip line, right into a wrapping turn, quickly snapping again. She can load up so quick, and how about the finish? Erin Brooks feeling it. Tail dropped out, but remained in total control. There's that risk management when you see a big section. You want to throw everything at it and hope you have your flow to come out the other end, and she did that really well. Got a 5.83 out of the panel on the wave previous, and that one's got to be better.
Yeah, 100% it's going to be better for sure. Bigger wave face. She strings off a bunch of different turns here, and she's improving with each wave. I mean, she's just getting more and more confident. You can see that. She's pushing harder. This wave, too, was a quality wave. I mean, you can tell straight away. I mean, this has got to be at least a couple of points better than the 5.83. I mean, you may be inching up into that excellent range, just the degree of difficulty on the turns, how hard she's pushing. You can see she's not hesitating here too, which I love. And that's the kind of approach that we've, you know, come to know and love from Erin, is that she just does not hold back. And once she gets sort of momentum in a heat and that confidence, she just runs with it. And we're seeing that happen right now.
That was insane for Erin Brooks. Big finish. The rhythmic timing of the backside turn just got better down the stretch, and then a big bowl out finish. That was unbelievable. Well, we got to watch her 10 from last year, and she got incredibly close with just maneuvers the following year. Now as a rookie on the CT, and look at her just get a little pep in her step and her paddle when she heard that sound over the loudspeakers. A 9.43 for the effort. One of her best numbers she's had in this amazing career that's just getting started.
It's so cute, right? When you see her, you just realize that she is such a grommy still, and like anyone's going to be excited getting the 9.43. It's an absolute sick score, but you can just see she just like wears her heart on her sleeve, and I mean, it's going to fire her up, and she's just going from strength to strength out here. She has put some serious pressure on Lakey right now, asking the question from the veteran. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens now once she's feeling this comfortable, because where's she going to take this? Let's look at this 9.43 one more time, just straight up into the lip. Just no hesitation. And just gaining confidence with every turn too. You can see, yeah, really trying to work on those, making those maneuvers bigger, more powerful, throwing more spray. For me, I just love the finish to this wave though. It was just, I love it when a wave starts strong and finishes strong. It leaves such a good impression in the judges' minds. And that thing, she blew all three fins out the back of that closing maneuver. I mean, it was so on the line. It was so critical. So, wow.
Kaipo, what'd you see from the 9.43?
Well, what I saw was excellent surfing, but then also great ocean knowledge. Again, I talked about how it's kind of turning more beach breaky. The wave that Erin's been catching have been way wider than where Lakey's been sitting. And there's more energy here. You feel the energy coming in. The swell's bigger just because of where the angle of the swell right now. So that was the zone right there that gave her that opportunity, that gave her that wave to go off on. Now, I feel Erin knows that she's got a lead. Now she's inching closer up the point, more to where the surfers started off at the beginning of this heat. But that was just a smart, audible on Erin's behalf, on reading the ocean, moving her position, and getting that wave and then performing on that wave.
Thank you, Kaipo. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Jake the Snake Patterson identified that change of where Erin should be getting her big scores. And if Erin's just relying on her instincts to see where the scoring potential is. Lakey Peterson trying to get back into this heat. First twist and wrap in the pocket, and she is still frustrated trying to link in a long right-hander. Will she adjust and find some big sections that Erin Brooks has been finding? 9-4-3. Brooks way out in front. We'll be right back. Great opportunity to download TrueSurf. If you don't have this game on your phone, you gotta get it. You can surf in real life conditions on the Gold Coast with the best surfers in the world. And right now, it's pumping. It's the best we've had in the waiting period. So surf in those live conditions we have now. Download the App Store and on Google Play, and see how you're gonna do, just like the world's best get to do on the Gold Coast of Australia. Surfing with unbelievable conditions from the morning call. We knew it was going to be a huge day. The goal is to get all the way through the round of 32, heat number 10 for the men, if we can, always conditions permitting, but right now it's flawless. You always got to adapt though with the changing of the tides and have great wave selection. That's always interesting to break down. It's gone in favor of the rookie Erin Brooks so far. In the lead up to stop 6 of the season, for Erin Brooks, her best single score this year was a 7.43 at the CT level. She's beat that by 2 points.
Wow. Well, I mean, she's got good feelings from the Goldie. I mean, last year, Challenger Series, different wave, snapper, but still a point break. And, I mean, yeah, it was a barrel she got the 10 on, but the way she was surfing that event, I mean, I was calling it. I saw her backhand. I saw how deadly it looked. On point breaks, and I kind of thought, wow, okay, come next season, if she does qualify, she's going to do really well. If, you know, snapper was in the conversation, as we see Lakey.
Important ride here for the Californian. Lakey getting stuck and has to step off. Meanwhile, Erin Brooks on a better piece of water, glistening in the sun, and she's smashing sections. The roll continues for the Canadian rookie. Wow. Lakey Peterson just can't get a rhythm going. And Erin Brooks is just doing whatever she wants, now trying to better a 5.83.
Wow, just by the strength of those last few turns we saw, I'm not sure what was done before, but she's locked in the 9.43, and it's just given her so much confidence. You can see even again, she's pushing even harder on that last wave. The way she's powering through the turns, it's just given her so much confidence. So I'd say if there was more damage done before that, I'd say she's improving on the 5.83 and potentially putting Lakey into a combo situation. Let's have a look. This is Lakey's first wave. This is Lakey's wave. Smaller wave. She's looking disinterested. She kicks out, and then here we have Erin. She's positioned so well here. Around this section, beautiful hit here. Look how hard she pushes right there, and then drives through this section. Just a big finish once again. So I'm saying she's putting Lakey into a combo.
I think you just nailed it, Flick. 6.83 to follow the 9.43. Erin Brooks has Lakey Peterson comboed, meaning that Lakey needs 2 new waves in 5:30 on the clock. Combo is a good word if you're doing big combinations of turns, or if you beat your opponent by combo, that's a huge win, especially when you're a rookie on tour. It's a terrible feeling when you're combo. That means if you have priority, you can't turn the heat in one wave, so you got to have really good time management. With 5:15 to go, it can happen, especially for Lakey, who's been so strong on the Gold Coast in her career. Even kicked off the season world #1 back in 2018 when she won the event. But she can't waste too much time sitting out the back.
No, not at all. And you know, you just got to think, you know, how consistent are these sets? And these girls, you know, they would have been timing this and knowing, you know, just roughly how many sets you're getting per heat. We just saw one. Erin just took off on that last wave of the set. I mean, you roll the dice, you get another opportunity, but will you get another opportunity for a second set? That's the question. You know, even if she locks a 10 in, she's still chasing a 6.26. So looks like she might have an opportunity here. She looks like I still feel, you know, Lakey's moved down though. I will say that now. She really has changed her positioning. Looks like we've got a wave rolling in now.
Let's see if Lakey can get back in the seat, break free of the combo that the rookie has on her. Peterson with a lot of board speed, and she will float over the roof. Hard off the bottom, nice section to finish up on. Can still see a little bit of the body language, seeing some frustration there from Lakey, but it was a clean 2-turn combo, but she knows she's comboed with 3:50 to go. And has been surfing so well this year. Had a tough loss at Punta Roca when she felt she should have got the jump on Sawyer Lindblad. Had some great moments at Bells. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just a smaller wave. I understand she has to go because she needs 2 waves, but this wave, unfortunately, isn't really the opportunity. She did great surfing on it, and, you know, it is going to lock in one of her top 2 scores, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Lakey right now. I think, you know, I think back to the start of the heat and positioning. I hear what Kuiper was saying, you know, Erin positioned so much wider and maybe registering that that's where those scoring potential waves were. Lakey a bit further up the point, and maybe that was a little bit of an error there from Lakey, but she's going to know that. And, I mean, this is going to sting, but, I mean, 3 minutes on the clock, it's looking unlikely.
9.43 for the rookie, her best number she's had at the CT level this year on tour. We've got a new contender for the Mopi power move on that big finish.
That thing was serious. I mean, from this angle, you just see how big the section is. She blew the fins. It was full fin release out the back of the wave, comes down with the explosion and stomps it. And on your backhand too, it's so hard, those sections. I mentioned it before, gets so shallow, so cupped out. So Erin kind of looks like she might be making a move here for a wave.
Erin Brooks takes a long look and will commit for a moment, looking like she's over it. Just couldn't help herself, had to check it out. How badly do you want to surf right now?
Wow, it is as good as it gets right now. It looks so fun.
Little wedge popping up for Lakey Peterson, trying to adjust her positioning, but maybe just too late. And just a frustrating matchup. She had big plans for this heat, big plans for the rookie. And like Kaipo mentioned, just Erin Brooks adjusting to where she was sitting, seeing the scoring potential move down the bank was really the difference in the world. Found her spot, got her best score she's ever had on tour, backed it up with a 6.83, 90 seconds to enjoy this lead and priority in an uncrowded Burleigh Heads lineup.
Yeah, I think, you know, if she gets another opportunity, I think we're going to see her, you know, you can see she's excited, right? I mean, she just took off on that last wave. She's having a really long look at it. You can tell she just wants to surf more. I mean, you get these sort of, just absolutely pumping Burleigh with only one other person out. So much opportunity. You've got such a stranglehold of the heat. I feel like she's going to want to try something big, push it a bit more. It looks like she's having a little bit of a paddle here for this one.
So she'll just let that one go, hold court out the back. As she will be very excited to get an opportunity to battle with Steph Gilmore in quarterfinal number 3. All these young teenage phenoms are getting a chance to see how their surfing compares to the all-time great.
That is so cool. I mean, just to think about another amazing matchup. It just, Erin, these are the matchups, you want these matchups, you know, you've come on, you've got all this, you know, hype about you, you sort of prodigy, you know, and as we see Lakey now.
Just getting right into the beach, what would be a frustrating heat to get going. She'll just try to enjoy this last wave as she rides her way through, and Erin's still fired up on the wave behind her. Maybe one of the quickest transitions we have on tour, especially backhand. That's Erin Brooks. Big heat win for Erin, big heat win for Canada. What a story she's been. Such an exciting part of the rookie class. And learning on the fly. Started with 4s and 3s, shifted her spot on the bank, and she made it rain.
Wow, that was one of those heats where you just surf and you're not putting a foot wrong, right? It just feels like you go from strength to strength and your confidence goes through the roof. It's going to be interesting to see what this does for her throughout the rest of the event, and, you know, how she's going to approach this next heat, the quarterfinal that she's got coming up with Steph too.
17 years old. What were you doing at this time? Erin Brooks is ripping on tour, taking down huge names like past Gold Coast champions, point break specialists like Lakey Peterson. Nice heat control from start to finish as Erin moves on. Isabella Nichols, the champ from Bells, takes on Trials champ Sophie McCulloch. All about the Sunshine Coast in that battle. Bringing Ronnie and Rich for the call. Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events. Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300. Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome back to the show. Heat 7, the round of 16 continues. And we're on the lookout for quarterfinalists. The Bells champ, Isabella Nichols, coming from 4th position on the ladder. She'll be up against Sophie McCulloch, who's got CT experience, but she won through into this event via the trials. And Sophie spends a lot of time here in this lineup at Burleigh Heads. She could be a major threat in this one. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Richie Lovett. And Rich, can Isabella hang on through this Australian leg? The GWM Aussie treble. That Tank 300 up for grabs. How do you like her chances in this clash?
I do like her chances. I just feel like she's coming in with a lot of confidence and a lot of energy. The form is clearly there. And, you know, this is a pet event for her. She would have seen this coming up on the schedule and gone, yep, I'm going to put a big old circle around this one because it's right in her wheelhouse. But in saying that, you know, she's up against another Sunny Coast girl. So they're both, you know, very, very accustomed to these style of waves. This is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, they love those right-hand point breaks. Sophia McCulloch from Alexandra Headland. But Isabella's been spending a lot of time down here as sort of fixed herself on the north coast of New South Wales. Snapper Rocks is an area where she spends a lot of time. We saw that forehand put to good use at Bells Beach. The conditions like this is where I think Bella's best work is done. Those really critical hits she can get nice and tight in the pocket. So for McCulloch, maybe with a little bit more release, willing to throw a bit more progression at the panel. So a really fantastic heat and their first head-to-head clash. 26 minutes remaining here. No takers just yet. Let's get down to Laura Annaba.
Yes, guys. Nice of you to join us, Steph. What a heat, an absolute nail biter. I heard you grew out of nail biting, but talk us through it because you're telling me about the waves, you know, and shifting and just choosing that first and second set in that heat. So yeah, talk us through it.
Yeah, actually at the very end of the heat before us, they, you know, got a final exchange and then the judges had to take that time to choose on their scores, and there was a really good set that came through up top here where Katie and I were sitting, and so I was like, yeah, this is the spot. And I was so bummed that the heat didn't start yet, so we missed that one, but then I think we burned a lot of time just sitting up there waiting for another one of those sets, and it didn't come through. So we sort of, yeah, I think Katie and I, we were having such a good time and just chatting to each other out there like, oh, the waves are pumping. I hope it stays that way for our heat. So I don't know. Then the conditions, you know, the tide's dropping out and it's definitely shifting around a lot. We should have been a lot wider, I think. There was probably many scores down there, but we weren't on them. So it got grindy in the end there. That last, you know, Katie only needed a 4.5 or a 4.8, and I just, that wave in the first wave of the set, Katie looked at it and she didn't go. And I just had a feeling that the set was going to be maybe too big, and on the lower tide it was just going to be a bit of a closeout. So I thought, all right, I'm going to take the first one and just try my luck on this and just see if I can, a couple of sixes, maybe that'll be able to do it. But turned around and saw Katie on one long one. I was like, oh, maybe she's done it. But I guess she fell off at the end. So I was just lucky. I think Katie, just made that mistake and I was able to get through. But I think any other day I really would have had to score an excellent ride to really win the heat.
Have you missed that feeling?
Oh, it's such a cool feeling. Like I just love being in the water, especially when there's no one out, and just battling someone with a crowd on the beach, hearing people cheer. It's just the coolest thing ever. So yeah, I absolutely love it.
I mean, your mum and dad were in the crowd. They're down here, and your mum said she had to walk away with 10 seconds to go. She's just so nervous. But how cool is it to be around this atmosphere? Obviously, coming up against Katie, you would have known that you two were matched up together for, I guess, a while now. But talk us through that.
Yeah, Katie's one of my favourite surfers, and you know, she's the current world champion, and she's probably everyone's favourite surfer. She's so unpredictable and just fluid, and really great to watch. And it's nerve-wracking surfing against people like that, and but it really brings out the best in you because you have to find ways to win and dig deep and find new strategies and stuff. And I just enjoyed it a lot. Look, Burleigh's actually been a really excellent place for an event. I haven't competed here for a long time, and so to be back here and to have such a crazy setup on the headland and all of the people on the beach watching it's a really special place. So I'm happy to continue to try and perform again out here, and it's great. Thanks for having us, Burleigh Heads.
So good. Hang on, lastly, I just want to touch on Tommy Witts, your coach. You didn't hire him for this event. You're working coachless, but how's that, atmosphere being with all you guys? And, Tommy said, if you're going to steal Katie's points, you might as well steal all of them now, please.
Yeah, maybe he'll work with me from here on. But, Tom's, he's an excellent coach, and also Snake, I've also worked with him too. So I think I've just been picking their brains here and there, and maybe just trying to get information from them, and so it's not a full-on coaching job, but I'm definitely stealing some information from them as I go. So sneaky coaching, but I love working with those guys. They're really fun, and I guess I'm gonna have to go the whole way now for Katie to, she said, if you take my points, you better take all the points. So we'll see what happens. But great. It's a beautiful day. Thanks for having us.
I'll let you go. Enjoy your day now. Thanks, Steph. See you soon.
Thank you, Laura. Great interview. Great to have a chat with Steph, who will take on Erin Brooks now in the quarterfinals. What a clash that's going to be. But an interesting start to this heat, Kaipo, with priority neutral at this point in time.
Yeah, you see the two surfers from the sunny coast, Ron. Both of them probably know each other intimately when it comes to competition, but really aggressive, paddling way up. They're way up the point. They're almost to the cove, and they're just sitting on each other. They're out of position. There have been waves that have come through here where you should be probably surfing, so they're playing little cat and mouse out there. It's going to be interesting to me to see if they do get a restart, because there has been rideable waves right here.
Yeah, right down the line there where Kaipo is on the back of the ski ridge.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that wave just feathering right next to the ski now. That's the takeoff zone. That's where most of the scores have been going down this morning. And so right up here is that cove section that Kaipo was talking about. This is where the surfers basically enter the water from this point right here. They paddle into the lineup. The cove section is up around here, which is up the back of the point, and the true takeoff spot for Burleigh Point is right here. Okay, so our competitors right there, that's where they're sitting. So it's a bit of a Mexican standoff situation at the moment. No one is willing to relinquish their position, and what Isabella's trying to do in the red is just keep Sophie up the point, try and maybe force her into a closeout wave, but really the best waves are funneling down this area. This is the true part of the point where all the point scores have been dropping this morning. So let's just see how long this little chess match starts at the start of the heat. Well, we can just hear the hooter there, and it looks like we've got to restart.
Yeah, that's interesting, like Kaipo said, and we even saw that wave roll by him on the inside, but often the head judge will kind of make the call based on what he felt was, quality scoring opportunity, and deeming that there wasn't too much there in that period, that they were sitting deep. But I had a little surf out there yesterday. There is almost a dead period between the cove. There's like a dip where it's kind of not deep enough, and even when the waves do break there, they don't make that connection through. They sort of reel off really quickly, shut down, if you will, and then connect to the inside sandbar.
Yeah, well, you can see the cove there. It's aptly named because the point actually has a curve in it, and then the rocks sort of come out. They come to a point again, and that's sort of right off parallel where the girls are sitting now. But that's not really where the takeoff zone is. It's a little closer to the ski. It looks like this wave's stretching down the point. See there? It's either one or the other. And as you said, there's this zone that's a bit dead and flat where the wave doesn't actually connect. On a much bigger day, it will connect, but not today.
Yeah, it's it's always kind of identified by the judges, isn't it, as a important way to get control in the opening stages of the heat. But sometimes, the surfers do put themselves out of, the traditional takeoff area. If Sophie McCulloch catches a wave, even if it's a pretty good one, there's no way Isabella's going to hang in that same spot waiting for an opportunity to respond.
Beeline straight back down to where she needs to be sitting, put herself in the optimum zone. So, Isabella's just playing a game here. She's just pushing and prodding and trying to force Sophie to make a bit of an error in judgment. Looks like she will have a look at this one.
Yeah, having a swing, Sophie McCulloch. Got some speed to dig into that first turn. Great flex on the tail. Gets the board up there again before that wave shuts down, so makes the most of the short ride. It should turn in a reasonable score. Sophie McCulloch, now another one of those really dangerous wildcard prospects, a winner of the trials. And with that CT experience, she knows how to play the game. It's not like she's inexperienced. Tenacious competitor on the road back from injury.
Oh yeah, she's done so well to get back into full-blown competition mode. She has the freedom of no pressure. You can see here it's a great 1-2 combo. She gets the uppercut and then puts a little right hook on the final moment of that wave. But this opening turn, beautiful hack off the top. Comes around and connects with the closeout section. You can see just staying out in front of that plume of white water, explodes behind her. And, well, we're off and running now, priority established, so that cat and mouse, that's done.
That is done, but there is still a lot of jostling for position happening out there in the stands. Vorno, people trying to get a good spot to watch this event unfold.
Yeah, that's right. Not just in the stands, Ron, but in line in the mornings right here at the Bonsoy Cafe del Froth, because this is the most popular zone on the entire Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro event site. Everyone wants to get their froth on in the morning, so they come down here to the Cafe del Froth. They order their coffees or their kombuchas or, in my case, your lychee coconut water. And then you just mosey on up here to the Bonsoy Cafe del Froth brew deck. And this is where you've got a perfect unimpeded view of the lineup to cheer on your favourite surfers. Go, Bella! Go, Sophie! Get over! Let's go!
Love it. Sophie McCulloch dropping a 5.5 there. Great view of the site, the festival, as it's been for the last week, Rich.
It's been incredible, and just what a job the WSL has done, and the City Council just putting this whole thing together, really creating this festival atmosphere. We've had bands down here every afternoon. The Surfboard Empire, WSL Pro Shop down there with all the merch, all the boards, you know, fins, hardware, you name it, everything's down there. Go check that out. Icy's down there, Mofi's down there. We've got shaping activations from Vissla. There's so much to do in and around this event. Absolutely incredible. And then, of course, there's the surfing.
Well, that's what we're here for. 25 minutes to go. I touched on it before. Sophie McCulloch on the road back from injury. Yeah, she looks to get herself into position here. We'll come back to that point. And Sophie, she got a 5.5 from deep. Almost out of position. She's the one who's made the move down the line now to try and back that up and take early control here in heat number 7. She's loading up for a big finish. Has some great compact turns she can go to. Sticks on her feet for that final move. And Isabella Nichols, she'll just be listening to those scores come in, and she'll need to maintain her cool and hold her position there, waiting for her first scoring opportunity.
Yeah, so with these rides, even though they're mid-range scores, she's building pressure with each one of these rides. Isabella still waiting to open her account. Always a frustration when your competitor keeps riding waves and building scores. So Sophie, compact little style, nice elongated carve, rebounds, and then a tighter turn for the second. Just kicks the stall a little bit, gets the timing perfect for that final manoeuvre. You can really see with this lower tide, the waves cupping out on the sandbar. Sophie does well to execute that one.
Yeah, gutsy effort on the final section. You know, sometimes those cupped out faces can kind of force you to almost go a little light-footed on the end section, wanting to project out onto the flats, but you saw how much she put into it. And we're going to get to that Bond University athlete health check, because Sophie has had some really, you know, troublesome injuries in the past couple of seasons that have stalled her momentum as a rising star. 2023, prior to her rookie campaign, syndesmosis injury to her ankle. She knew it was bad because she's a very smart cookie, Sophie. She's a graduate biomedical science and marketing, did a double degree. So she knows the human body, and even when she sprained her ankle, she knew she'd done a good number on it. And that wasn't even the worst of her injuries. Got back on the CT and got cut at the end of after Margaret's last year, and was free surfing and actually badly fractured her T12 vertebra.
Yeah,
and,
that was horrific.
It's been a long road back, but she's surfing great, and obviously unhindered by that injury now, attacking that tricky final section, 5.43 on that last wave.
Yeah, it's. I remember when Sophie came up the stairs at Margaret's there, assisted. You could just tell it was about injury, and you know, you never want to see that. But I mean, looking at the positive, you know, an injury refocuses an athlete into their body and what they need to do, and we've seen it so many times. They come back fitter, stronger, and with a sort of invigorated energy around what they really want to do and what they want to achieve. So Sophie's really taking the right steps to getting back on top.
Well, we've been lucky today. Some big heats on paper. We've already seen one go down with Steph Gilmore getting the jump on Katie Simmons. That's huge. But Erin Brooks just put together a heat score total of 16.26. And we'll meet Steph Gilmore in the quarters. Erin's with Laura.
Yes, Erin, the highest scoring wave of the event to get through that. You know, the last two events, you haven't been able to get through that third round. So how are you feeling right now? Was there nerves before the heat? You know, there was a lot of emotion after that wave.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even been on the glass in 2 events, which is super frustrating because I have very high expectations for myself. So it was really nice to have a good heat like that, and I'm so grateful to the Lord for sending me that wave, because being out here and any point break, there's such a big playing field, so it's really easy to get lost. But lucky enough, I found that wave.
And how are you feeling? Because it felt like after you got that wave, you just clicked into gear. Did it really fill you up with confidence?
Yeah, it definitely did. I feel like in the beginning I was scrambling a bit, especially because I was really nervous and haven't made the round of 16 in 2 events. So I was like, I really want to make this one, especially coming back to the Gold Coast with good memories from last year. I'm just so glad that I had that heat because it gave me a lot of confidence.
Wow, amazing. And yeah, you know, you must love the Gold Coast. A 10 last year, a 9.4 on a World Tour event this year. How, you know, going into this next heat, do you know who you've got?
No, but kind of, actually.
So you've got Steph Gilmore in the quarterfinals, and how special would that be to get out there with her? She was watching you on that last wave, and she knows you're in form.
Yeah, so I'm excited to surf against her. I mean, watching her and Katie was just super special, but like being in the heat, I feel like it's going to be even more exciting to surf against her. I've looked up to her for so long, and she's definitely the GOAT. She's won 8 world titles, and I'm excited to see how she competes.
Amazing. Well, you're doing incredible, Erin. Next generation of women on tour, and yeah, to go up against the GOAT will be so cool. So thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you, Laura. And congratulations, Laura, too, getting recognised as Surfer of the Year at the Australian Surf Industry Association's Honorees Night just the other night. It was beautiful to see. But that is going to be a monumental clash. Kelly Slater, you know, in the later stages of his career, when he'd come up against those rising stars who were new to the tour, they just relished the opportunity that they were getting to paddle out with one of the icons of the sport. And Erin will shake things up against Steph. We know that. That was an unbelievable performance in the last heat.
Yeah, that was really cool. And, you know, I don't think Steph was coming in thinking she was going to be a whitewash or anything like that. She's got so much respect for Katie, obviously. But it's good signs to see Steph engaged, and maybe just with that one win right there, it's going to fuel the fire a little bit more, and that's going to be a solid clash between you know, the goofy footer and the master natural footer here.
Well, Kelly Slater also on the coast at the moment. Hopefully he drops by and has a chat with us. 18.5 minutes remaining here. Sophie McCulloch has the early lead. We're yet to see Isabella get to her feet, but she's got time. We'll take a quick break. Back right after this. Let's dive into the polls and get some of the big stories that have been unfolding here on a brilliant day at Burleigh Heads. Luana Silva stuns the world number 1.
Great performance from Luana Silva coming off a second at Bells Beach. Upsets the number 1 rated women's surfer in the world, and you can see there her dreams are becoming a reality.
Yeah, the day after her 21st birthday too. Also looking sharp, Viene Fierro upsets Caroline Marks. Some of the top seeds really struggled this morning.
Yeah, it was a couple of wins back-to-back for the blue singlets, and with this silky smooth style, Viene Fierro just really getting into sync with the beautiful waves here down at Burleigh Heads.
Heat 3, the round of 16. Molly Picklum rebounding in the red jersey.
Yeah, just a clinical performance for Molly Picklum, picking some absolute gems and just sizzling through a number of turns. Perfectly positioned. She brought the power, brought the style, brought the flow, ticked all the boxes. The judges loved it.
Two of the young guns meeting in the round of 16. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson up against the incredible backhand of Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer had her chances, but Betty Lou too strong.
This was just such a great matchup of two fantastic women surfers in fine form. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson just getting the edge on wave choice and really connecting with some beautiful sections. You can see just really on the forehand showing a lot of flair. Sawyer Lindblad, an amazing performance on the backhand, and well, she battled hard.
Just a brilliant morning here at Burleigh Heads. We are so grateful to be in this zone. So glad that the swell has filled in. Been pretty quiet over the last couple of days. The bank's in good nick. We had this ride for Isabella Nichols during the break.
Snap to start things off. A little lip slide for the second and third. Comes through to the inside section, a tricky, turbulent section to finish off. Let's have a look at the Bonsoy replay. So that first carve, nice and precise. The second one, a little higher in the lip. Bella gets low for this second and third turn off the bottom. Does that little pivot, shimmy off the lip, and then this turbulent end section, navigates it well, just steers it down into safety.
And it's a solid number for Isabella, 7.83. Really had to be patient in the opening stages here. Sophie McCulloch racking up a couple of mid 5-point rides. And Isabella right back in this one, only needs a 3.1 now to get into the lead. She's a cool, confident customer at the moment, but also that forehand always looks so good when she's able to drop that back knee a little bit. You can tell when Bella's nervous, she gets a little bit more upright.
Bit upright, yeah. Yeah, no,
She's
100%.
right in the zone at the moment. Great variation there.
You can see the waves just capping outside a little bit. Looks like Sophie up and riding.
Here we go. Nice looking section here. Whips one out of the top. So wants to break into that excellent range herself. And is just sort of forced to try and find a connection on this ride. Does really well, but just not the same sort of flowing from one move to the next that we saw from Isabella on the 7.83.
Yeah, well, her canvas wasn't as clean as Isabella's. She had to kind of manifest the moments and the scores on that last wave. And here we go, Bella on a set. Quick in and out. See that that set starting to feather outside and break on that outer bank. Maybe some more opportunity down the line.
Yeah, see something in this one. Bit of foam on the face, but it's nice and groomed. She digs in on that first turn, up into the pocket, hammers the section. And just like we saw in the final at Bells, you know she likes it when she gives you a bit of body language riding out of that move.
Yeah, she does that little kind of double paddle right at the end, a little body movement that you can tell when she's kind of emphasizing that final turn. This was Soph. Just zigzagging to this first turn. Beautiful carve down off the top. The roundhouse cut back, and then just does a little S work through to the inside. The wave just got ugly, and she manages to get it, but perhaps maybe not the completion. Isabella, good looking wave outside. It's a nice snap off the top. This finishing maneuver there, just really accelerating, carving through it. blowing the tail completely. There's that little double hand shimmy.
Yeah, it would have looked really good from the judges' perspective too. We saw that angle and the tail just exploding out of the lip. A lot put into that move, so expecting that Isabella's going to back that 7.83 up pretty nicely here and extend her lead. Not a whole lot of room to move, but she could see the potential in that ride. 6.67 is the score. And Sophie, you know, she had that kind of quick rhythm start, but just hasn't put up big enough numbers.
Yeah.
Not against the surfer who's coming off the back of a win.
No, Nick, she needs to settle here and switch the momentum of this heat on Isabella. Patience has been an advantage here for Bella. She's picked the right waves, and her punches are just landing with a little bit more power behind them. Sophie's jabbing away nicely, but it's time to get a longer reach, a bigger, more powerful punch. And to do that, she needs the right wave.
Well, both competitors have leaned into the experience, the competitive experience, and no doubt the local smarts of Jay Bottle-Thompson, who's coaching Isabella this year, but Sophie McCulloch worked with Jay for a number of years as well, but her partner Liam O'Brien obviously from this region, so I'm sure Liam's been giving her plenty of pointers. She looked sharp in the trial. She looked good in the opening round of the event.
Really good.
But she needs more against Isabella, who's, you know, in peak form. And here she goes. Puts her head down, really gets into that wave with some authority, had some speed, just getting to her feet. Finds the open face now. This wave, not super exciting on the outside, and as a result, Isabella knows that she's unlikely to bust above the 6.67 and up the requirement here. So she's out of there.
Yeah, it looked good from the takeoff, and sometimes these waves just taper out. Just didn't quite hug the bank enough. But still, she's got a commanding lead at the moment. Sophie needing that 9-point ride.
Isabella riding high on the rankings, climbed 3 spots on the WSL rankings, but obviously winning the first event of the GWM Aussie Treble has her out in front. Luana Silva still alive in this contest too, so that's an interesting battle. Tyler Wright, she's coming up in the next heat. But there is a few surfers that are going to separate themselves with a solid finish here. Isabella at the moment just looking like the person to beat, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Tyler Wright, she's got a heat coming up soon. And a couple of the names under there have fallen already. So obviously the GWM Tank 300 up for grabs. Keys are just jiggling there, waiting for someone to grab them.
Aren't they what? Good looking vehicle. And we'll have an update for you on the Aussie Treble rankings this afternoon on the post show. So looking like Isabella, though, is going to be hard to stop. 8.5 minutes to go. Sophie, after a 9-point ride now. Did you get a chance to chat to Isabella since the victory at Bells? Because it felt like she was just so in the moment that she hadn't really digested what she'd achieved yet, winning one of the most iconic events in the sporting world, you have to say.
Yeah, I had a couple of texts from her, and I think it was more of something that was realised coming to fruition, you know, and a validation for her. I don't think, even though she'd had a couple of event wins, this one was more of a validating, I 100% deserve the win. You know, when you look at the Bells champions, it's a big earn. The people who win that event, they earned that win. And I feel like, and you can just see it in this event already, it's like she's kept that momentum going. Sometimes you see a surfer win and then they kind of come off, and it's just a big peak in a moment. Isabella's seems to have kept that momentum riding. There's a tide that's filling in for her. So, yeah, she's feeling good, feeling happy, and to come back to the Gold Coast as well, it's sort of the perfect backup event for her.
Yeah, her second CT event. There's a few surfers on both the men's and women's championship tours that, you know, possess a great forehand that, you know, can really give them a fantastic launch pad towards the WSL Final Five. They really need to make it count through the 4 events: El Salvador, Bells, here on the Gold Coast, obviously, and then Margaret River. And Isabella's capitalising at the moment. A runner-up finish in El Salvador, a victory You know, almost going excellent already in this heat, but just looks in complete control at this stage.
She's in control and she's rock solid with what she's delivering. There's not much that can go wrong with her, what she's delivering to the judges, the manoeuvres she's doing. She's leaning into her strengths, which are her power, that carve, that top turn with the flare and the little tail slide. She's not tapping into anything that's too innovative or high risk, but what she's doing, the judges are eating up. So she's going, okay, I'm on a heater here. I'm going to just keep diving into this.
And also been working closely with Darren Hanley to replicate the magic boards. They've been working really hard in the lead up to this contest to ensure that she's going to have that magic feel as she moves through the rest of the season. 6 minutes remaining here. We're going to dive into the GWM heat recap. It started with the surfers pushing each other deep on the point. Sophie found space, let go of a couple of great heats, but was overtaken by Isabella once she found a gem.
Yeah, it was just wave choice at this point, and Isabella, perfect execution on her waves. Coming all the way through. This is that 7.83. You can see 4 strong turns. There was variety in them. And then this is the backup 6.67. Beautiful snap to start off. And a great finishing turn there. The 2-hit combination, just flawless. I do really like what Sophie did. That first turn on that first wave had some power and grunt into it. If she can find the right wave and bring that approach multiple times, she will be right in this.
We say it often, Rich, but you know, if you're going in against someone who's in extreme form or someone whose performance is maybe got them pegged as the favourite in the heat, and yes, you want to have your performance on, but wave selection becomes so important because, you know, someone's taking an edge over you anyway before you even get out there, just because they're coming off the back of a victory or they're a proven winner. Yeah. On the CT. And Sophie, even though she knows this break probably better than Isabella, hasn't found the best waves.
No, it's critical, you know, and it's almost trying to diffuse an energy that winners have, and Isabella definitely has this energy around her at the moment, and whether the judges know it or not, they're buying into what's going on. You know, it's a feeling, and they're paying extra attention to what she's doing. So it's Sophie's job to come in, try and diffuse it, and shift that energy onto her. And to do that, she's got to pick the right wave. So, you know, she's performed really, really well on the waves that she's got. But yeah, she's with priority and just under 4 minutes to go. She could potentially put 2 waves together, but she just needs that one good ride to kick things off again.
Yeah, really the interesting thing about this heat, we did have a restart, but the interesting thing about it is the surfers pushed each other pretty deep too, and it was Sophie that kind of flinched first,
yeah,
and took a wave that wasn't ever going to give her a massive amount of room to generate some big turns. Surfed it well, but it kind of gave Isabella the opportunity with priority to get patient.
Exactly. So, you know, the plan executed perfectly at the start of the heat for Isabella. Sophie got that inside one and actually closed out. She did her second turn where they should have been taking off.
It's so interesting too, because Isabella was happy for Sophie to have the inside. She wasn't actually fighting for it, but she was pushing.
Yeah.
And as a result, they got particularly deep there. So she never actually cared if she got the opening wave of the heat. She just wanted to make sure that they were really deep on the point.
Really smart tactics, really. You know, because as a surfer, you might go, okay, I am just determined to get the inside track at the start of the heat. I want the inside. And you know, I've been in situations where people fight for it, and you end up sitting up there for so long and just going, gosh, why won't they just paddle down and let's get on with this? You know, it becomes frustrating for you. And then you end up going, oh, okay, bugger it, I'll just catch a wave and get this thing started. And you know, advantage just handed to your opponent.
Such an interesting time in the season, reaching that halfway mark. We know the competitors are getting an extra event before, 2 extra events before the cut this year. But the breathing room is running out. You know, there's not a whole lot of time to save yourself now. As we get to the IC 2-minute warning here. You know, pressure's on. Not so much in this heat. Sophie McCulloch in the trials is getting the opportunity to come here and perform and remind us that she deserves this place. She's ready for this stage. But Isabella Nichols, she's sweet. She's locked up her place on the CT for the back half of the year with that big victory at Bells Beach, the runner-up finish at El Salvador. But it's going to be on in the next clash because we have a big one. 30 years of CT experience meeting in the next heat. Tyler Wright up against Sally Fitzgibbons, the two longest serving members on the championship tour. Multiple victories for both. It's going to be a lot of fun and plenty of head-to-head history between those two as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to call. You know, Sal's got a real point to prove here. She's got ground to make up. And, well, Tyler, you know, she's in fine form. Coming off a decent result down at Bells. Isabella just checking the clock there. We're under a minute to go. It's a 9-point ride that Sophie McCulloch needs. We know she's surfing well. A couple of sets starting to approach.
Will they get here in time? 40 seconds to go. Some movement on the inside. Isabella opts to take this one and try and bump the requirement higher, maybe even push Sophie into combination. She's been aggressive out there today and really joined the dots nicely, unloading some great finishing turns.
You can see on that last wave, she actually just pushed a little harder, knowing that she's that out in front and just being in a hit situation and going, okay, let's explore, let's push this a little bit further to see what I'm capable of. So taking advantage of that last wave, she may even improve on that 667. It's 2 good hits.
What a composed performance that was.
Let's have a look at the replay of this final wave. Generating speed, throws that real tail-heavy snap, and then through to the second one, you can see just getting a bit lower, just pushing a bit harder. The angle of the board changing faster. She has really got some momentum at the moment, not just from heat to heat, but event to event.
Really solid stuff there from Isabella Nichols. The last score came through at a 6.4, a decent throwaway number, but she didn't need it in the end. Sophie McCulloch gets knocked out of the event. It was great to see her again back on that board. We'll stick around after the break. We're going to see Tyler Wright taking on Sally Fitzgibbons.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. What a show it's been. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, coming to life with clean conditions here at Burleigh Heads. We've got a clash of two of the veterans here. Tyler Wright up against Sally Fitzgibbons. And both these competitors have more time on tour than anyone else. Tyler, she's into her 14th year on tour. Sally Fitzgibbons into her 16th. They've surfed a final against one another here on the Gold Coast way back in the day. Back in 2013, Tyler got the jump on Sally, and that one, I remember it well. But they have so much head-to-head history, Rich. It's ridiculous. More than any other competitors on the CT.
Yeah, this is awesome. And you can see we've been talking about this cat and mouse game at the start of the heat. You can see Sally just pushing Tyler there. Sorry, I think it was Tyler actually just pushing Sally, who's really opted for that inside position. But yeah, these guys have had such good matchups. There's so much history here.
Both from the New South Wales South Coast. Sal a few years older than Tyler, 34 years of age. Tyler 31 now.
Wow, look at this.
Oh yeah, now you've got the battle for the inside. Sal throws her hands up, and Tyler is going to take that first wave. Sally will assume priority on the outside. She got what she wanted out of it. No score for Tyler. But Tyler finding some room down the line. Swoops into this one, ducks under the lip. So a couple of quick rides, but nothing gained for Tyler Wright. Sally will assume priority there. 16 previous heats between these two.
Oh.
And it's 10-6 Tyler's way. 13 of their 16 heats have been quarters, semis or finals.
Let's look on the Bonsoy replay. So Tyler just beelines it for the inside track, hammers in there and sort of blocked Sally from getting that wave. Here we go, Sal up and riding.
Sally with a couple of nice swoops off the top. Looked really sharp in the opening rounds and has continued that form here into the round of 16. This has been a positive start. Doing a lot of work on those off days, staying busy in this lineup. A couple of good hits there. She'll win the opening stages of this one, Rich.
Yeah, she'll get the best of that opening exchange. I think this wave, let's have a look at the replay first. So she glides into this, gets set. Nice wrap to start things off. A lot of expression in the turn. That's a better one. Cleaner face. She connects with that rail. Puts more power into it. Now throws the snap. Nice little tail sliding wrap and then a couple of wiggles as it tapers it down. And then Tyler, just a little slip up on that wave. So Tyler yet to really start this campaign in the heat, but not a bad wave for Sal. I think it'll be around that mid-range score. Perhaps might touch the 6.
Yeah, had a couple of nice slices. Always has great variations, Sal, with just the carves. I think she's really aware in her mind of giving the judges something different each time she goes up into that lip or out onto that open face. Well, let's dive into it a little bit more, Rich. The head-to-head history between these two legends. Between them,
yeah,
there's so much success.
Yeah, the 10-6 nod going to Tyler in the matchups. And she's obviously got the nod too on the average heat score, the max heat score, and the max wave score. A 10 for Tyler and a 9.10, so really healthy wave scores there. And I'm sort of going to say that Tyler, a lot of her wins have probably come towards like in recent times. Sally's sort of been struggling for a little bit of form of late.
Well, she started this one pretty well, a 5, 6, 7, but we saw in the last heat, Sophie McCulloch had a couple of 5s and it wasn't enough to get her through. Tyler, she's still yet to get a decent score on the board there, and a fall's going to hurt her chances with that one.
Uncharacteristic, really, just seeing Tyler fall like that. Sal again.
Sally, oh, big chunky section to work with there. And it proved too difficult. She's going to go down.
So we are at, well, just 11:35, just over in the morning here on the Gold Coast. Low tide. We've got another hour, just under an hour, and 2 hours, excuse me, until we hit low tide. So you can see how shallow that inside bank is now. In another hour or so, it is going to be really, really dry through that inside section. Closeout manoeuvre is going to become a real highlight point. Being able to really finish these waves off. Great angle here, Sal, beautiful wrap. And again, you can see how expressive she is. She likes to throw the arms around. And just this double up section. So she did everything right in terms of getting up on the lip. Just couldn't quite get balanced. You need to really jump up and off the lip, project out onto the flats. She just got a little caught on her tail on that final maneuver.
Yeah, it's tricky, and it's going to get trickier on that inside. It really cups out severely on that lower tide. We're keeping an eye on that. Tyler well positioned on the rankings at the moment. She's had a great year. Kicked off with a victory at the Pipe Pro, and has had a quarter-final and a semi at Bells since then. They're her best results, a couple of nights as well. So she's well poised, but a bit of a slow start to this heat. The good news for Tyler is Sally hasn't really generated a number that's going to shake her up too bad just yet.
No, that would be not threatening for Tyler, the 5.67. But it's there for Sally to really take control with this next wave, a good score, get up in the excellent range, then the pressure will really start to build.
She wants to capitalise now while the rhythm's off, because it'll get harder for Tyler to tap into it if Sal gets a good score on the board. Thinking about Tyler and her CT wins, Rich, it's amazing. 17 career wins, one of the most winning surfers ever on the CT, a couple of world titles, obviously, and really only injury, that post-viral syndrome that she suffered after getting influenza while she was in South Africa one year. That's the only thing that kind of killed her momentum towards getting more world titles. She was sort of on the same trajectory as John Florence. They won world titles the same years, and then both of them, you know, John with some injuries, Tyler with that post-viral syndrome, were just kind of completely thrown off. They've put together some amazing performances since. John's obviously come back and won another world title now, but you know, Tyler just hasn't gotten back to that same dominant form through a CT season. Yeah,
well, this is, 6 years now. This will be the 7th year that she's gone without winning that world title. And clearly she still wants to go for it. She feels like she has more world titles in her. But she's just getting pushed a little bit up onto the ropes in this heat right now.
And we've also got a new generation.
Yeah.
The people that Tyler were battling against when she broke through for her world titles are two of the greatest we've ever seen in Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. I didn't think that it was going to be capable for anyone to overcome those two when they were at the peak of their powers, but Tyler proved that it could be done.
Yeah, there's just, you're constantly watching the evolution of the sport, and you kind of go, can't get any better than this. I remember thinking back on that, when Kelly and Andy were at the height of their powers, just going, it can't get any better than this, but it always evolves. It always gets better. The trick is, as you age, you have to fight youth, and you have to fight age and try and stay competitive and stay innovating and stay relevant against these newcomers that come in more exciting, fitter, with a more youthful approach to the way they ride waves.
And obviously probably hungrier. It's a fresh aspiration that's difficult to overcome for the veterans. But at the moment, you've just got two surfers that have done so well to stay relevant over the years. Sally Fitzgibbons always works so hard. She's had, years where she's been so dominant and just so consistent, and the results are less consistent than they used to be. She's been cut from the tour a couple of times, but consistently fights her way back on the Challenger Series, and was victorious last year on the CS. It's so impressive to see, and I just continue to enjoy Sally's resilience and just hearing those interviews where she talks about what it means to her and staying in this game.
Totally. She's been on the seesaw the last couple of seasons, in and out, live action.
Here we go, Tyler Wright trying to get herself going in this heat. Little whip to tail slide there. The conditions in between tides, Tyler getting a nice blast on that finishing turn. We saw Isabella Nichols score pretty well for high impact finishes, even though Sal thread some great moves together earlier on for a 5.67. I feel like Tyler's going to get pretty close to matching that number.
Yeah, and it'll be courtesy of that final finishing turn. Break down the replay in a moment, but this is a good moment for Tyler as she gets back into this heat. Here's this first little tail slide, which she goes to often. She's just sort of trying to build speed and build points here. Now she gets a bit more speed. And with speed comes the ability to engage power and really show some connection to the turn. You can just see how much stronger that final manoeuvre was. The arms go up. What that does is pull the momentum up and out off the wave, and she gets that tail flare, that tail release. Great final manoeuvre.
Waiting on the numbers to come in now, 17.5 minutes to go. It's remarkable to think that, you know, between Tyler's first win in 2008, the youngest ever, to win a championship tour event as a wild card, 14 years of age, which still just sounds so ridiculous every time you say it. 17 years between her first win and her last win at Pipe.
Wow, that's amazing.
She's an amazing athlete.
Yeah, incredible.
Incredible. And when she's on, you know, still very difficult to overcome for her rivals. Just such great variation on the forehand. I think that's the ultimate weapon for Tyler.
Yeah, and she's a surfer that really operates on feeling and emotion, and when she's feeling good and the body and the mind are all connected, she's hard to stop.
Yeah, 5.17. Yeah, Kelly Slater was, you know, obviously the longest serving member on the championship tour by a million years, but he would say at the later stage of his career, you know, he's certain heats, certain matchups would get him motivated, certain conditions would get him firing up, but he was always searching for the motivation in the later years because there was nothing he hadn't achieved. There was no conditions he hadn't surfed. And I think Tyler's at that point now. You know, every time we get to Bells, you see her motivations go up to another level. And these days, you kind of wonder if she's going to be able to rally some motivation for the next event. At the moment, she's fighting. 5.17 on a previous wave, but still needs a 4 to get ahead of Sally.
Yeah, so she's half a point, behind Sally on her best wave, so which is super close. So this next exchange is going to be really important as we hit the halfway mark.
And since we're here and Tyler's chasing a 4.01 with no waves on the horizon, we're going to take a quick break. You're watching the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Gonna go surf out there? I'll come out. I'll come surf. Hey.
Let's go here. There's a super fun little waves over there.
It's always huge in Australia. Our culture's so strong. Everyone loves surfing and froths on our sport.
This is the biggest rising tides turnout we've ever had. It's raining, it's cold, but they're frothing.
I'm in a full shirt.
Oh, you're fun.
So Rising Tides initiative is really just to incorporate meeting up with young girls. You don't need to be a competitive surfer. It could be a complete beginner.
Yeah, just chat and push them in the waves and hang out. The girls are frothing and everyone charges.
Oh, this is incredible just to watch. You can see the investment that's gone into the women of today so that the next generation are ready to go. I think it's from grassroots to the CT level, you're really starting to see it, and it's so exciting.
We love to see it. An unbelievable turnout for Rising Tides and some future stars in the mix, no doubt. And some absolute legends out in the water at the moment. Tyler Wright up against Sally Fitzgibbons, who finds a big section and lays down a huge turn, really throwing it on the back foot there. And Tyler Wright just struggling to click at the moment, but we know she's deadly. And even though Sally just got that big hit done, doesn't feel like it's going to be out of reach for Tyler just yet.
No, it's not a full control play here. But you can see why Sally wanted this wave. Feathered outside and then really started to stand up on the inside. Just throws down that layback carve to finish off. So a very strong single turn. Great angle here. You can see just throws that tail out. Tucks it back under her body. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Feeling like it's going to be an improvement on her heat score total. Comes through at a 4.9 there, Rich.
Yeah, she's put herself into a position where she's out in front, but not often do you get someone as capable and talented as Tyler Wright behind in this point in the heat. And you have the opportunity with the hammer and nail to start shutting it. She sort of picked up the screwdriver and she just hasn't put this to bed yet, you know, so perhaps a little opportunity slipping away from Sal. I mean, she's out in front, but she's teetering there. You know, it's not secure.
Did you sense that Sally just wanted to get rid of that 3.5 there, because it didn't look like a wave that was going to have enough room to really get the big combos happening?
Yeah, it only really offered up that one finishing turn. And we know that it's the combos that are really going to net the decent scores. And just giving Tyler Wright priority again. 10 minutes on the clock with only that 5.4. And we know, well, Tyler pretty much just breezed her way through to that 5.17. So she won't even need much of a wave. But this is the point where Tyler will wait for the right wave and put a big number on the board and then put Sal on the ropes.
It's remarkable looking at these two and just how consistent they've been on the championship tour. They were kind of part of the, you know, a cast of about 5 surfers that really owned the majority of CT wins through the earlier stages of their career. It was Steph Gilmore, obviously, the Queen, Carissa Moore, who we miss so much, whose performances were just legendary. But just outside of that, it was Tyler, Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conlog, who also got their bit. But yeah, Sal, just a remarkable run of results through the opening stages of her career. She got on the tour in 2009, finished 5th that first year. Didn't finish outside the top 5 until 2016, where she had an 8th, but most of the time was well situated in the top 5. But since 2022 has gone 12th and cut in 2023, and then last year 13th. So
yeah,
she's
never even made the final 5.
No, so it's been a real struggle these last few years, but she perseveres. And even for Tyler, not quite as big a drift away from the top 5 picture, but she certainly struggled to rack up the victories as often as she did back in the day.
Yeah, here we go. Looks like live action.
Yeah, Tyler having a look at that one down the line. Sally on the outside. She's going to swing and force a decision here out of Tyler. Tyler had a look too.
Well, is this a priority attempt from Tyler? May not matter, because it looks like this wider wave, she's going to pull the trigger.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons has been the one leading since the opening exchange, but Tyler still only needs a 5.41 out of this ride to get herself into the lead, and she gets a little hung up there.
Just not able to complete the final manoeuvre. You saw that wave just lay down, soften through that final moment before it hit the sandbar. First turn looked good, but Well, she's passed the opportunity back to Sally. No one's really put this one to bed in terms of a backup score. And a smart decision here from Sally and some good solid surfing, which we know how she can do. She might be able to close this one out.
The winner of this heat will go into quarterfinal number 4 up against Isabella Nichols, who just won through over Sophie McCulloch, and Isabella is with Laura.
Wow, Bella. Well, talk about keeping the ball rolling. Second in El Salvador, first at Bells. And now into the quarterfinals here. And you're in your bread and butter, right-hand points. Talk us through that heat.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of can't really believe the kind of momentum that's been going on since El Sal, and everything just seems to be clicking. I'm confident in my decisions, and going into that heat with Soph was always going to be like, it was going to be a fun one, but also like a sad one because only one of us would get through, and Soph's one of my best friends. She absolutely tears, like hasn't lost an event this whole year, and I knew it was going to be really tough, but I don't know, it's funny. I actually went and picked up this board yesterday from Darren as well. So he made a 5'10" replica of my 5'11" board that I won bells on. And I grabbed it yesterday afternoon in a hurry, tried it, like I had 2 waves on it at D-Bar in late afternoon, and instantly I was like, this is the board. He's made me a gem. And I never do that. I never just jump on a fresh board in a heat. It needs to be like a year old before I'm like, all right. But yeah, I'm just so stoked to have some good crafts under my feet and happy to get through that one. And also happy to have, I got out of the water, my whole family was there. My brother drove up, my sister's here, straight from her honeymoon, my mum, my dad. It's just, yeah, best day.
Well, Bella, I mean, you look back on your last few years, does it feel just absolutely wild to be standing here today and just feeling what you're feeling, so comfortable and everything clicking?
Doesn't feel real, honestly. Like, I feel like everyone around me knows how much like work, well, not only myself, but everyone puts in. And it's been tough, you know, like getting knocked down over and over and over, year after year, you know, that dreaded cut. And just to be able to like put that aside and put that out of the view now and like really focus on top 5 and feeling good and attacking and surfing my best. It's a feeling that I haven't had for a really long time, and it feels really nice. And yeah, I'm stoked.
I just got goosebumps. It's amazing, Bella. You deserve it. Get back out there. Quarters next.
Thanks, Lawsy. Cheers.
Thank you, Laura. Isabella Nichols on a special roll at the moment. Who is going to stop her? Well, right now, we're wondering if Tyler Wright is going to be that surfer challenging Isabella in the quarterfinals, because she just had her best ride, chasing a 5.41 to get ahead of Sally Fitzgibbons here.
You'll have a look at the replays in a moment. We've got some scores that are due, and it looks like Tyler's starting to find her form in this heat. It's a late charge, but a charge nonetheless. She's putting some good surfing together, starting to build pressure and transfer that straight onto Sally Fitzgibbons. I think Sal's going to need a score.
Here we go, some movement on the outside. Sally has a look at that one, opts not to go. She's with priority still as Tyler makes her way out, waiting on numbers to come through. We're talking about our veterans and just their motivation. There's always the motivation to win. Always the motivation to win. But, you know, I think Tyler on this ride for the first time in this heat really looked like she was frustrated with how this heat was rolling.
Yeah, driving for speed. That first slash, really crisp. Second little S-turn, and then right there, just putting a lot of power, going early. Not trying to really deal with that closeout section too much, so she gets the manoeuvre done and rides out clean. Sal down the line, looking for something big on the end section, goes for a little tail blow air, but she can't ride out of it.
Well, the number has come through for Tyler Wright, and it's a 5.3.
Oh,
not
wow.
enough to see her into the lead. And it's funny, in the opening stages of a heat, Sally dropped the 5.67, and it's so long ago that sometimes you forget to make the comparison back to the earlier rounds, and the emotion is building, Rich, towards the back end of the heat, and you think that's the score.
Yeah.
That's got to get it there. But do you think the judges went back and had a look at some replays there?
Absolutely, because I still, now that I think back to Sally's 5.67, to me that's still the best wave of the heat. So great judging there. Looks like Tyler, she's going to get an opportunity here.
The requirement is similar still, 5.28. She chipped away at it just a little bit of a trip up there, but she can make up for it here. Little hit in the bowl. This wave's going to bottom out. We mentioned how tricky that end section can be, and that's likely not going to be it.
No, well, if the last wave wasn't it, then that one definitely is not going to be the score. So a real moment here where Sally Fitzgibbons can just control the last few minutes here. She'll be really, really aware. Does she build the score? Looks like she's going to try and build on her tally.
Gets a little more stuck into the rail work this time after attempting an error on a previous ride. There's 3 great turns, bit more committed. It felt like Sal lost her way after getting a good start in this heat and started telegraphing airs down the line, not really getting fully committed to each of her rail turns. Nice switch up on that ride.
There was a bit of anger behind that one. You could tell each manoeuvre she was like, oh, I'm going to give it this. I'm going to give this some. And she sure did. So Sal, beautiful looking wave here. The section stands up in front of her. Swooping turn to start off. Pivots beautifully off the top with a tail slide, and then that third hammer to finish off. You can almost see a sigh of relief as she hits that closeout section. Just puts all that pressure on the tail of the board, powers through it. Great 3-turn combo. This, in my mind, will be the best wave of the heat.
That was really strong. Numbers coming through. Looking solid for Sally Fitzgibbons, who's going to put a big requirement on the board for Tyler right now. 8.43, excellent surfing. And Tyler after an 8.8 to turn this heat with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Always was really impressed with Sally's commitment to, like we were saying earlier, staying relevant and trying those airs. But sometimes in heats you see her start thinking about going to the air as a way to break into the excellent range. She's still got excellent surfing without taking to the sky. And it was good to see her just flick back to that more traditional approach and get it done.
Yeah, Sal's the queen of variety and showing us, you know, mixing it up, showing us all the different types of manoeuvres and approach that you can really lay down here. Now go for the air if she gets the opportunity. With being out in front, Tyler needs a really decent score. You know, get comfortable in that situation of going for an air, but put yourself way out in front first before you start attempting it.
That is an impressive tap into vintage form for Sally Fitzgibbons. After a lot of efforts trying to up the requirement, she dropped the big one. Found a wave that just played perfectly into her strengths. Clean rail work and a big committed finish.
Yeah, there was just more intent behind every single one of those turns that she did on that wave. Really powering up, attacking those steeper sections. You can see just the relief for Sally Fitzgibbons. She knows this is a critical heat in her career.
Love to see it. The emotion from Fitzgibbons. She understood the assignment was a difficult one. Tyler Wright with a massive advantage in their previous head-to-head history. Sal gets one back, an important one, and she is on her way to the quarterfinals, where she needs a massive finish to save herself, get above that cut line, and maybe surf through the back end of the season.
Yeah, you almost feel like this was a huge moment potentially in this competition for Sally Fitzgibbons, and maybe a big hurdle, and the rest of the competition she might be a little bit more relaxed.
Well, she just logged her best wave of the year. She's on her way. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll dive into the round of 32 for the man with Joe, Flick and Bugs.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
History being written all day today here on the Gold Coast. Burleigh Point absolutely firing, and we have transitioned into the round of 32 for the men. Two Brazilians going head-to-head. Iago Dora, the top seed, looking like he's making a true run for his first world title this season, taking on the rookie Edgard Gracia, Joe Trappell, Felicity Palmatier, and we heard the great voice of 77 world champ Sean Thompson, 78 world champ with us today, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Got to be really cool to catch up with Sean Thompson these days and talk shop, talk life, talk rivalries. Have you talked to him recently, Bugs?
Yeah, I have. We keep in touch. You know, Sean and I were the fiercest of rivals and the best of friends.
And looking back on that era that he won a world title was what we're basing kind of the whole narrative about being back here at Burleigh Heads on, the 77 Stubbies Pro. And Flick and I were talking about this earlier. The whole idea of getting called up onto the bluff with all the fans around you. The judges get their name written out, then the score. And it wasn't going top 3, top 4 waves. The criteria was about an overall performance, Bugs. Is that right?
Well, that's right. You know, Peter Druin, who was the creator of that first Stubbies, he had this criteria where you judged over your entire 30-minute heat. So, you know, you went out there and you just performed. He was a very theatrical guy. You know, he went to drama school, acting school, and there was not best 3, not best 2. You go out there, your whole 30 minutes will be judged, and you get 1 score.
Out of 10. Wow, more on that great story with Bugs, but we did get started during the break, Flick.
Wow, back-to-back. So Iago on that first wave of the set, and then behind him, Edgard just getting to work. This one's slightly bigger, projects around that, and he is looking on fire because he is surfing for his life right now.
Certainly, Edgard Gracia looking for his first heat win of the season. He's had some tough heats. It's always tough when you qualify as a rookie. And he's got a great story. He was always well known, especially in Brazil. Had great sponsorships when he was growing up. You'd see him in ad campaigns with Miguel Pupo, Italo Ferreira. And then when the sponsors go away, sometimes that dream comes to a close, and it did for a moment. And he had a really cool late charge, got backing from Silver Surfboards, Tico and Teco, being from Santos, just like Ed. Gave him the boards he needed to get through the Challenger Series, and still looking for a late charge to get past the mid-season cut. He has this event and then Margaret River to see how clutch he can be. His best numbers from the season came at this event to get through the elimination round and avoid a 33rd. So he's building. Actually saw Ed in the water yesterday, and he's just so happy, just cruising it. Doesn't look like a guy that's wearing his results on his face. He's looking for a big performance today.
I think, you know, it looks like he might be having another look here.
Edgard Gracia pinching himself still. Long effort to make the tour, still enjoying his rookie season. Even though he's had some tough results, he locks in a reverse just to continue to swing against Iago Dora. Edgard already with a 6.17. Iago's start during the break, 5.67. So that'll help his confidence, knowing that he won the opening exchange, Bugs.
Yeah, well, I feel that this is a really dangerous heat for Iago because Edgard, I think he has come to Burleigh with a nothing to lose attitude, and he's surfing with total freedom.
Running down the point is Iago.
Winner in Portugal this year. Big wind up, going for the full rotation. Unbelievable. And a salute to the ramp section at Burleigh Point to get that torqued out on the rotation on a section of that size with such a soft landing. Just makes him almost unbeatable when there's ramps like that, especially backhand flick. That was sensational.
Oh, so he took off and I was just seeing shades of El Salvador from last year. You know, I was like, uh-oh, he looks like he's winding up to do something big here, something creative. You know, we saw him go so creative last year in El Salvador. He got the win there, and did he get the win or did he get second?
He got second last year,
yeah. He got the second to John, right.
That's right.
But it was just, some of the performances that we saw there were incredible, and I was seeing shades of that on this wave. He takes off, that point break feel. You could see he was winding up, just generating this speed, and absolutely launches. And just the torque and the spin he was getting on his body, just how fast he was able to propel that board through the air, was super impressive. And like you said, Joey, I mean, the tail gets high there too. It was a big section as well. This is the angle I really wanted to see. We really get to see just how fast he spins, almost the full rotation. So hard on the backhand. But yeah, shades of El Salvador last year where he just went all crazy.
And then the contrast of the regular footer, Edgard on this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Edgard winds up as well. Not quite as dynamic as Iago, I feel, but it's a good backup score for him.
Yeah, he's great in the air as well, but they always look at sections, the size of the section, the impact of the landing. Great form. Ed's just going to try to ramp up on a meatier section because he knows that the crowd just went crazy for Iago Dora. Iago on his way back out. Hearing the score come through, it's excellent for Iago's backhand full road, 8-point ride. His best score this year is an 8.67 that he had at the pool in Abu Dhabi in the loss to Jack Robinson back at stop number 2 this season. And now an 8 with a ton of time. He's already warmed up, feeling really comfortable. Edgard, a 5.0 on his rotator. And he needs a 7.51 now.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, we've got a heat on our hands for sure. Iago just with the big excellent number. You know, you just try to draw those comparisons between the two airs, and I think it comes down to what you said, Joe. It's the approach to the section, and then it's also just that size, right? Like, I think when Edgar's air was epic, right? It wasn't the full rotation either, but it just, because it didn't have that steepness to it, he couldn't launch as high, and you know, when you think to Iago's, it was just that big meteor section. He just launched straight through it. There's a bit of crumble that Ed had to sort of deal with. But positive thing for Ed, I mean, he's got dropped the 6.17, he's got the 5. I mean, not chasing a giant score, still under excellent. So plenty of time left on the clock too.
We've seen how important it was on the early days of competition to have an aerial game because it was smaller, but there was impactful sections if you can go for huge maneuvers. And now the waves are better. Those airs are just getting even more impressive. And Iago's got one of the best make rates on tour. Red Bull had that airborne series in the past, and Iago would be there on the CT, and all the best air guys would show up at the events that, like Karamas and over in France. And Iago would win those things, and you would talk to Noah Dean and all the great air guys, and they just look up to Iago so much because of how much style he has in the air, where nothing gets safe once he's above the lip. And you've seen that progression of the aerial movement. He can keep a real cool style and approach, and incredibly technical as he mixes up grabs. I asked Iago last night what his favorite grab is to do in a backside air, and he just says he thinks the Indy grab looks really cool. And like you mentioned, in El Salvador flick, that was a grab he went to a few times on road to that runner-up finish.
Yeah, he showed us so much variation there, and I think we already knew it. But I mean, it was just cool to see. It was like a genius at work. It was almost feeling as if he was. I mean, he did get stopped by John eventually, but the make rate on him was incredible.
This is Edgard Krajia, rookie from Santos. Lays down a super clean wrap, transitions beautifully. 2 great cutties. Flows into a third with a rebound. Punches out the lip and sinks. It has a nice flow, real cool, comfy style, easy to watch as he was going from wrap to wrap there, Bugs.
Yeah, well, I think the wave itself let him down. It tapered so quickly that he didn't have much more to work with apart from the wraps, and it was a well-surfed wave.
So we see the start of these cutbacks. What really stood out, Bugs?
Well, that first turn I thought was the classic, and just how clean his board looks so clean in the water. It's sort of lacking a bit of variation, and then he went for a nice snap in the end and caught the rail on the way down. I think the wave itself is going to really hinder the scoring potential, though.
So 17 on the clock, super hot, blazing sun here on the Goldie. A good time for Vaughn Blakey to go sunglass shopping.
Well, Queensland sun is brutal, and let me tell you, it is bright out there. It is glary. It is unbearably in my face, but one of the great things that can protect you from all this is the IC. It's the official eyewear of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, and I'm here with Joey, the main man behind IC, mate. What a great product. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, first of all, you're wearing the new Cole Houshman signature model right there.
That's why I feel like a winner on my backhand at the moment.
Crushing it. I can't pull those, but anyway, IC, we're just launching here in Australia. We're the #1 surf brand in the U.S. surf market right now, and we're hoping to do the same thing here in Australia. But yeah, we're introducing the brand and got all these new styles here and just loving it.
And mate, you guys are fearless. There is some wicked looking styles there. Take us through a couple of your favourites.
Well, so there's a couple different things going on here. Here's the Ivan Florence model. This one's recycled. This is a fully recycled pair of glasses, the Ivan Florence model. They're out now. But then we have some kind of crazy ones with fun. You might actually dig these because this might be something.
Let's try those bad boys.
Oh, those. So this is one of the top sellers. All the rock stars wear those. That's the rock star shade. And you're a rock star.
Ah, cheers, mate. Well, listen, come on down. If you come down the comp, check out IC. Making great stuff for rock stars. If you've got a beard, do you have to have a beard to get the Ivan Florence ones?
No, you don't. You're good. You're just Mr. Cool is cool for everyone. It's all good.
And we got women's shapes as well. So come on down, check out IC. Official eyewear, mate.
You're a legend. Thank you, guys. Yeah, cheers.
Woo. You.
Yeah, Joey, what a great cool crew with IC. They've got family vibes. It's been fun getting to know them over the last couple of years, sponsoring big events like this one. Vaughn's dialed. Yeah, you guys didn't know, Vaughn Deadly is his stage name, really. Rockstar and the Goons of Doom. They're playing all over the world. I think everyone knows Ozzy Wright in that band. One of the best surfers ever. One of my favorite free surfers. A lot of great Volcom movies for many years. And IC hooking us up. Ivan Florence is in town as well. Part of the team. Grayson Fletcher as well. And Cole Houshman. A lot of things happened for Cole in that rookie debut, including signing with IC. As we look at 14:25 on the clock, Yago in the lead over Edgard. Edgard chasing a 7.51 with Bugs with us, one of the founding fathers of the sport. You start thinking about some of the original contenders from Brazil, you know, that really made an impact on the tour. Bugs, who comes to mind for you?
Well, the original champions, Daniel Friedman, he won the Waimea 5000 in 1977. The late, great Pepe Lopez also made the, he was a finalist at Pipeline. I think he came third at Pipe. But then you've got, pioneers like Ricardo de Souza, Ricardo Bucau. These are guys that laid the foundation for, Flavio Gouveia, for Flavio Paterats, and then onto the inevitable Brazilian Storm.
Wow, what a story that's been. And becoming so well-rounded for surfers like Yago, being able to travel the world and surf heavy water waves and be so brilliant at Pipeline, where Yago got a 5th as a rookie on tour. And I suppose it's good to just compare those rookie challenges that you go through with Ed, really just trying to get on some sort of roll. Yago, it didn't always come easy. When you think about his rookie year on tour, in his first 4 events on tour, he had 3 round 2 losses. There wasn't the elimination round we have today, but it was a round 2. It was an equal 25th, and And that was a tough start to Yago's career.
Yeah, I think, I was saying before, you know, we're speaking about Erin Brooks and her coming onto tour, and, you know, you have all these grand plans of what you want to do and the results you want, but everyone's journey looks different, right? And, I mean, you just think to Yago, and you mentioned it, he came on and he didn't necessarily have the start he wanted. And I think it's just really cool when you think about Ed's story and his rookie year, and how I personally love it when you have guys that have just show so much grit and resilience and determination to sort of really make it on tour, you know. And I think he shouldn't be disheartened by this, because he's such a good surfer, he's so talented. And I mean, look, there still is hope, right? I mean, he's still in this event, he's still got Margaret River. And I think one of the cool things is, you know, with the WSL expanding to the 7 events before the cut, you have got those extra couple, you know. If you think previously, I mean, last year with the 5, would have been all over by now. But now he's got these couple of extra events to have another shot at it.
11:50 on the clock. Yago setting the pace here with an 8 and a 5.67. Rookie Edgard Graja looking for his first heat win. And we'll take a Bonsoy group break. We'll be right back. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Men's round at 32 just getting started on this incredible Thursday on the Gold Coast. 2 Brazilians in the first heat. Yago versus Edgard. Yago already over 60 events at the CT level, and Edgard just getting started as he's trying to get a big result against world number 4 at the moment. During the break, we saw that big tail high launch again from Edgard, extending that tail a little bit higher compared to his previous forehand reverse, as he's trying to chase down a 7.51 to catch up to Yago Dora, who also got active during the break. Connor O'Leary, Al Cleland Jr. in the Red Bull Athletes Zone. They're coming up in about 8:40 from now. Try to get to heat 10 today of the round of 32. We did have a couple of restarts, though. Let's get caught up. Yago, late takeoff on this one during the break flick.
Yeah, so Yago just, you can see this wave winding off down the line. He's trying to create speed to get around that section, but just the 2-tap combo there for him.
So it ends up being a throwaway score for Yago Dora. A 5.67 and an 8.0. We're talking about the foundation of the sport with so many things to talk about from that Stubbies Pro back in '77. Bugs in the semifinals of that event was always one of the guys to beat back then. This is the single fin era, and it was I guess before it was Mick Joel and Parco, there was a different three back then, MP, Bugs, and PT. Isn't that right, Bugs?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And pretty cool that you had first the quarter with PT that year, and then went on to MP.
Yeah, we're all in the same block, and I got through past PT and then MP, and I, with that system with the score, and they're reading out the scores, and I think Jack Shipley gave MP a 10, Randy Rowe gave me a 10, and it came down to the fifth judge. So it was really it was just classic. It was like a boxing match.
It certainly felt that way. I even remember a shot I saw in the mags of Bugs looking like he was preparing for a fight with the robe and the gloves on. Yeah. So much show and entertainment back then as we look ahead. Trying to slow down. You always got to match the pace of the wave. Now absolutely surging, but late to the ramp.
Yeah, that was a regrettable photo.
You know the one I was talking about, right? It's a great image. He's got Bugs with the robe on, and I love it looking back. I think that did age well.
Yeah, look, there was just a lot of different characters back then. It was all, we didn't know. It was all tongue in cheek.
But you had to bring the energy.
Yeah.
You guys were still trying to prove to the world that this was a sport. This was something to focus on. And if you guys acted like, oh, no big deal, don't worry about us, maybe people wouldn't have noticed.
No, what's really classic is I got a lot of inspiration as we just see a left-hander here.
No way.
Yeah, it's the Burleigh left. He had to have one. And I read this, and here's Edgard. Edgard needs a big score. I don't know whether this wave was looking the goods flick.
Yeah, this one, I think just wave selection, just letting him down a bit. Really tricky wave to read. Obviously runs off here and he doesn't get the finish, so definitely not going to be in the top two.
Yeah, I got a lot of inspiration. I read this book and it was these guys, these Australian guys, Rod Laver, Ken Rosewell, Frank Sedgman and Lou Houghton. They were tennis players, right? And they went around the world and they call themselves the tennis bums. But they talked their sport up and they made out like they were millionaires and that, and they're all sleeping in cars. And these are the guys that were the greatest tennis players that Australia had ever produced, won Wimbledon, and I got a lot of inspiration from that, and that's basically what Sean Thompson and Mark Richardson, PT, and Ian Cairns, myself, Mark Warren, Michael Ho, we all just talked the sport up.
And then you almost just let's act the part before there is a part, right? Yeah. You're actually like, hey, let's play it like we want it. And then the dream was manifested.
Well, it was. I mean, someone gave us a free pair of board shorts.
Look at that. Let's catch up with an absolute hero in Australia. Sally Fitzgibbons is with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joe. Sal, there's no doubt when you and Tyler paddle out against each other, it's almost like the whole contest structure just dissolves to nothing and it's just you two in the ring going at it. Right from the start of that heat, it was on.
Oh, for those that have been following along, that's 25 years of history. Like from the South Coast Challenge back when I was 10 and Tyler was 7 or 6, that's where it all started. And there's just so many little bits that chip into that story. And at times it becomes pretty heavy. Like it feels like, I don't know, just this big brick wall. And you just kind of find this other gear inside yourself. And that's why I have so much respect for all these surfers on tour, like hop in a heat and that's how you communicate, is just like through the art of like battling and contests, and you get to that point and yeah, you didn't sleep last night, that's for sure. We had 2 days to think about that one and I was just so ready, yeah.
So good to have a rival like that. But speaking of finding another gear, since you got back to Australia, it's like you are a new person, a new surfer. You really feed on all the love that you get here from your fans.
Oh, it's an amazing feeling, and like I just feel it even when you go to the supermarket or free surf and just the yarns you have along the point and out in the lineup, I just feel that warmth and encouragement, and that's what I really need, because I have just a deep desire to keep going and I want to evolve my surfing. And yeah, it's like looking back at the surfer from 2008, I'm deeply proud that I keep pushing, because it feels like it's an amazing feeling to get a wave in the excellent range at this level amongst this group of surfers.
That's unreal. And well, look, we won't keep you, but we are so stoked, and you're going to give everyone plenty more reasons to cheer in the coming days.
Oh, I'll keep fighting, that's for sure. And yeah, I guess like that's why we do it. Like we train day in, day out, and think about this like 24 hours a day. And so every little thing that happens out there is so meaningful, and we appreciate those that come up the beach and appreciate us.
Good on you, Sal. Yes.
Thanks so much, Vaughn and Sally. That was brilliant. Catching up to Iago Dora, going through a couple of low road climbs and stepping off. But yeah, what an iconic rivalry with Tyler and Sally. That was a Gold Coast final back in 2013 where Tyler got the jump on Sal, starting off a crazy rivalry once they got to the CT. Sally reminded us that goes back to Giroa and the South Coast, New South Wales, where they both came from. Tyler with 10 wins. Sally moves to 7 wins in 17 championship tour matchups. Here's to many more of those, as we have Sally taking on Isabella Nichols in quarter 4. Steph Gilmore has Aaron Brooks in quarter 3. Molly Picklum has Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And just to note, remember, Gabby Bryan out, world number 1. Katie Simmers out, world number 2. So Molly now the top seeds as she takes on Betty Lou. And then Luana Silva, Vahine Fierro in a fiery quarterfinal 1 to look forward to.
That quarterfinal, the Molly, the Betty Lou, that is, we've seen that play out a few times now, that matchup. That rivalry is well and truly underway. So just keeps delivering this draw.
Oh,
absolutely.
Gosh. It really does. It's like a movie script, but it's a draw based on seeding. Just all the elements are combining in our favor. Dora with an 8 and a 5, 6, 7 here. Edgard holding down priority, beating a 7.51 to take the lead, doing some great surfing. But Iago is kind of showing off the experience he has, Bugs, with over 60 events surfed on the championship tour, now world number 4. This is how vets approach a heat. They get their waves early. They've used priority well.
And then they put their opponent in checkmate.
That's right, Bugs. And Iago's done that. Kind of had the free surf reputation in the past. You can tell he's got the heart of a warrior on the championship tour. Last effort for Edgar. Big first connection. Nice float to cover some ground. Nice clean sweep. Picking his points well. Wants to go big, and he hammers it. Big air drop. Can he hang on? And the sandbank eats him up. What a brilliant end section snap, but he knows it. How important that finish really was, Bugs.
Oh, it was everything. I mean, you know, talk about, I was surprised Iago let him have that wave. I guess he must have priority, but gosh, Edgard really laid it down on that one. He was heading towards the excellent range.
I feel that could have been the score, and I just know he knows that. He's just, that was so close. Just the timing, the precision, let's break it down. The size of the wave gave more power, more speed throughout the turns. Placement just so well, and just really paced approach through this section. This one carve here just really gets to open up. Wow, I can't help thinking that that could have been right on the number if he was to make that last turn. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think it was right thereabouts.
Tough fall there for Edgard, who's just been dying for his first heat win of the season. And falling on a finish is going to be tough, because that was the major he needed to finish off on that wave. He just really needed that explosive finish. Great maneuver choice as well. Didn't run away thinking he needed an air. He did a big vertical, but with the bottom drawing out, he just had almost an impossible way to ride out. It ends up coming in now. A 5.77 for Edgard Gragia. Not enough for the rookie from Santos. And Iago Dora, representing Florianopolis in Brazil, world number 4. He's excited to move up the ranks. His good friend and rival, Jack Robinson, world number 3, was upset in the elimination round. So he knows there's some room to move on the rankings. Iago will take this win into the round of 16 as we prepare for another big heat in the round of 32. New dad, Connor O'Leary, takes on the first guy to qualify from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr., out there next.
great time to enjoy the Gold Coast of Australia. You got to check it out at some point in your lifetime. There's so much magic to be experienced, from ancient rainforests. You can relax with your friends at some luxurious pools, great spas to check out. There's roller coasters, incredible restaurants. You can also hike through the hinterland on the Gold Coast and just see everything that this wonderful part of the world has to offer. We're happy to be here for stop 6 of the championship tour, stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble, into the round of 32. Heat number 2 with Connor O'Leary taking on Al Cleland Jr. Connor representing Cronulla, but also representing Japan on tour. He's got Kano Igarashi for backup there. Al Cleland carrying Mexico on his shoulders. He's very happy to be doing so for the first time ever for that amazing country, with tons of world-class waves coming out of Pascuales. Heavy beach break conditions. Comfortable with skis and step-offs. Comfortable with a challenging lineup. And he's been holding his own this year as a late call-up as a rookie. Didn't think he would be on tour. He thought he was one spot out. John Florence made the announcement. I was like, Al, was that like a week before the start of the season? He's like, I think it was like the day before. He said it was just, okay, here I go. I'm in pipe, and we saw what he did when he upset Jack Robinson. What a statement.
It was a really big statement, right? I think we all kind of knew that. I mean, Al's bringing the fun to the tour. He really is in every single way, and especially in the water. I mean, coming from Pasquale's, that really is his bread and butter, those big, powerful tubing waves. I mean, and he got that opportunity at the beginning of the year, matched up with Jack Robinson. It was one of the heats to watch that morning, and it was absolutely pumping, pipe and backdoor, and it was blow for blow. And you know, Jack fought back. He actually got a 10 in that heat to claw his way back, but it wasn't good enough for Al. I mean, I think Al had 2 excellent rides in that heat, an 8 and a 9, and it was cool to see him really take it to Jack, because, and he kind of said after that interview, he's like, I'm not scared of these heats. Like, I want these big matchups. These are the moments that I dream for. So, yeah, I mean, but right now, both these guys kind of are, you know, Connor, I think, 17th on the rankings, and Al a little bit further below.
Well, this is number 17 versus 22. This heat is one of the most consequential heats of this round, because Connor is only ahead of Al because he's got 1 extra ninth. He's got 3 ninths. Al's got 2 ninths. So this is a go-forward heat, or it's a quicksand heat.
Good point, Bugs. 22 is the cutoff mark for the mid-season cut. That'll happen at Margaret River. And then the top 22 will continue to compete for the final 5 spots at the Lexus WSL Finals at Cloudbreak. Little motion in the ocean there, some waves standing up. Al's looking like he wants to own the deepest position. He's actually jumped in Snake's corner, Jake Patterson's corner for this event, and gave Snake a little more room to take on Al, because Ethan Ewing has moved more closely to beat Durbridge for stop 6. So Jake's been surfing with Al on the point. Connor still with Dog, as always. And Bugs, it's interesting when we talk about the architects of the tour and pro surfing, and you know, it's easy for us to pick out the big names, you know, like yourself, the world champs and PT and Sean Thompson, and the ones who just owned all the script of event wins like MR. But who else, you know, made a huge impact that you'd like to shout, especially in those early years?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, definitely not, you know, I mean, champions in their own right. Simon Anderson, you know, from Hawaii, you had Buzzy Kerbox and Hans Hedeman and the great Bobby Owens, the late, great Michael Thompson. And then holding up the goofies, Terry Richardson. And, you know, although he was younger than us, you know, Shane Horan's also, you know, a superstar, but in our generation, even though he's like 5 years younger, he just came on so young. And then peering over the top, you could see these kids, this kid called Tom Curran, Tommy Carroll and Oki and Derek Ho and Barton Lynch and Duma all just sort of, well, checking us out.
It's interesting with those generational shifts, isn't it? And especially when you have one thread in common of being one of the best surfers in the world, where as you start growing through your career, Bugs, all of a sudden you've got a young Tom Curran knocking on your door. You know, it doesn't matter that you're not from the same country. There's this mutual respect and inspiration that happens just from great talent. And you know, a lot of the greats started that way. They pick their favorites, and sometimes they'll have enough courage to be like, hey, can I sleep on your couch?
Well, that did happen with Tommy Curran in France one year. He just turned up and he'd caught a plane from LA to Charles de Gaulle, a train down to Bayonne, and somehow at about 10 o'clock at night there was a knock on the door, and it was Tom Curran. He said, "Rab, could I?" And I said, "Yeah, kiddo, there's your little, there's your corner." And the next morning, him and I were surfing 6 foot Senyos, like with no one else out, getting barrel after barrel, and I went, "Wow, this kid can ride the barrel."
And now, obviously a 3-time world champ. Second on the all-time win list is Tom Curran. Won an All-American Stubbies final against Mike Parsons in the mid-'80s. First final that happened in Australia at the CT level, which included 2 Americans. That was a big deal. Tom ended up winning his first world title that season. As we look back, still the benchmark of style, as it's fun when you have events that have so much history for guys like Connor and Al Cleland to remember, learn about. A lot of it's on YouTube, which we're lucky for. Meanwhile, still not a wave ridden yet. Sometimes that happens when the tide bottoms out. Things are going a little bit slow flick.
Yeah, we've obviously approached that low tide mark and things are probably going to start filling in, but you can also see a little bit of ruffle on the face here, like on the texture on the face of the water, and obviously that wind's swung around a little bit more, but still really protected here behind this point. Down to, don't want to say the R word, but potentially.
Oh, yeah.
We've had 2 restarts today.
I know.
The first one was really generous from the panel.
I think so too.
Really generous.
There's a few opportunities there.
But yeah, they were paddling each other deep around the corner, and
Yeah.
hey, they give them a fresh clock. Good for them.
And look, just to finish off, the late great Dane Kealoha should have been world champion. Should have been world champion.
Yeah, runner-up in the world, right?
Yeah.
Dane Kealoha, one of the best ever at every venue around the world. Unbelievable backdoor and pipeline. Yeah, so many big names. And it is sometimes that tough part of even finishing runner-up in a final, because the headlines is always whoever wins, right? And that's why when you even brought up Iago Dora in the last heat as runner-up, some people have that impact on an event where they feel like they've won it. Kind of like Ethan Ewing at Bells, even though he got knocked out relatively early. Having those groundbreaking performances where you're supposed to win, it feels like, can be remembered as part of those big events. There's the horn officially restarting the clock back to 30 minutes, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a fresh start, but you got to remember how the world we live in now, it's like you get it right across the world. Like, I'm telling you, it was so isolated. We were so far from home. You could win a contest and they'd hear about it at home 3 months later.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, even through the late 90s, you had to wait for the magazines to come out with those results. It wasn't in the age of the internet that came later in the live broadcasts, and then instant scores started happening. This is the best time ever for pro surfing. So many things available for the best surfers in the world. They've got great locker rooms to hang out in, physios at each event, like it should be. As we focus in on the live rankings here at stop number 6, you can watch these live rankings as well on worldsurfleague.com. You can check in after every heat finishes and see the updates. It'll be really important to keep that page open, especially when we get to the cut at Margaret River, and also all roads leading to Cloudbreak for the Lexus WSL Finals. The cut line's in bright red there. Al Cleland Jr. is right on it.
Al just right on that cut line, and I mean, it's just the caliber of surfer. I mean, the whole tour is amazing, right? But to Bugs, to your point, you got Connor. He's obviously jumped up 1 spot on those live rankings now with Matthew McGilvray out, but this is a pretty consequential heat, like you said. I mean, whoever's advancing through this, I mean, it's going to do big things for the points. You can just see how close they are, even from 18 right down to 24. Liam O'Brien, there's, less than almost just over 1,000 points separating these guys. So, I mean, it's so tight. And as you know, like, so much can happen. We've had different winners at events, and even they've got points together here, and then obviously going into Margs as we see Al.
First section there, hits it off the top into a wrapping cutback on that Timmy Patterson surfboard, punching out the fins in reverse. Something he can do on a dime is just switch directions. And he will get things started right after the restart with Connor O'Leary. Now Connor starting to drift into position. Al, great barrel rider, great in the air. He's already been in some great movie parts with his major sponsors, so still brings that loose style to the CT jersey. And he's been a quick study. He went first, like we talked about, getting on tour, getting the late call. Now showing up at Burleigh and figuring it out quickly, Bugs.
Yeah, this wave's got a little bit of crumble on it, but Al gets going on this one. He's been sitting for a while. There's a great snap here, brings the board around again, keeps a transition, and then just, as you said, he's got those rotations on a dime.
Got the nice click. Great punch towards the beach and an easy rotator for a guy like Al Cleland. And now priority goes to Connor O'Leary. We've been talking about the backhanders this year, and one thing I've noticed, Flick, is you really loving what Connor brings as far as being one of the best goofies, if not the best on tour. What does he have to bring to take out Al Cleland today?
Honestly, I think Connor's bread and butter is just those big backhand hangers. And honestly, I don't even think it's number of maneuvers, even though we're on a point break. And I just feel, just because of his sheer size and power, just the fact that if he can nail 2 big turns, 3 big turns on his backhand, he's going to be dropping big points. I think his precision is next to none. I honestly say it every time he surfs, but, you know, all goofy foot should take note of his backhand attack because it's pretty much precise. So that's what you get. You know, he's obviously made the move to Lennox Head. He lives there now with his wife, Steph, and a little baby. That is new arrival as of only a few days ago, but the backhand surfing has been honed on that right-hand point break, and it's just better. It's just as good as ever.
Yeah, so sharp. We've had some brilliant goofy put performances that have kicked off the year. World #1 when Goldie used to be stop 1. Italo Ferreira, that win was actually at the beach break over at D-Bah. Owen Wright had one of the greatest sporting comebacks I think we've ever seen when he had his head injury and was just having trouble just being outside for more than an hour, and just one of the most unbelievable stories to that win in a final with Matty Wilkinson. Wilco won the year before for the Goofies. Medina had that famous win against Joel Parkinson. That was the crucial win that kicked off Medina's first world title back in 2014. Here's Connor now. Getting going down the point, trying to build on his momentum. He had a nice little pace till a fall in the finish. Something that Connor does sometimes when he starts off heats is with a fall. Not sure why, Bugs.
No, well, we got that low tide, little dredgy section down there at Burleigh, and it's tricking a few guys up. This one, there's a lot of fluff on the wave here, Flick.
Yes, this is a really hard wave to surf. He does well. I mean, this turn here, nicely timed, but oh my goodness, this section that he belts on the inside here just ran out of water, really, and it just became so cupped out. Super tricky. I mean, it's hard on your forehand to even lip line or think about a section like that, but on the backhand, even harder. So this heat, I mean, it has been a little bit slow. I feel like, you know, I don't think the waves have actually, I think the waves actually supposed to be picking up throughout the day when I was looking at the forecast. So, you know, I think even moving in tomorrow, it's supposed to be that little bit bigger. So right now it could be a tide thing because I don't think we're seeing this swell diminish in height. I think we're going to see it start to build throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, good call. A lot to look forward to at the good part of the swell for the waiting period. And hopefully things will pick up for Connor and Al Cleland. I was just thinking about Gabe Medina. We miss him. He's still recovering from that pectoral injury that he went through before the season started. But we know a lot of work went into those world titles, especially with his equipment. It's been great having his shaper, Johnny Cabianca, on hand here on the Gold Coast. And he's actually hanging out with Richie Lovett in the Vissla Shaping Bay.
Hey guys, we're down at the Vissla Shaping Bay, one of the exciting activations we've got down here at the Gold Coast Pro, and we've got a very, very special guest, John Cabianca, shaper to the one and only Gabriel Medina. John, it's great to be here with you. How are you enjoying your time on the Gold Coast?
I'm good, okay. It's really proud to be here, and was fantastic, the invitation. Thank you to Vissla, thank you to Surfboard Empire. It's amazing to be here.
We've got a really special board here that you're going to shape. This is one of Gabriel Medina's replica boards. You want to tell us a little bit about the secret magic in the shapes that you create for this man?
Well, it's the board what Gabriel used all over the year, basically competing all the tour. And the name of this model is DFK. Has a really particular name. It's the Freak Kid. Since 2009, when the King of Grommet, who was speaking, was Martin Potter. And he was freaking out when Gabriel was coming for the heat, and he was, look, the Freak Kid's coming again. That Freak, it's the model. It's a fantastic. Thanks. Thanks to the guy to help me with the name, everything. It's running well with this model.
Can you give us a few little details about what Gabriel rides? Is it plain single concave, single double concave? His boards are a little bit thicker, it looks like, to everyone else's boards as well.
Well, basically the board is a pretty simple board. It's a single concave from the front foot to the back foot. I love to work with a lot of concave, so the difference between the rocker in the rail and the rocker in the stringer. So I create this combination, and the foil is pretty, let's say it's simple, but works really well. With the fins position combination, everybody see what he can do. So it's just changing with his body type along these years. He's growing and it's more volume. The last 5 years I put a little bit extra area in the nose, a little bit extra area in the tail, the board getting more volume in general. And I'm just playing with this. But basically the board is exactly the same since 2009.
And does Gabriel know much about what goes into the boards, or does he keep it simple?
Well, he understands very well, but about measurements, he always asks me what he has under the foot at these nights. Before with Charlie was more simple because I had the communication with Charles. Now Gabriel is more connecting with me, asking me what he's using. But yeah, he understands something more now.
Awesome stuff. John Cabianca, the master shaper behind the performance of Gabriel Medina. Come and check him out down at the Whistler Shaping Bay. A crazy activation, a real treat to be able to watch one of the world's best shapers here at work. Back to you guys.
We love it. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Johnny Cabianca. What a cool guy. It's been fun talking to Johnny over the years. And sometimes, he's not at all the major events, kind of like some of the other big shapers. So it's fun to be able to see him shape live. If you're here close to Burleigh Heads, you can see some ripping go down as well. Connor O'Leary fell on his first wave, greased his second wave, and looks like he's staying on his feet for his third. So quickly finding his pace. 3.5 start, 6.5 on his second effort. Now that's his third scoring ride. Al Cleland fell on a big punt. He got a 1.0. He's got one more score to lock in as well. And just quickly, it's pretty interesting. Well, we'll get back to this. A couple of replays here. This is the 6.5 from Connor O'Leary flick.
Yeah, this is perfect surfing on the backhand, right? Smaller wave, but he's just absolutely destroying it. Really loves that. I love how he waited for that third section and just banks that last turn. Got to there a little bit early because it is cupped out, it is difficult, and then behind him bugs Al.
Yeah, Al needs to get it going. He's got another crumbly wave in front of him and knew that, it was, I'd say not his best effort, but he hung in there, Joe.
Yeah, he's creative with that punt because he can use it in different spaces. So with his upper body movement, it's great to see him pull that off. And this was Connor's third wave.
Yeah, so I mean, such a flurry of waves right now. The judges have got a bit to digest. I'm just trying to, sort of piece together, do they count that as a make? How are they going to judge Al's last air? He didn't get much projection above the lip, but he did get there really late. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they break this down.
I think just with Al, I wasn't being mean on him. He's not getting any waves with the connection right through, and it's just really holding back his scoring potential. He's surfing well, but his wave choice is really letting him down at this point.
Yeah, good point, Bugs. 5.77 for Al Cleland. Especially when your opponent already has a 6.5. You want to be outmatching your competitor on every exchange. Al doing great with Some big heat wins, even getting past Toledo back at El Salvador, and Toledo's always the favorite on these high-performance venues. He's got Crosby Colapinto coming up next. Al out in front, but Connor waiting on his score from wave number 3. A lot of great goofy footers from the Cronulla region, like his coach, like Mark Occhilupo as well, who's been on the Goldie for a long time now. Kirk Flintoff, so many great waves in that region that set them off well for world-class surfing. 4.67 from Connor O'Leary. Stays in second, Bugs.
Yeah, I think that was, it didn't look like it was going to go into the 5-point range. I think he squared it up, but the ending of that wave, you know, wasn't convincing.
Good call. Well, Al at the moment in the lead. Remember how important this one is for the midseason cut, which is coming up at stop 7. So crucial for both of these competitors as brothers Colapinto with their coach Tommy looking at Burleigh Heads. We'll be right back.
Cleland Jr., first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year. Thank you so much. We worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. Who's a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf? You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys. You know, I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way. He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
I've been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I put my life on the line for it.
Hola, senor! And backdoor! Coming out again!
Almost was like, oh no, I'm gonna straighten out for the sport. And then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time.
What a great series. Inside Pro Surfing documents all the major events that happen at every stop on tour. You can find them all on worldsurfleague.com. Al Cleland Jr. is going to be a big part of all of those because of his great personality, his soulful act, bringing that fun, just youthful energy to the tour. We love it. Al Cleland looking to continue on with big highlights. A huge one, not just for himself, but for Mexico. Happened last year. The south side of Huntington Pier in front of a huge crowd, winning the U.S. Open of surfing, Bugs.
Well, that's why he's here. I mean, that U.S. Open win, it's the biggest tournament in the world, really, when you talk about people power. And it's a high profile. What an event to win. It's not a CT, but outside, it's the other major, really.
Oh, it certainly is. Bugs looking back in history, a young rabbit back in '78 winning your world title. What would blow young rabbit's mind the most about the tour today, you think?
Well, I'd say the lunches.
The catering.
I just set you up for that, didn't I? Of course he did. Obviously, with so many chases, I can't even talk. I have so many changes that have happened, especially with you at the helm as well as the CEO. I always love the stories, too, about how some of the big changes that we celebrate were actually unpopular at the time. One being the jet ski assist in heats. One also being going down to top 2 waves from top 3. Yeah, now, when you look back in hindsight, it's kind of wild that you'd have any resistance with those changes.
Well, you know, there was a lot of purists, and they thought that, you know, surfing's paddling, and I said, well, isn't it entertainment? Like, let's get the entertainment factor going. Let's get the rotation. Let's get you back in the lineup. We don't want to see you 300 metres down the line. We want to see you in the lineup surfing. And then the best 2 kind of opened up more free surfing, so that I really checked it out, and that third scoring ride was low. It averaged out to less than, like, somewhere between a 3, 5 and a 4. And I went, well, that's no good. Like, let's get 7s and 8s.
And it was a really important time change. There's certain surfers just lifted to the new system. Andy Irons, wow, he was a perfect example of not wanting anyone to get busy and catch a ton of waves. It was like, wait for the 2 best, promote radical surfing, and those surfers really were shining. Dane Reynolds was another one who just took off in his career because of that top 2 system.
Yeah, there's so many changes, right? I mean, I think a big one that comes to mind for me is 4-person priority. That was major, especially for on the Challenger Series and the qualifying series. That eliminated, I mean, and there was resistance against that too. I think that comes with any change.
As we look at Connor O'Leary hacking through the first section, there's the arc. Mid-face bottom turn, but he can get there so quickly, and important when that sandbank is so shallow. It's less than waist deep on that sand that Connor finished on. Really nice piece of sand, by the way, too. You see all the rocks here on the point, but out where they're surfing is all sand bottom. What'd you see on this one, Flick?
Look, I understand what he's doing. He's only searching for a small score, right? And, you know, with the kind of, I mean, it was a beautiful last turn there that we saw in that super slow-mo. Gets to it really early, I think, which is that's the go right now. I mean, on that super cupped out shallow sandbank, you want to get to it early. Chase Spacey almost chasing a 5. You know what? There's 2 different ways of doing it right now. I mean, Al's approach has been so different to Connor. Connor's obviously looking for a more traditional down the line, you know, 3 turns, 4 turns. Whereas Al, like, his points are coming from sort of 2 maneuver waves, even just that one big sort of air that he's gone through. So judges are really having to sort of decipher that right now, and we'll see where we go with Connor's score.
Bugs, you've always talked about surfing being a great form of storytelling. You know, what does Burleigh Heads tell in that story, in the fabric of the tour?
Well, I mean, not only is it the birthplace of professional surfing with the first stubbies, but well before that, I mean, Burleigh is such an iconic, look at that headland. It's just such a symbol, you know, and it's a national park. It's been protected, well, to a certain extent, but it's just a beautiful, iconic-looking headland, and, you know, they call the Gold Coast points the 5 sisters, and this is one of the sisters.
As we look at a roll-in from Al Cleland Jr. He's got the space, got the speed. First turn on that wrap, just to set up something down the stretch here. Just a little top turn. Looking forward into a laid-back tail blow. Controlling that board from Timmy Patterson. Happy birthday, Timmy Patterson, by the way. He was enjoying his equipment under the feet of Al Cleland here on this beautiful Thursday on the Goldie. Al still with the lead. Last of Connor, 4-6. Al trying to better a 5-6-7 with this wave flick.
Yeah, this is more traditional point break surfing, right? He's wrapping it around, he's eyeing off the next section. It was a longer running wave. I really am interested to see. I mean, I love the finish. The finish was explosive. We had the layback in there, sort of a carving layback, really. But I'm interested to see where it goes in comparison to his other 2 5s, because they were surfed very differently. So I'm interested to see where the judges go.
Iago Dora took the win in that all-Brazilian battle in Heat 1 of the round of 32. The goofy foot is with Vaughn Blakey.
Iago firmly entrenched in the top 5, but coming up against a guy who's literally surfing for his career to stay on tour, there can be such a dangerous heat.
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, they're going to go for it. They need a result, and they're just going to throw everything at it. And this wave fits Edgar surfing so well, so I was a little bit nervous about that heat. I knew I started pretty well, but I knew he always had the chance to like get the score in the end. And yeah, I just tried to play the heat smart and ended up doing a bad decision in the end, just taking off a wave, and that was not that good and gave him an opportunity in the end. But yeah, just stoked it came my way.
Sometimes they go against you, sometimes they work for you, but you were just saying, mate, that you haven't really surfed anywhere but on the point. An 8-point ride in that heat says to me that you're really clicking with this place.
Yeah, I love the wave here. I think today is the biggest day that I've surfed so far, and super fun. Like this morning was amazing, and now it's a little bit tricky with the low tide. It's kind of like in between two spots. It was hard to decide exactly where I was going to sit, but just getting a couple waves done, and it's good to make it through.
It's great to make it through. We were just checking this back bank breaking out behind us. Couple lefts, mate. Might see you go frontside out here.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see how big it gets tomorrow and what's going to happen. I have no idea how it's going to look. So, yeah, just wake up and see.
Well, we'll wait and see. But, mate, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the next round as well.
Thank you.
Great catch up there, Vaughn. Great to hear from the always cool, comfortable, collected Iago Dora in a heat with Edgar. They're two good friends. They share the same manager in Daniel Cortez. So they've put a lot of time in together, tons of respect. He knows what Edgar's going through that rookie season. Same rookie class as Al Cleland Jr., who locked in a 5.93. Al's best wave so far, increasing his lead, but Connor still has the best score of the heat, the 6.5. So as we approach the 5-minute mark, it is still really close. Anyone's game, really, at this point, Flick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you look at the heat total. Al 11.70 to Connor's 11.17. And, I mean, Connor starts off so strong, just the textbook backhand belts, you know, and he's got the 6.5, which is the strongest wave of the heat. It's going to be a good feeling. He knows what a 6.5 feels like out there, and he's only chasing a 5.2, but Al went to work, and he went to work differently. I mean, he just eyed off a couple of sections, and it was sort of moves like this that saw him fly up into the lead. Got a couple of 5s locked in now, and right now it's just been Connor trying to fight his way back, just sort of grindy approach just to see what he can get done on these smaller sort of waves. I feel like with this tide just on this real low mark, we're seeing, you know, maybe just that little bit of inconsistency. A great demonstration of how low the tide is, right? I mean, look at all that rock. Those rocks were all covered this morning on the high tide.
Yeah, that is a super low tide, but you know, if Al wins, you see, it'll be a gritty win because he's really grinded his way along. He hasn't even got to a 6-point ride, but he's holding the lead and just increased his lead. You know, I just thought in that 5-point range it'd be dangerous to hold a hot goofy footer off because they can just reel off those backhand snaps, vertical snaps, and get the big points. But so far, Al's doing it.
Still out front, still enjoying his time on tour. His father, a pro surfer. They got some shots in Surfer Magazine. Classic barrel shots at waves like Imperial Beach, which is on the border of Mexico. His dad moved to Mexico in Pascuales. Met a local girl. They stayed. Al grew up surfing beach breaks and absolutely charging at a very young age. So he's been marked as one of the great surfers coming out of that region for many years. And his dad originally from San Diego, so really comfortable in Southern California, where he got to win that big major U.S. Open title last year over Marco Mignot. Marco also qualifying. And Marco actually representing France, but living in Sayulita, Mexico for a long time. There's a lot of people from Mexico really excited about pro surfing, even more than ever in 2025.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that representation on the tour. And I was stoked when I heard that, you know, John was, you know, going to take this year off, and Al got the call up because you mentioned it before, Joe, and even in that Inside Pro Surfing piece, you're like, this guy is the mascot of the World Tour, and he's really had delivered that. It doesn't matter, you know, if he's in the water, he's always, you know, fireworks. If he's on land, he's always up to something. He's always got a smirk on his face. He's always having fun, and I think he doesn't take this for granted. You know, he's so appreciative of the opportunities. You know, if you think back to Bells and, you know, it was the night before the comp and he was going off to a Geelong Cats game and watching that. And I just love it, though. You know, he's just not taking it for granted and wants to absorb it all. And, yeah, it just shows. He's a great guy. I mean, so is Connor. They're both good guys. But, yeah, this heat right now, it really is do or die for him. He really needs to get through this.
Well, this will be an amazing last couple of minutes because Alan is holding on to a tenuous lead. Connor O'Leary with the 6.5, the high point on the singular ride. Alan with the first place, number 22. He needs this win.
Yeah, good point, Bugs. You looked up the standings and really reminded us how important this heat is. Round of 32, it's been the common talk in the post-heat interviews that this might be the toughest round of the whole contest with all the stakes on the line for the mid-season cut. And, you know, we all felt pretty comfy about it when we were, you know, at Pipeline and going, hey, it's extended, it's extended. And Cole Hauschman even told me, he's like, it actually took him a second to light the fire because, wait, we got more time? You don't want to relax. You need to really fight for those results, like the cut's even shorter. But yeah, with all longer time, we're coming down to stop 7. Al Cleland's at the 22 mark. So he's really in a must-win situation, Bugs.
Well, it looks like a set of waves approaching with Connor O'Leary with priority. Let's see how this plays out. They go over the first one. There's a bit of movement now. A little wider wave. Al's got the inside, but Connor's got the priority. But will he go? Yes, he will.
Connor O'Leary needs a 5.2. First turn set up, and nothing available down the line. He steps out. Al immediately paddles into the next wave to play some defense. Carves right on top of Connor. Throws a big finishing move for an aggressive combination. And now Connor still has 40 seconds to try to stay in the game.
Wow, did he break the 6-point ceiling? It feels like he might have right there.
I'm feeling it, Bugs. What about you, Flick?
Yeah, definitely. He was aggressive. There was no hesitation whatsoever. He was super fired up. I think he's probably made that job just that bit harder for Connor right now. So Connor probably knows that as well. He took off. He watched that wave go down behind his. So he's going to be thinking, okay, I've only got 20 seconds here. If it is, I'm looking for more than a 5.2.
Looks like another set on the outside. We can see from here, will it get there in time? The other thing is that Connor, he had priority in that exchange.
Wow, so critical for both of these guys with the mid-season cut approaching. Connor O'Leary runs out of time. Al Cleland, even with his last wave not scored, will already take the win and move into the round of 16. Definitely threw down his best at the last opportunity with a 7.67 coming through for Al Cleland Jr. And now it's going to come down to Margaret River for Connor O'Leary, ranked 17th in the world coming into this event. So focus on Connor on the live rankings, see where he ends up. And hey, why not celebrate Switch with a win like that?
Yeah, he just keeps giving the mascot. That's what he's doing. He's providing the entertainment, Joey.
As we take a look at Connor.
Oh, you just knew as soon as he took off, this thing looked like a bit of a dog's breakfast. And then behind him, Al just absolutely goes to town right in front of Connor. Leaves nothing on the table here, just big layback hat. So much authority that he stomped that last turn with. Just conviction is the word that comes to mind. And he's stoked.
Job well done for Al Cleland with being number 22 in the world. He knows he still has some work to do. Moves on to the round of 16 where he'll be matched up with world number 4, Yago Dora, as this event continues. Al's fired up. Let's get fired up. We've got Felipe Toledo, 2-time world champ, headlining the matchup with last year's Rookie of the Year, Crosby Colapinto. We'll bring in Ronnie, Rich, and Laura for the call.
The round of 32 continues here. Heat number 3 out there in the lineup now. It's got two-time world champ Felipe Toledo currently sitting in 11th position on the rankings, representing Brazil up against Crosby Colapinto, fighting his way back from injury. He's back in 25th place. He's got to make some ground up if he wants to stay on tour through the back end of the year. Ronnie Blakey on set with Richie Lovett and Laura Enova. What a day.
Absolute cracker of a day.
Congratulations, ASI Surfer of the Year here in Australia.
Thanks, Ronnie.
That was a beautiful ceremony the other day. You got presented the award by Steph Gilmore. We'll get back to that because Crosby's going to get things started quickly here, hammering down the line. Two guys with big airs that aren't afraid to throw them down. And Felipe, who's been victorious on the Gold Coast here before, rips into that big frontside carve. Such an explosive surfer when he gets going. And he is loading up. He wants to get into that top 10 and throw his hat in the ring for a shot at another world title. Clean finish there. Great exchange to kick things off. What a fantastic heat on paper, Rich, and no head-to-head history between these two.
This is an amazing heat on paper. The two natural footers going at it. The big fella, Crosby Colapinto, standing, you know, roughly 6 foot tall, 6'1", against the little power pocket, Felipe Toledo, and we know that he is just such a dangerous weapon out here in these style of waves.
Well, what he lacks in reach, Felipe, he gets back with just extreme power in those pocket hits, and obviously an air game that matches the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's got it all. Just the power to weight ratio, size ratio, it's all there for Toledo. And let's have a look at some of the replays here. So Crosby gets the first exchange. Nice little hack off the top, keeping all that speed down the line. Pumping, glides over that little section, and then goes for the throw tail reverse. And then outside, Laura, Felipe.
Yeah, so much speed, just drawing down the line here, and this is a big hook in the pocket, releases the tail and gets into this inside section, just tags it away here. You know, this was, it almost looked like he was at a wave pool and just enjoying every last bit of this wave here. Keeps going and a nice float to finish there. So just tagging that one and with so much power. Loved that turn there, kicking the tail there, and very nice way to start. He looks like he's on.
Oh gosh, on and then some. This guy has the ability to give himself space in a wave that is so down the line and cupped out. He's that fast that he gives himself this open face to deal with, and then he keeps his speed down the line. Live action here.
Crosby up again. Good kick on the tail there. Glides across the section to set up the finish and smashes his way through a beautiful hit there. And chasing him down the line again is Toledo. He's going to steal the spotlight in the biggest possible way. So lofted out, so high, the complete rotation. Toledo has just dropped the biggest air of the year on us. That was huge.
That was gigantic. We've been waiting for this. 2025, we've been waiting for this moment. And it's taken the opponent, you know, Crosby Colapinto, to suck this out of the syringe, and it's coming.
That was huge. That was monstrous. He has been trying to start a fire this year with green leaves. There's been a lot of smoke, some moments, and finally, he's caught fire. There is a big flame burning now. He had a heat down at Bells that kind of suggested he was getting back to his best, but that was it. That was massive. He won the opening exchange, a 7 to Crosby's 5.33. Colapinto ripped his last wave, and that Toledo, as he has done so many times in the past, just completely snatched the spotlight and has set the bar at a whole new level.
Bonsoy replay, Felipe just telegraphing here, gets the full rotation, landed so far up the board, but let's watch the water angle. They'll take to the sky, and just incredible, intuitive aerial maneuvers here.
Look at this replay. Kaipo watching on from the lineup. So much height, Kipes.
That was big. That was ginormous. Love seeing what these guys are bringing. Give you guys a little intel on the positioning. These guys started way up on Burleigh Point for that first exchange. Second exchange, they moved further down the point, and now they're slowly migrating. Mind you, the last heat was served right here, kind of in the beach break area. So moving. The playing field's moving, but I love the movement right now of Felipe Toledo. Biggest error that we've seen all day.
Huge. A monster, and the number's still on the way. 7.43 for Crosby. So, you know, momentarily dropped the best number of the heat, but there is a feeling that this is going to be a big one for Toledo. Crosby's not going to waste any time. He has a look at that one on the inside. Numbers starting to roll through for the two-time world champion. He drops a 9.37 and rockets into the lead. There's the spread from the panel.
Wow, there's some numbers there. 8.8 all the way up to 9.5. They got to leave a little space here because Toledo could do a couple of hacks down the line and then do that air.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Just when we thought things were slowing down, you know, just that wind's up a bit, but this heat has just come out and it is, wow. They're throwing everything at it.
Well, just on paper, this was shaping up to be an exciting one. Yep. You know, Crosby robbed of the opportunities in the first couple of events due to a broken elbow earlier in the year. And Toledo, he's trying to reconnect with that winning feeling after withdrawing through all of the 2024 season after a poor start at the Pipe Pro last year. And he's had moments, Rich, this year. As we said, the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. He's had moments where he's come out of the lineup with a big smile on his face. But there's also been some dark moments as well.
Yeah, it just hasn't all gone his way at the moment. As we watch this Stone and Wood slow-mo and Toledo just letting the emotions fly, tapping into something here.
There's the front side rotations where Felipe will go for the higher percentage play and really remain in control, but you could see how tweaked out he got halfway through that turn, Laura, and he almost over-rotated, even with his body sort of landing on his front foot, but just so cat-like in his ability to land on his feet.
Oh, absolutely, and it's so good to see these big moments come from Felipe again. I mean, he's had, like you said, Ron, he's had a couple of them this year. He's had a good start in El Salvador, you know, into the excellent range. Then I think got an 8.5 down at Bells as well, but bowed out there, and then to come out here and just, it'd be so nice for him to be feeling that energy of just stomping, an absolute beauty.
Yeah. Was a greedy air, so much height. Are you kidding? I can't believe this thing. 15 career CT wins, second of all the competitors on the championship tour for the men. Medina with a few more, but he's not here at the moment. 8th on the all-time list, but Rich, with 2 world titles and the performances that he's brought us on the championship tour over the years, where does he sit for you in the pantheon of the greats?
He's right up there. I honestly think he is one of the greatest that we've ever seen. You know, he's right up there. Maybe there needs to be a more comprehensive resume across all of the different spots on the tour. Some of the bigger wave locations, the reef breaks, to get the wins at those places. That would definitely solidify and cement his place among the real greats of the sport. But in terms of the innovation and the sort of total dominance of that area of surfing, unquestionable.
Just over 18 minutes to go. He's just one of those rare talents, Laura, that does his best surfing with that jersey on. He's a human highlight reel. Oh,
he really does. And, you know, ever since he came with the tour, just everyone was like, who is this kid? He's just going so fast down the line. And, you know, just remember those events back in the day at the Quick Pro and then Portugal when he had his big results there, and it was just so fun to see him just, you know, grow. You know,
J-Bay.
J-Bay.
Think about J-Bay where he was doing double airs, getting, you know, 10-point rides. It's the surfers that make you go, oh, I didn't think about how they could surf that wave like that. You know, what's he doing? This is something different than what we've ever seen before. That's how they get into the greats.
Yeah, absolutely. He draws his own lines, that's for sure, and that's what makes him so special. And he's, I would agree, he's one of the greats of the sport, will go down in history.
Yeah, on the Gold Coast is where he announced his arrival. He'd done a couple of years on the CT. 2013 was his rookie year, finished 15th. Pretty impressive stuff. 2014, 17th. But in 2015, broke through for his first championship tour win. In a final against Julian Wilson, he amassed a heat score total of 19.6. It was unbelievable. And here he goes again, trying to get rid of a 7 here. Toledo already with the biggest air of the event and really looking confident now. Surfing with a lot of acceleration now, maybe more acceleration than we've seen him in all year. A lot of pace.
This is dangerous.
Kinetic. Super connected at the moment.
Yeah, this is dangerous. You can tell the chest is puffed out a little more. The shoulders are up and the back. You know, it's a new look Toledo in this heat compared to what we've seen at any time this year, I think.
Yeah, he seemed confident after that round one heat win. He seemed relaxed. He seemed stoked to be back here in one of his, favourite places. Excited. He's got another baby on the way, and his family, I think, is relocating and spending more time in Brazil. So there's so much for him to be excited about. And he actually, the most thing he can be excited about is that he seems like he's not falling off his board ever again.
It's dangerous when he gets to that zone where you kind of get the feeling he feels like he can go for anything he likes. That was a really tricky end section. We've seen a lot of surfers struggle with it throughout the day. And he just drifted the fins across that lip so perfectly. So a number on the way, which potentially might go into his top two. It might be just under. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it could be right there. The final manoeuvre on that wave was really impactful, had a lot of power, and the score has dropped. 7.83, so he's made the requirement even tougher for Crosby, now needing that 9.77.
Yeah, and this is, what I think a heat that Toledo's really up for. We were talking earlier on, Rich, about, Slater, Fitzgibbons, Tyler, people who have spent close to 2 decades or more on the championship tour. Their motivation's sparked by different things. And Toledo, there's no easy heats, but this is one that would probably have had him going, even himself. So this is an interesting heat. I haven't surfed against Crosby before. We both, have lived in that San Clemente zone for a period of time. Like, I know he's good, but I want to let everyone know that I've still got it.
If I was Tommy Whitaker, obviously working with Crosby, I would have said be on the 2 best waves of the heat and don't leave anything on the table. You're going to have to do your best surfing on the 2 best waves, because you know that Toledo is capable of converting a 6 or a 7 point ride into an 8 or a 9. So that would have been the game plan. And unfortunately for Crosby, Toledo's found himself on a couple of the best waves and gone absolutely mad. And he's sort of diffusing Crosby's plan. So we're going to have to see Cros try and just, claw his way back into this heat somehow.
If I can, though, the 9.37 was almost a closeout.
Yeah.
And Toledo, he's damned if he takes it, if he can't match that kind of air, and if he doesn't, that's what happens, 9.37. So, Crosby's got to really, like you said, find that special wave, but I think the most important thing now is surfing with, like you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a fine line between pushing that past, where you're in your just go zone, and we all know how crazy good Crosby is, and what he's capable of. But if he just pushes a little bit too hard, we'll see the board start disconnecting. We'll see him making mistakes. Here goes Felipe on the inside.
7.83 on his last wave.
Oh.
So he has work to do himself if he wants to increase his lead here. Beautiful carve, brings it back to the bowl, just showing that just almost unrivaled variation. And again, just so pinpoint accurate with where he places that final turn, unleashes the power, gets some release. And he's just enjoying himself, and it's a good thing to see, because it's felt like at different stages this year, it was like, is he ready to make his competitive return? And now we're seeing that he is.
Yeah, connected. We've said it a few times, and it just feels like he is so in tune and so in rhythm with every single wave right now. And here goes Crosby, because he's got a huge task.
Big Crosby has the power. He's got some big airs of his own too. Look at the spray falling as he unloads on that second turn, drifts the fins, needs a huge finish here to convert. Whips that tail, does extremely well as the board just loses contact through the transition. He hangs on for the finish.
That was awesome. Wow. That was what I was talking about. Surfing right on the edge, pushing it to the point where you're flaring but not over pushing, and making mistakes. That was really good.
The benchmark though, Laura's, likely going to be that 9.37. And Crosby's kind of not in a position where he's going to take too much off this requirement. I wonder if that wave's going to do it for him.
Yeah, let's see as well what this wave comes in. You know, if this cracks the 8, then it's going to be so much harder. I mean, a bit sleepy in the middle here, and I think, you know, this is where it felt nice. You know, when you're getting that float and making, you know, creating more speed for yourself, and a really nice combo. But let's see here, Crosby, because this was a good carve, absolutely perfection in timing, and head through the tail and almost lost it, but held on. So this is where he could have done a float, but goes, you know what, I need to throw the tail again, and just did it perfectly. So, you know, so much, you know, that was high risk there. High risk surfing from Crosby. That's exactly what he needed to do.
Still waiting on the numbers to come in. While we do, 11 minutes remaining. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Great performance, Vorno, from Al Cleland.
Our Rabbit in the booth described that as a really gritty win. You know, there wasn't a whole lot of opportunity. You guys were scrapping around. It was sort of toe-to-toe, but at the very end there, you managed to shut it down.
Yeah, no, that heat seemed like it kind of went slow, and we were kind of fighting the inside up the point a little bit, and there wasn't much opportunity at the start, but then once we got the ball going after the restart, yeah, it was fun, you know. He got a couple, and I went on a couple little ones that didn't get the score, and then he got the 6-5, so I was like, uh-oh. And I had to get another 5, and then just to get the good wave at the end felt good, you know, actually get to surf a good wave.
Yeah, you're saying that, you know, to get that closing, that really good feeling towards the end of the heat, actually let it all hang out. Tell us what your coach, Jake Patterson, said when you hit the beach, because I know he loves a gritty performance.
Yeah, no, so I've been training with Snake this whole week or before for this event, and yeah, we've been doing our drills, we've been doing what we need to do, and you know, once the opportunity comes, you got to take advantage of it, and yeah, the opportunity came, and I surfed what I could, and yeah, I got a good score, so I was just happy, and yeah, thanks to Snake, you know, he's such a good surfer, such a knowledgeable person, and all around a good friend, so I'm stoked to be working with him.
Good on you. Look forward to seeing you the next round, brother.
Appreciate it. Un saludo a México. Saludos a todos mis amigos, mi abuela, mi tía. Los quiero. Ánimo. Viva México.
Al Cleland winning fans with his performances and his post-heat interviews. And he is on to the round of 16. 9.5 minutes remaining here. Numbers in for the last exchange. Crosby Colapinto chips away at the requirement, 7.9, but Toledo packs it on with an 8.5. Crosby's got work to do.
When Felipe Toledo is in the zone, the whole event bends to his will. It's not just dominance, it's presence. You feel it. The confidence, the swagger, the unshakable belief. It's Muhammad Ali in his prime, floating, stinging, knowing he's the best. Felipe is fire and fury. His emotion, a raw current running just beneath the surface. When it fuels him, he's untouchable. When it spills over, it can turn against him. And here's the thing. When Felipe is feeling it, it's over. Done. Pack it up. He's got that mob boss energy, that you already know how this ends look.
Goosebumps. Toledo's demonstrating some of that stagger out here at the moment in the round of 32, heat number 3 against Crosby Colapinto, who would have won the first 2 heats with his numbers. He has a couple of 7-point rides, 7.9, 7.43, but not enough to get him into the lead at the moment. Still chasing a near-perfect 9.97 with 6 minutes to go.
It's a tough assignment.
Look,
it's a tough assignment. And when I think, like when Crosby took off on his 7.43, I was like, he's doing exactly what he's got to do. Really take it to it, pick some good waves. And it's not that he's done anything wrong to this point. It's just that he's up against a Felipe Toledo that's on fire. And what's the difference here? What's the noticeable difference, Laura? It's a speed thing. It's speed, right?
Didn't let me get to it.
Sorry, honey.
It wasn't quick enough.
Yeah, let me try this.
It is a speed thing.
Let me lob this ball up to you, Laura, and then I'll hit it.
No. Speed. It's all about speed.
Well said, Laura. But no, it is true. Everything that Felipe is doing, is obviously just the intensity's increased by his unrivaled speed. Kaipo said they started this heat deep. Both these guys, though, can put the foot flat to the floor and cover the ground to find the open face here. As we dive into the GWM and heat recap, you'll see it. High-quality turns from Crosby. But when Felipe executes, it's just done at a whole different speed.
Oh, and the execution of that air was absolutely flawless. Toledo in his prime right now and really starting to get emotional with it. He didn't stop there. He just backed it up with some amazing surfing.
Oh, absolutely. Just so on point, precision, timing, everything just feels like it's all happening for Toledo right now. This flow, into this finish, just the combos are just so on. He's feeling it. He's loving it. I love this wave from Crosby, just everything felt like it was all turning on for him. That was a massive carve, and then into this blow towel. Almost lost it there. Maybe that's why the score got kept down a bit. But like we've mentioned, it's just hard. It's hard to match this speed from the fastest surfer on the planet right now. And he's really turned up the dial.
Yeah, it's amazing. An amazing performance so far. And with 4 minutes to go, we may see more of it. The other incredible thing, Laura, that Felipe is demonstrating out there is, well, we both know what it is. What is it? Variety.
Guys, look at a quiz.
You're going to pass the test.
This is the thing about those surfers who've broken through for so many victories in recent times, like Felipe is. If it's a closeout section that he's on, he can still get a better number than you without that room to move. And then given the room to move, he can tap into traditional lines and push them to a razor fine edge where it, he's going so quick he could just skittle out. But he engages a rail as good as anyone when he's on, and we've seen that in this heat.
Yeah, and I think as well, especially with his crumble on the face, like when waves are looking like they're deteriorating and it's looking harder out there, and then he's surfing better than ever, you're just like, wow, that is absolutely incredible surfing.
From memory too, Crosby surfed very well down at Bells, and he left the event with the 17th. And this is, this has been a tough road back from that injury, and also he did so well at El Salvador to get himself a third, but still his seed wasn't high enough to change his route through a contest. He's going to have to go up against the most informed surfers, and even Felipe, it's probably one of his worst starts to a CT year, but he's still been consistent enough to maintain his position kind of just outside that top 10. Yeah,
it's sometimes the seeding can be unkind when you look at the bracket, and well, there's really not much that Crosby's been able to do to just plug the hole in this one. It's just been all Felipe. He's caught fire. I can tell you that he's on the 77 model, which was based on the board that he rode at J-Bay when he did the double loop. The board was made here at Australia. Just got word from Adam down at the glass lab down there. So Mate, the equipment looking incredible under his feet, and that combo, when he starts to feel good on what he's riding, it's on. He's on his signature FCS fin. Everything's just in place, perfect.
Just reached the IC 2-minute warning there, and you know what? At this point in time, Crosby's probably got to be grateful that he's got a shot at turning this heat at all.
Yeah.
You know, with a single ride. So let's hope for a big section. We know that he is a fearless campaigner, unbelievable in big waves, and certainly has some huge airs that he can call on too, so bring it on.
Yeah, we shouldn't discredit the performance of Crosby Colapinto at all, because I am just such a huge fan of this kid and how he surfs. You know, he's, for such a big guy, he still brings that innovation like a young Jordy. He has the power as well.
He's been a little under the weather too throughout those late days. He's sort of bouncing back from whatever you were giving to everyone, Rich.
Didn't mean to.
Something going around down at Bells.
Yeah, a bit of a cold getting around, and yeah, I know he's not been at his best. So this has been an even more impressive campaign considering that.
Funnily enough, we were both at Pub's Pub, so may have been something.
35 seconds to go. There is Set standing up on the outside. Not sure they're going to reach the lineup in time here, or if they're going to give him enough canvas to wind that lanky frame through some big hits and potentially a huge air to respond and turn in that 9.97 requirement. Well, I think we're starting to fill in some of those spaces in our BioGland Daily Dose. Top 5 moments from a big day of competition, and we've still got more coming our way. This one's coming to a close. An absolute masterclass from Toledo. The 2-time world champ went mad and really worked the crowd into a frenzy.
He sure did, and I'm going to say it, Felipe's back. This is the best he's looked in the heat all year. That's danger signs for the rest of the draw.
Wow, look at that combined heat total, 17.87. Even Crosby, 15.33. What an absolute heat. Hats off to both these guys. The lads are on.
Best we've seen him since the WSL Finals 2023. That was unbelievable. Another big clash coming up. Jake Marshall and Sammy Pupo hit the lineup.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Polarized, anchored in style under $50. By Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL. And by Coastal Property Agents, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
We are loving our time here in the booth, getting to call some big clashes, and we are going to see Jake Marshall now, who blew us away with his best ever performance down there at the last stop at Bells Beach. And it was his flow from one move into the next, just how clean he kept his rails on his road to another quarterfinal finish at Bells that blew us away. And he's off to a great start here. What a finishing turn. Desperately hanging on for the finish. Gets back out in front of it. No dramas. Up against Sammy Pupo. And Sammy's got a lot of work to do if he's going to keep climbing above that cut line, but he's got great positive memories he can call on here on the Gold Coast. Ronnie Blakey alongside Richie Lovett and Laura Enova. And we'll see if these two can throw the kind of fireworks that just had us holding our eyeballs at the end of that last heat. Felipe's just gone mad, but this was a great start for Jake Rich.
Yeah, Jake's in scintillating form at the moment, up and over this foam section, projecting down the line. Goes for the old school foam climb, and now he gets to work on some green face. Love these two turns connected together. That one, super crisp. This one here, that finishing turn, just a full roping carve, closeout section. Beautiful to watch. Just a real hammer off the top there, sending a beautiful fan of spray. And watch him stay connected here. Keeps that rail all the way through. Gets the tail release.
Wow.
That back foot just slides up almost off the tail pad. And from here, just stays compressed in a little ball till he gets to that finish.
Searing carve, in danger of popping a vein in his forehead. That was... That's what you want to see, you know, like people just putting everything they've got into those big sections that count. He had a bit of a sleeper ride, but he really turned in the majority of the score with that big combo to finish, 6.67.
Wow, yeah, what a combo, hey? You know, could have just come up and just done the classic lip one, sort of, you know, blow the fins that way, but to finish with that tail release carve, just absolute, the timing was just perfect. So he just, you know, the way I look at it, surf that wave up for sure.
So Sammy Pupo's got a throwaway score as well, so nothing of note, 0.43, but he's got priority on the outside. Let's talk about Sammy for a bit, Rich, because he's had a shocking start to the year, but collected his best result. And when you look at surfers below the cut line, there is a few that had a big opportunity to make a big jump just based on the fact they were holding on to pretty decent results. Crosby was one of them. He had a semi-final, and Ian Gavea below the cut line, he's got a semi-final too. So with another decent result, they could jump a long way up the ladder. We saw that happen for Griffin Colapinto down at Bells. He jumped 14 places. Sammy Pupo got a quarter-final finish down the coast. So he's sort of poised to launch up the rankings as well. There's no other surfer other than those three that have had finals finishes this year below the cut line.
Yeah, he's got to keep this momentum going. As we have a look at the live rankings right now, and a big line through Crosby Colapinto out of the event, and he is under that cut line, which is a little frustrating. You can see there right at the bottom of the page, Samuel Pupo at 27. So a little opportunity here to do some leapfrogging. Obviously, everyone highlighted there, still in the event. Still lots of heats to go in this round. But, yeah, we're really starting to think about this cut line. 2 events to go. It's starting to build pressure.
So interesting. Al Cleland already climbing up that live ladder. He was just inside the cut line coming into this event, and that was an important heat win from him earlier on over Connor O'Leary to start getting himself a little safer heading into stop number 7. Love these drone views. Our competitors sitting patiently out the back. Sammy Pupo's a competitor when he switches on. Rich, we saw him on the Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks a couple of years back, sort of enter that Felipe kind of zone and just give us a performance that basically blew everyone else out of the water.
So good. So good when he came back to the Challenger Series, just kind of dominated it. And he had a different vibe about him, different look about him. He paddled out knowing he was going to win the heat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like when he puts a CT jersey on sometimes, he doesn't have that same feeling. So if he can tap into that, and he did find some form down at Bells, and he is just an amazing surfer when he's on. He's so quick. He has that Felipe-style speed, as you said, Ron. And he needs to kind of counterpunch to this 667 that Jake Marshall's put on the board.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, he seemed relaxed after his first round heat. He had a really good performance in round 1, and he seemed just stoked. You know, obviously looking back at his year as a whole, it's been tricky, it's been hard, but that you know, that form he found himself in at Bells, he was saying to me that he was just stoked to finally get some high scores, some excellent scores, and to just show everyone what he can bring. And like he even said, you know, I've got such good memories here on the Gold Coast. He obviously got that win on the Gold Coast and backed it up, back-to-back finals. And so I think he'll be drawing that he knows that the judges love his surfing here.
Most definitely. So 22 minutes remaining. We've seen some big airs laid down. How are the conditions out there at the moment, Kaipo?
Yeah, let's give you an Oakberry surf conditions update out here. 4 to 6 foot, Ron. We got a side shore wind about 11 miles per hour. The headland protecting the surfers where they're at right now off of some of that side shore wind. And the playing field been opening up. Got an incoming tide. We're about 2 hours after the low tide. And we've seen people go back and forth. We've seen surfers on the beachy. We've seen surfers on the point. Right now, Jake and Sammy up on the point, a little protected by the wind. That's your Oakberry surf conditions update, powered by the powerful purple acai. And I'm waiting for my Oakberry bowl as soon as I get in.
Mate, we'll have it just waiting for you on the shoreline so you can shovel it in, the good stuff. 21 minutes remaining here, and the crowd just absolutely up for these heats now, because the event has just been, you know, set on fire basically in the most positive way. That was just a mind-blowing performance from Felipe, and everyone has moved to the edge of the point here to get a good view of this lineup. Jake Marshall opened up beautifully, 6.67, waiting for Sammy Pupo to respond, but nice crumbly lips out there. Rich, talk to us about the conditions and how these competitors can make it work to their advantage.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, what with this offshore flow that we saw this morning, the lip line is almost thinner, it's crispier, and it's harder to connect with it sometimes because it is so thin, and your timing needs to be just pinpoint accuracy. With this little onshore feather, it actually makes these little caps that come down, and it gives you a target that you can really tee off on. What it does do, though, it does make it a little difficult to identify these pockets and the pace of the wave, so that you need to be really astute in that and in that read. But I love it. I don't mind onshore at all. You can see here, that's that really southeast direction hammering up the coast now. But as Kaipo said, we're tucked in on the point here, and you can almost see a line where it just starts to really smoothen off. So the wave's not overly affected by it, but you can tell there is surface bump on there compared to what we were looking at this morning.
Yeah, back in the day, one of the greats when it came to competing in championship tour events on the Gold Coast, who just loved it when he got those feathery little copings to lay into, was one of your old sparring partners, Taj Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
And he would just absolutely unload the biggest, most powerful fin ditches you'd ever seen. And it's sort of a calling for those kind of moves out there at the moment.
Yeah, definitely does give you a little launch pad where you can flare the tail and get all that release. Again, you know, that smoother lip line, it's almost a bit catchy. You can catch an edge a lot easier. It's almost like a little fluffy pillow that you can just totally pound and bust your tail through when it's a little bit more onshore.
Didn't you beat Taj in a final once? Trestles, 2003. Just under 19 minutes remaining here. And we've got a great heat unfolding, but also Felipe Toledo, a crowd favourite.
Let's go. You're busy, eh?
Let's get stuck into the polls. The women's round of 16 came to life with some big names falling out of the mix and a huge clash between the ultimate queen, Steph Gilmore, and the current world champion, Katie Simmers.
It was a style-off in this heat, and Katie Simmers just put down a fine performance. We love to buy into her brand of surfing, and she really took it to the multiple world champion, the queen, but she was too good. And look out, she's on the way back.
Erin Brooks explodes. Laura, what a performance from the rookie.
Wow. You know, she said that Matt Biolos flew in with this board, I think maybe 2 days ago. Just freshy, and it's an absolute gem of a board. Put that one on ice, Erin. That was a 9.43. She was so stoked. So much confidence coming from her last two results. And then this is Isabella Nichols. She just got the job done. She has the momentum. She's just coming off a win and now into the quarterfinals again. So in fine form. She actually said she's on a brand new board too from DHD. So everyone riding fresh sticks.
Yeah, they're looking good, that's for sure. Big clash between a couple of veterans to find our last quarter-finalist. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Tyler Wright.
Yeah, again, it was a big clash from two of the tour veterans, and Sally in desperate need of a result, put it all on the line on the last wave with a convincing win in the end.
And having a look at the rankings now, and there's been some space for those competitors to start climbing the rankings, but also some people are solidifying their position above the cut line. 1 through 4 are safe, but have a look at the room that Molly Picklum and Isabella Nichols have above them to move.
Oh, wow. Opportunity. That's what that is. Opportunity to climb up the ratings. And Gabriella Bryan, she's only had the yellow jersey for a moment and in danger of losing that again. But, yeah, down there, obviously Tyler and Caroline out. So a big opportunity for everyone from 7 down to 10 to really jump up as well.
An exceptional round of surfing with some dire results when you consider the Women's Championship Tour rankings. Unbelievable stuff.
Wowee.
Now we've got 15 minutes remaining here in Heat 4 of the round of 32. Jake Marshall, Sammy Pupo. Jake, he came to life early on, 6.67. Beautiful combination to finish off that ride, but it hasn't really backed it up just yet. And Sammy, he's got a 5.67. Needs a 3.01 to get himself into the lead. Only one previous head-to-head clash between these two competitors. And it went Sammy Pupo's way. As Jake Marshall's trying to even the ledger here. Nice carve there, drawing it back to the bowl. And he is going to get a clean finish on the inside. Jake just looks so sharp at the moment on his equipment. Riding the sharp highs, and so many surfers on the tour are leaning into that equipment these days, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. I was at the factory yesterday, actually, caught up with Marcio Zuvi and the whole team down there, and they have really got something special going. You know, so many of their models just performing incredibly well, just looking so spicy. I think what the specialty is just how these boards fit in the pocket and maintain speed. Here we go. Replay of Sammy Pupo just blasting that section. And speaking of boards, the JS Industries equipment shaped by Jason Stevenson, and that is just incredible surfing there from Sammy Pupo, what we're used to seeing.
So explosive, isn't he? As we see the replay of Jake's ride.
Yeah, this was nice by Jake, just sort of weaving through here. It'll be a nice backup. You know, it felt like he didn't really get anything too massive here, but just tagging away at that wave. Two very different types of waves. You know, feels like Sammy Pupo waited half the heat for that wave, and we saw that score come in, and we only just got to see what he got done, but basically a 5.67 for that one crazy turn. So that board looks unbelievable under his feet, and he's going to want to just keep that ball rolling now.
Yeah, he's on the JS's, Rich, leaning into the local knowledge and experience of JS. He's got a worthy team himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible team. And I did the rounds yesterday. I was at the JS factory as well. Went and saw Paulie and all the boys down there. And that Golden Child, I put one under my arm yesterday, and which is obviously a board that Joel road to success so many years ago, and they've sort of redone it, made a few little tweaks and adjustments, and so many of the surfers tapping into that. But they've got something going now. Obviously, Kanara Garashi recently jumping on those boards. Both the Pupo brothers looking good.
Love to know if the board that Sammy's riding is a replica of what he was riding a couple of years ago up here. So
looks similar, yeah.
Yeah, it looks real similar. Like super short, but just so fast.
Just on 11.5 minutes remaining. Let's feel the buzz, the energy from Toledo. Vaughan, that was an unbelievable show.
Yeah, Philippe catching fire and setting this whole headland ablaze, man. Everyone was so frothing. That must have felt amazing to click so sweet with this wave.
Yeah, it felt good, actually. First, really good heat of the year. It feels good. I feel like I'm finding my rhythm again, and I'm not trying to push, or it's hard not to push. Actually, being a professional surfer and with tour titles and coming back, and you want to show that you still got it. But I just find myself dude, just chill, relax. You're still in the mix. You still got a chance to be in the finals 5 or whatever it is my goal. I know I still have a chance to do it, and just surf, really, and that's what I've been doing the last few days. On the off days we had, I found a little bank in front of where I'm staying, and was able to, try some new boards, get some new weapons under my feet, and yeah, it feels great.
Weapons looking good. Weapons looking good. Mate, it's funny, yeah, you're saying, you're just trying to cruise into this year, not expect too much from yourself, but you're still hovering around that top 10 mark. It felt like at Bells we saw you start to change gears, and you sort of felt that you were finding form again. That loss, you took it really, really hard. So coming up here definitely feels like the determination and that click is you're starting to find it.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, Bells was definitely a moment that I felt great going into that event, and even before, getting surfing on the free surf sessions, and yeah, it was a tough one to swallow at Bells, but I knew that was I kind of needed that, just chill, brother. You still gotta relax, go do what you gotta do with a smile on your face, and no pressure at all. You already proved the world that you can do it, and this is what I'm feeling right now. Just free to surf, relax, and enjoy these waves. And I'm happy the waves actually showed up today.
Mate, you look like you're buzzing, and it really shows in a performance like that. There was just no question that when you get in that sort of mood, it's just a marvel to watch. Thank you.
No, thanks. I mean, you gotta keep it up with this new generation coming up. They don't go easy at you at all. Even if you're world champion, I've been on tour for 11 years now. So you gotta let them know that we're still here.
Yeah, you're doing a good job of that, mate. Let me tell you. No, congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the next round. Great performance.
Thanks, guys.
Toledo. We said it at Bells, when he gets a smile on his face, it's danger signs rich. Yeah. A 9.37 for really a single turn. Man, it was so fun to watch.
It was, yeah. A couple of things that I just want to highlight on that air from Felipe, because it was just amazing to watch. Always fun to kind of break it down. So if we can cue it up, here we go. He's pumping down the line here. And I want you to watch the back arm as we get into this turn. So freeze it here, okay? So watch where his back arm is. It's way back here. He's going to bring it all the way up here. And what that's going to do, as he goes into the air, let it run. Watch the back arm. He's going to use it as like a pendulum weight to get him turning once he hits the lip. Brings it right across in front of his shoulders, and that helps him get that full rotation. Tail high, really inverted. Now, why did it go to a 9? Freeze it here. Okay, the tail of the board is pointing directly at the shoreline. A lot of these airs where they come down, let it roll, the tail is still pointing towards the beach. He did the full 360 rotation in the air, and that's the type of things that the judges are paying attention to, because there are so many different versions of it. And if you can get that full 360 in the air, that they really pay attention to, and that's one of the reasons why it went so high.
His 11th year on the championship tour, 30 years of age now, surfing like a rookie.
I love what he said, though. We were touching on it when we were talking through his heat. He knows he has something to prove, but he's trying not to sort of give into that. he just wants to surf and relax and enjoy it, and you know, kind of not care about us critics over here.
That was the best post-heat interview we've seen of Felipe as well, with you know, happiness and emotion.
Also with some happiness out there at the moment is Sammy Pupo. He just dropped an excellent score during the interview with Toledo. We'll get another look at that, but it was, you know, like we said earlier, it was just that fast twitch, work out of the lip, super explosive hits when he found that crumbly section to dig into. And this is a really close heat as well. Jake Marshall's still in it, needs a 7.01 at the moment to climb ahead of Sammy. But the 24-year-old just feels right at home here on the Gold Coast. Great variation. His brother already well situated on the rankings. I believe he's made the cut already, so he's looking good. Sammy wants to join him. Both were cut last season.
Love to see that 8 again. That was such a...
Oh, he's a good looking
Oh,
wave.
here we go.
Here we go. Jake Marshall looking to respond now. Big section standing up. Again, just keeping those rails so clean. As he hammers through to the inside, digs it in so hard on that final turn. Just thumps that section. That's been the impressive thing with Jake. He's really flowing nicely between his turns, but you can see how much he's putting into those finishing manoeuvres.
Yeah,
I'm going to almost call that a Mophie power hack.
A Mophie
Contender.
power hack.
Yeah, contender. I like it. I like how much energy and power he put into that final turn. And you're right. He's so composed and then explodes at the right moments. But it's really clean, isn't it?
Got a couple of waves that we want to show you again. And the judges will probably be making those comparisons as well, because you're looking at two surfers who are really on here.
So this is Sammy's wave into the lip here. Smaller wave, had a bit of that fluff on it, but that's the coping that we love to see, and just so fast right now. And this is where I think all the points came from, this big hack to finish. So he loved it. He tagged every moment of that wave and just absolutely went to town. So, there's the scores, 8 across the board from the judges. They loved it, the speed, the flair, he had everything. And you know, when we compare that with Jake Marshall's last wave, you know, this is a different type of wave. It stands up, it's got a clean face, and he's going to the calves. So into the, you know, this is where he just finishes on that big power hack. So second turn, not so much there, but this was that last big power hack.
Oh, that is sensational. 7.73. Gets him in front.
So important on these gnarly closeout sections that are so steep, and basically the trough of the wave just falls out from under you. All that pressure has to go on that back foot. You have to keep the nose out, and these guys do it so well. It's so subtle the way they do it, but the way that they sort of transfer all that weight from that front to the back leg and power through the turn and then keep that weight on the back just to ride out. Amazing.
Jake, one of those competitors that's been saying through the opening stages of the season, like, I don't have the result, but I feel like my surfing's right where I want it to be. And at Bells, you know, he had one of the highest scoring heats of the year, but he didn't get past the quarters. So even though you're in incredible form, does it get to a point, Laura, where you're kind of saying, hey, I mean, it's all positive, but there's still something missing? Do you reckon Jake's identifying that he with the form that he's got, he can push a little bit harder? Because that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you think back to all those amazing surfers that have, you know, been surfing so good, top of their game, but they just haven't got the result. You know, I remember Joao, he was just in these sizzling heats and just couldn't get past and get that result, but it's going to come. And, you know, I think Jake has the belief there. He's getting, I think when you're consistently, you know that the judges are loving what you're putting down, then it just builds confidence, and just know that it's going to be your time soon.
Oh, that was a really strong finishing turn, and I like it. We saw great moments from Jake. Clean, powerful rail surfing at Bells, but just putting a bit more edge into his rides here.
And
not turning in the same scores just yet, but the waves are a little different too.
Yeah.
It's not 6 foot Bells Bowl.
Yeah, no, he's adapted, and you know, for someone of his height, 6'3", I think he is.
Is
you
he?
know,
He can't be there. He's not that tall. Come on.
6'2", 6'3", man.
6'0".
And it's really difficult to compress yourself and look good in waves of this size, and that especially when they're super cupped out.
The IC 2-minute warning pops up on screen. And this heat is a close one, and it could be turned in the final stages here. A 6.4 required for the Brazilian Sami Pupo. You'd like his chances, Laura, with what he's given us so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'd be sitting there right now going, you know, I had a 5-turn wave, tagged it off. It was a small wave. I would say he surfed up both of his waves. And, you know, it feels to me like Jake Marshall has put himself on the best waves of the heat, and he's absolutely tagged them and surfed them really, really good. But Sami Pupo, it feels like his waves have been a bit more crumbly, and he's had to push harder and flare harder. So he'd just have to be sitting there going, give me a wave right now. All I need is 2 big turns.
Clock might beat him. 1 minute, just over. He is in the box seat, though, with priority.
It's interesting with Jake. We've been talking about how improved he is over the past couple of events, just how sort of ready he looks to make a move toward the top end of the rankings. He was impressive last year, finishing just outside the top 10 in 11th, but you know, as strong as he looked at different stages last year, he looks like he's a different surfer again. Absolutely. In 2025. And he sort of keeps surprising us that he's, you know, maintained this role, kept this form going. But it's all eyes on Sami Pupo at the moment, chasing a 6.4. This will be his last shot at it as the clock winds down. Bit of a trip up there. So he'll have to save this one with a huge finish if he's going to turn this heat around. Drives out on the open face, kicks the tail, loads up again. A nice little hit there, and still milking this one right through to the inside. Not taking any chances, throws the hands up in celebration. It is going to be interesting. There was moments on that wave. It's not a done deal. And the judges, well, they've got a bit to digest here, and probably will be making some comparisons with what they saw unfold earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 6.4, you know, so they'll compare it to Jake's first wave, the 6.67. I'm automatically starting to think back to that now. The claim almost felt like a question mark rather than an exclamation point, and a fist pump like he got it. Let's have a look at what happened here. Like tentative off the bottom, flares off the top, tidied it up well. Just a tiny little catch here, and I'm being super critical. Now he starts to wind up. Little tail slide. Another little connection on the inside, but there was a tentative element to the way he approached this wave compared to that 8 for sure.
Maybe some nerves on show. Still hit the mark for what the wave provided, but he just never got a big old steep section to really rip into.
Yeah.
Or a clean section, I think, as well. You know, you think back to Jake's waves, and he just managed to find himself really clean, steep pockets, whereas, you know, Sami's waves felt like they were a bit flatter, but he was able to just, you know, he still tagged every one of those sections. But, yeah, I think they'll be definitely looking at, you know, Jake's 6.27, his 6.67, and then obviously Sami's...
Well, the 7.73, he's not chasing that, but you know, he's got to get within a point, basically, just a little more, and that number's starting to roll through. The judges have had their time to consider it, and it comes through at a 5.83. Not enough for Samuel Pupo. Jake Marshall getting it done with authoritative hits on the end section, and he is going to continue this magic run that's seen him climb the rankings. And the numbers on screen for you there. Sami just learning his fate. Got another fantastic clash around the corner for you. Ethan Ewing will take on Morgan Siblick. We're going to bring in Joe and Bugs for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland.
What a great day for the round of 32 as a big heat is about to get started. Ethan Ewing and Morgan Siblick are the Hydrolite heat to watch. Ethan Ewing, world number 2, taking on Morgan Siblick, the hero from Bells. Wild card there, getting through what was the Rip Curl trials. Got all the way to the semifinals. Everyone thought he might ring that bell. Getting the late call up in this one with Ryan Callanan having to withdraw because he welcomed his baby girl into the world. And we got Morgan Siblick, who actually started from the elimination round. Here he's got a chance against Ethan Ewing. Thanks for being with us, Joe Trappell, Felicity Palmatier, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Fun to break down this classic Aussie clash. You've got Newcastle versus Stratty here. Bugs with Ethan Ewing still looking really strong as world number 2 here at Stop 6.
This heat is the one we've been looking forward to because, you know, I mean, Morgan, as a wild card, he's been a giant killer. And, you know, he doesn't look out of place in the CT level, that's for sure.
No, definitely. Feels a bit looser, even more radical. His decisions with maneuvers have been just impressive, but he more than knows that he belongs. And even though he has that number 5 in the world finish in his rookie season a few years back, we're seeing the best surfing we've seen of Morgan Siblick. And when you're a late call-up like this, it just shows how confident he is. He didn't hesitate to answer the call, enter the event late, and he's got a real chance against Ethan Ewing today.
Yeah, he does. And you know what? He put an incredible performance on down at Bells, but I feel like he has unfinished business. I feel that he didn't quite get the opportunities he wanted in that semi-final. It was a small heat total. I don't even know if he got that backup wave. It was just, it felt like he had more to give. The whole event, he had so much momentum. So if you get this opportunity, and you know, Ryan's decided he's had his babies and he's not surfing, of course you're going to take it.
As we did get a start from Ethan Ewing, just a quick 1.43 during the break. Going for a big punt. Ended up landing with his tail first, sinking, and didn't control the rotation. So that's a little bit different, Bugs. Oftentimes we're seeing him drop anchor, get his keepers, and move on. This time it'll be a little different as Siblick has priority.
Yeah, well, what that does do is it gets it straight into the priority rotation, and maybe that's what Ethan wanted to do, just get this heat underway.
Coming from a great surfing family, Ethan Ewing's mom won Bells about 40 years ago. Very important event for his family. His mom passed away when he was young, and he kept that bell next to his bed, dreaming one day of doing the same thing his mom did, and he accomplished that in a final over Ryan Callanan, and that whole bluff there at Bells was in tears. That was a big one.
Yeah, his mum was a great surfer. I was in quite a few Queensland teams with Helen, and she was a world beater.
Yeah, really, really fun to see a mother-son combination on an event winners list like Bells Beach. As we look at Ethan, the Queenslander, throwing down that vicious open face hook and then throw tail reverse to comboing up. Playing around underneath Morgan's priority flick.
That, and we've seen him get progressive on the last 2 waves. You know, obviously the terms that come to mind is the power, the rail, that traditionalist style, but I'm loving this. He's pushing it and he's getting busy under pressure. It's a smaller wave, but I mean, he really wraps this first turn. Just, I mean, that's the trademark we know and we love. And then he brings it through to this inside little racetrack and ditches the fins here. So gets that fin release, whips it around. And I mean, this is what you want to do. I mean, whether or not it was intentional to get that priority underway earlier in the heat, that rotation, I mean, he's trying to sort of make something underneath Morgan's priority. So let's see what Morgan has now.
Morgan Siblick lines up for a snap, nice and clean, forces the drift, but gets caught up there. You almost could hear him thinking through those turns there. So his warm-up's gone. Ethan had a 1.43. Siblick will have a similar number for that stumble. Representing Newcastle, Mark Richards, 4-time world champ. Luke Egan, still coaching this year on tour. Baron Mamiya, Caroline Marks.
Matt Hoy, one of the classics, rebellious type approach, big, powerful arcs in the pocket, definitely throwing support for Morgan right now.
Yeah, well, you know, earlier on today you spoke about the best two and guys being dropping anchor. Nobody dropped anchor like Matt Hoy. To the point of he was so stubborn that he would only wait for the quality waves. I'd see him at J Bay with waves coming all through, but he'd only had one wave with just minutes to go, and he's just sat there with his arms folded, and it came.
That's right. It's like that special relationship that you have with the ocean, or you're just really committed, kind of live and die by the sword. If, like, hey, your game plan is a certain wave, you're going to win if it comes, and you're moving on if it doesn't. And some just stick to that game plan.
Yeah, that's it, right? You took the words out of my mouth. You live and die by the sword. And it's kind of entertaining to watch because, you know, if they get that big wave, if they get that moment, especially someone like Hoy, they're absolutely going to go to town. I mean, in this heat, traditionally we've seen Ethan do that. It looks like he's getting a little bit more busy now. Maybe Morg's having a look at that one.
So that wave rolling through, priority is with Ewing. His second kind of recovery wave from the fall was a 5. And Ewing locking in now. Two-time CT event winner, former world runner-up. Lays down that big arc on the THD. Nice punch over the whitewater. And a nice rock and roll climbing float that will cost him. That's where you get into that gutter on the sandbank. And wanted to extend the float, which was rad, but no landing gear on that one, Bucks.
Yeah, that one, he will not be happy with how that one finished up because definitely on his way to a solid 6.5 or something on that wave.
Yeah, this was beautiful. I loved it. This right here, that's what I love to watch, Ethan. I could watch that on replay again. Tags it for that second turn and then, yeah, just absolutely gets gobbled up there. I mean, it hurt my ankles kind of watching that landing. It just gets so shallow.
I mean, he tried for the recovery, like one of those instantaneous recoveries, and they do put a lot of pressure on your ankle.
Oh.
Gosh, always crazy to see how hard these guys are pushing. Ethan, one of the hardest working guys on tour. He's like double the size physically than he was in that really quick rookie run where he fell off tour. Like we mentioned, some of the greats have gone through that, like Andy Irons, one of the best examples of falling off and coming back better to 3 world titles. Ewing was getting rewarded from the panel that rookie season. He'd sometimes lose with an 8 and a 1.
Well, Ethan, you know, I remember at Bells, I think he started with like a 9.43 and then got like a 2-point backup. That was the story of his first year. But he certainly knows how to back it up now.
He's come a long way. Ewing in the lead, Morgan Siblick holding priority, really waiting to open this one up. Kaipo Guerrero in the water. Hey, we've got a great Australian heat. What are you seeing as the differences between these two?
Two different type of surfers when you look at Morgan and Ethan. If they were footwear, if they were boots, Morgan would be a steel toe construction boot, right? Just blue collar, gets to the point, while Ethan Ewing would be like a fine Italian leather boot. But it's not that great out here, the conditions. So you're building a fence out here. So when you're building a fence, what kind of boots would you wear?
Wow, look at that. I guess if you're working, right, you go to the steel toe. That's what I think Kaipo was getting at. Here's the man from the Steel City throwing that snap, belting it off the lip again, and hopping out. And Ethan Ewing kicking out as well.
That's good analogy, Kipes. I enjoyed that one. I really enjoyed that. I think it's just so good. So good. That was kind of, I love that wave from Morgs. I'm interested to see if there was one other turn before where we got caught up to, but a great wave selection, great choice of turns.
One little factor we're seeing in this afternoon is that there's a 2-inch southeast wind swell in the lineup right now, and it's affecting the line of the wave itself and breaking it up, and that's when you can either get caught behind or make a few mistakes, you know, because it will create a slight ridge on the wave, which you know, at this level sometimes you can just blast through it, but other times it can knock the fins out, like release the fins where you don't want them to.
Good read, Bugs, as we see the roll in. Bugs, what'd you see in this wave?
Yeah, well, he just floats around this section, and this is where Morgan, he got the open face here. This move here, snaps it, sends buckets, and the wave peters out. But it was a clean ride.
Well done to keep those rails clean for Morgan Siblick. Turns it into a 6.5. Ethan's best 5.10. This is getting exciting. Let's catch up with Jake Marshall with Vaughn.
Jake, congratulations on another great heat win. But, mate, just before we get into it, when you were warming up here, we were watching the heat before yours, and we were just seeing, Philippe go mad. And how do you what did you learn from what you saw in that one?
Honestly, I was learning more from what Crosby was doing, because he was surfing such a good heat for himself, but that's a little bit more of my type of surfing. Like, I'm not going to go out there and catch a closeout and do a huge full rail and get a 9 like what Philippe was kind of doing. So that was obviously, as a fan, was super fun to watch. Like, I love watching Philippe surf, but I was taking a lot of confidence from Crosby getting like 15 points, just doing some really nice surfing, like big carves, some blowtails, and I figured not every heat you're going to need 18.5 points to make it. So bad luck for Crosby in that one. He was surfing great. But yeah, I was just stoked to watch those guys ride a lot of waves. And obviously I was enjoying the show for sure. But I knew that after watching that, I was hoping that I was going to get a lot of opportunity. And we had one little slow, like 10-minute period in the heat. But besides that, we had some waves ridden, and it was pretty fun.
It's such a big playing field at the moment. We're seeing like little runners along the rocks here, but a lot of the action taking place down the beach. Did you have a game plan in terms of positioning?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to surf down the beach unless, I don't know, I was monitoring up here before the heat, but it just seemed like the tide was a little bit drained out still, and I figured that probably these next couple of heats, I feel like the boys will start to move up here, but really, I didn't want to surf too far away from Sammy either. Like, he's so gnarly out, especially in these conditions, and I didn't just want to let him roam free and have a free surf sesh. So I kind of decided, like, wherever he was going to go, I was probably going to follow him. But it was looking super fun down there, and yeah, I kind of just I ventured up the point for a sec, but I caught one wave and it was super drained out, and I was like, I'm just going to go stick to the wave where guys are getting scores, and just saw a bunch of good scores down there, so I knew the waves were still there.
Mate, your surfing is just so lacerating at the moment. You just seem so in sync. I heard Ronnie say during the broadcast, it looks like you're ready to make a move into that top 5 finals conversation. Is that something that you got your sights on for this year?
Definitely. I mean, last year I kind of had my first taste of being up there, after around Margaret's last year. There was only 5 events, but I was in that, I think I was 4th or 5th or something, and it felt really cool to be up on that level. But I feel like even this year, my surfing's gotten even better. I just haven't really had the results yet, but I feel like I'm definitely trending in the right direction. And yeah, I've been working super hard. This is years and years of work. My first year on the tour, I kind of felt like a Grom and like a fish out of water a little bit. Now a few years later, I'm feel really good. I feel strong. I got great boards. Taylor and Marcia are here, which is cool, and they're just dialing me in with insane equipment, and I feel ready to go. I feel like I can go toe-to-toe with kind of anyone these days. So I'm ready to let my surfing show and hopefully keep surfing some good heats.
That's exactly what's going down, mate. Look forward to seeing you next round.
Right on. Thank you.
Great catch-up, Vaughn. That was awesome. Great storytelling from Jake Marshall, giving us a lot there. And it's great to see him just evolve with his surfing on tour. Such an awesome kid growing up at Seaside, now a man. He's really having fun traveling with his fiance, loving this Gold Coast venue, and taking down big names like Sammy Pupo, who has had huge moments on the Gold Coast in the last few years on the Challenger Series. Jake does move up 1 spot up to 12th on the live rankings. Felipe Toledo, now 9th on the live rankings, has officially made the cut. So 1 through 9 have made the cut. Top 7 at Margie's. That's where we've taken the top 22 for the rest of the season. So some spots are already being taken. And Jake getting close to making it official for himself. Great to see, Flick.
Yeah, it's cool to see, and it's also nice to hear his mentality about, his evolution on tour and how he's becoming more confident. This time last year, in Margaret River, I think he was 4th on the rankings, and that was cool to see. And now he's just entertaining. You know what? Like, my surfing is getting better. I wouldn't mind seeing myself in that conversation a bit more. So, I mean, even when I reflect on that best ever performance we saw from him down at Bell's last week, you know, that was incredible. The heat where he dropped a couple of 9s was amazing to see. And I believe that his surfing has gotten better too. So it's cool to see him keep advancing and keep working towards that goal.
And I think the fun part about the questioning from Vaughn was, would you take it out of that heat with Felipe going bonkers? And he was focused on Crosby, but Jake does have Felipe coming up in the next round, which will be interesting to see how Jake responds. If Felipe can get a closeout and turn it into one of the best airs of the season, how he's going to handle that. We won't see that today. We don't have time to get to the round of 16, but now I really can't wait for that matchup, Bugs.
Yeah, well, we are talking about some swell increase. That could make a big factor and could bring the carving really to the fore.
Looking forward to finals weekend, but still so much fun here on Thursday on the Gold Coast. All Hawaiian matchup coming up next. Seth Moniz grabbing his jersey as he takes on rookie Jackson Bunch. We'll be right back.
There's so much to do with a lot of like-minded people. Get up early and enjoy the beautiful ocean, and then take a drive into the hinterland. Such luscious rainforest, so close to the beach.
So much to check out here right on the Goldie. Currumbin Cascades. You can check out some beautiful places to jump into some rock pools and then get right back here to the surf here at Burleigh Heads, which was really the focus for all the big events on the Gold Coast back in the day. Bugs was a big part of it, and as he tells me, he's like, there wasn't really such thing as snapper rocks at the time, and then the sand started filling in. The government got involved to help perfection be created, and it's great to see the Gold Coast just adding more world-class wave over the world of surfing going back to the 70s.
Like a pretty interesting stat really is that anyone who surfed, not only in my generation, but the next one with Tommy Curran, Tommy Carroll, Martin Potter, Gary Elkerton, never surfed one single-heated snapper in their entire careers.
Because it wasn't a place that you'd check for world-class surf. It was all about Kira, and then the sand started pumping at the top of Snapper, and wow, we've had some unbelievable events there. And just look how you can just evolve here in the Gold Coast when the sand got taken away from ex-Cyclone Alfred. Next thing you know, events getting the start at Burleigh Heads, and we're just thrilled to be here. Just the images are just so nostalgic when you look towards the pandanus trees and the bluff on the end. It's really cool and sentimental value when we had to dig through all these old Trax magazines to see what Bugs and the crew were up to. And now we're getting to see it in 2025. I mean, why was Burleigh Heads just the perfect place to introduce man-on-man surfing, Bugs?
Well, you know, Burleigh and Kira were the two big spots back in the day. Burleigh was, you know, Peter Druin. This was the home of Peter Druin. Burleigh was a place where we had a lot of Queensland titles, so there was lots of tournaments already held at Burleigh before the Stubbies. but it's just such a natural amphitheatre. You know, it's back in the day where everyone came to the beach. I mean, there wasn't too much, you know, you didn't go home and stream the heats and see the replays.
Right.
You had to actually come to the beach.
That's a very good point. If you wanted to see it live and actually know the results, you had to show up. How cool is surfing? Free. Come on down to the beach, get a spot, check it out. And now there's sponsor activations. You come home with free stuff. And it's so up close and personal, isn't it? The sport of surfing, where you get to actually surf with your favorite surfers. You get to high-five them. Usually those sporting figures are a little bit tucked away in locker rooms and press, and there's red tape hiding them. And even for commentators like ourselves, we can sit next to someone that's about to compete, and it's really close. It's a personal feeling in the sport of surfing. One big family on the road.
Yeah, totally. I think my favourite thing is the grommies waiting on the shore for the autographs and the high fives.
Oh, it's the best. Ethan's got quite a few of those groms that have made the trip from Stradbroke. As you see him punch the fins out, he'll fall on the landing. Don't see him go for a lot of those, but we know he has them. And there's Siblick's version. Hard landing. Takes out Morgan as well. He often releases a few more punts in heats than Ethan Ewing. Morgan's even checking his equipment out. That was a hard landing.
Yeah, he'd want to be checking that equipment out, because I don't know if it's the same board he surfed at Bell's. Yeah, that's right. Something's gone down with that equipment. He's creased that board, and that is one magic board.
Oh, he's got a quiver of these magic boards from Sharp Eye Surfboards. Yeah, the flow that he had at Bell's was just insane, and he's got a couple of these really cool airbrushes on him. And this is going to take some time, so he's getting into the beach to get a backup board, getting to the ski, excuse me, to then float into the beach. Great job from all the water patrol on the Red Bull skis at this event. And now, look, 6:25 to go. He does still have the lead. Ewing will have the whole lineup to himself with priority. We'll see how long this takes him.
Yeah, this is good, right, for anyone watching, for the competitors watching, just to know really how long does this take to get back out the back. Sort of a good test moment right now.
And while we're waiting for that, I just want to give a bit of kudos to the late Bill Bowman as well, because Bill, you know, Peter Druin, you know, created the stubbies and ran that first one. Bill Bowman ran the next 9, and Bill passed away last year, and you know, he was such a well-known figure on the Gold Coast, and you know, he ran a lot of great stubbies events as well.
Great shout out, Rab. So many people involved in pro surfing have put their heart and soul into this event. There's Siblick on the board change, working a lot with Nathan Hedge lately. So that actually took a little time to find that backup board. Now he'll get whipped out in position on the Red Bull ski. So 5:25. Ethan still hasn't caught a wave. So far, so good for Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, I guess you're obviously taking that into account too, you know, like, is my competitor getting to work while I'm, you know, around on the inside looking for this backup board? But the ocean seems to have gone a little bit sleepy. I think, you know, we're probably almost in that change too. I mean, of tide, we heard Jake mention it in that post-set interview with Vaughan, where it is going to start shifting more up the point again. He mentioned it, you know, maybe we're going to see these guys start moving up towards the point as that tide starts to fill in. Even that last set, I could see Ethan gunning for it. I mean, you could see it off in the distance, sort of peeling down the point. The guys were just that little bit too wide. But we'll see how much time Morgs has by the time he gets back out. Shouldn't be too far.
No, he's pretty much out there. Not much has happened in between. And let's go back to that wave of Ethan that he didn't make that last turn. He got the 5.1. That was definitely a 6.5. So they'd be tied up right now. But Ethan finds himself behind.
It's good to look back at those moments that definitely changed the flow of this heat. Ethan, number 2 in the world, he's so efficient. Typically leaves with less waves ridden than his opponent. Right now, he's got the same amount as Morgan Siblick. So that just shows that it's not coming easy for Ethan Ewing, and with the fall. So I'm definitely feeling some pressure having this wild card jump up and shake things up here in the Australian leg of the tour. Here's that moment you're talking about, Bucks.
Yeah, well, look at that first just searing turn here, and then goes vertical, looking like he's setting up for a 6'5" plus. 6'5" plus going on there.
And that could be the difference in this heat. Ethan settles to a 5-1-0 with the fall. But that's how much those turns are worth for Ethan. You know, even with the fall, still got that mid-range number. Morgan, meanwhile, still not dropped off, so it's taken a few minutes since he got to the beach.
I think it was around 6:20 when he hit the beach, right? Or from ski to drop off, right? So roughly about 3 minutes. Also good to know, you know, look, we've heard mention the swell's picking up tomorrow. If we run potentially and there is some board damage or, you know, more jet ski use of, you know, utilising the jet ski assist, just good to understand like how long it takes each time. So 3 minutes on the clock there.
GWM recap, Ethan Ewing versus Morgan Siblick. Things started off looking like Ethan was just business as usual.
Certainly was until this moment here, and he wasn't able to recover, and here goes Morgs, gets this float over this section here, and now he goes vertical. This is a really critical bowl. Here's the vertical snap. Now that's about a 20-foot rooster tail coming off that thing.
It certainly was, and then at this moment, Morgan's starting to put a heat together. 6'5", 4.77, went for a big punt, creased his board, spent at least 3 minutes getting the backup to get back to the lineup. Now he's down to 2 minutes to go. Can the upsets continue for this guy who got the late call-up into the event at Bells? He took down giant names. He took down the defending Bells champ Cole Hauschman, got past Leo Fioravanti, who's been in world title type form, got past Jordy Smith, fresh off the Punta Rocca win. Here comes Siblick now under priority. Quick little jam in the pocket over the top of the second section and a belt to shut it down. And there's the support for Morgan Siblick. Wow, he is an absolute cult hero around these parts.
Well, you got to think that the ocean kind of conspired against Ethan Ewing in that whole period, Flick. You know, like it just went to sleep. Morgan goes out, goes around the buoy way up the point and nabs a wave.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it, you know, the pushing of the tide now, things are going to start shifting up towards the point. I mean, Morgs is, you know, he's only trying to improve on this 4.77. He potentially is going to make this job quite a bit harder for Ethan here. And doing it under priority, and to your point, Bugs, Ethan's probably thinking, okay, look, unfortunate that Morgs has to go in and change his board, but great, I've got the whole lineup to myself. Surely there's going to be an opportunity in the next 3 minutes, but there wasn't. So, and then Morgs just capitalising out the back with that one. So thinking, yeah, it's tough times right now for Ethan.
Yeah, well, and that wave mightn't improve on the position, but what's the factor is there's 30 seconds left.
That's the biggest point right there. Morgan Siblick just has that positive energy. In fact, Nathan Hedge told me that he's loving the adjustment of his attitude, just staying so positive as he's trying to come back to the tour full time. Ewing, though, trying to save himself. World number 2, trying to push hard on this smaller wave. Couple of big hooks, punches the fins, little sticky, but he still has a little bit of wave left. Trying to put it all into this inside runner. And a tough way to finish off for Ethan Ewing, forced to take a smaller wave, falling on that important one that Bugs pointed out, left chasing a 6.38.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to draw comparisons to Morgan's 6.5, right? And the feeling you got from that when you watched that wave and then you watched Ethan's. Unfortunately, this is a small wave. It's great demonstration of how to surf a small wave, but is it the score? No.
Tough one for Ethan. He just did his best on this one, Bugs, but really just was trying to push on the sections that he had available, but not really giving us that wave turning type feeling.
Well, you wouldn't have known that there was only going to be a couple of quality wave options in that entire heat. You wouldn't have thought that. You'd think that that could have been a throwaway, that 5-1. He'd just get back on the horse. But the ocean did conspire against him. Nothing happened for about 12 minutes.
Morgan adds another giant name to his list of takedowns in these last 2 events in Australia. Semi-final at Bells, late call up. Didn't even surf the opening round here. Eliminated Jack Robinson in the ER. Now world number 2, Ethan Ewing. Are you kidding me? Seth Moniz, Jackson Bunch up next.
El Salvador, the war of attrition. I mean, this place will beat you down and it'll melt you.
Risking it all. Everybody is losing it.
There's a new lion in the jungle, baby.
It's one of the most high-fi waves on tour.
Close out section, a perfect landing.
It's time for urgency. It's definitely back up against the wall.
Check out all the great episodes of Inside Pro Surfing on WorldSurfLeague.com. You can check out the El Salvador edition now and check out how Seth and Jackson did at stop number 4 of the season. Here we are at stop 6 with the cut on the line. Important event for both these guys, Seth Moniz and Jackson Bunch, looking for a huge result. Jackson from Maui, Seth from Oahu. Here we go, Bugs.
Well, this is a great heat because here we see Seth.
Seth already whipping down the line as he pulls up and under, getting a little vision, and he'll get stuck.
Yeah, well, now this is a very interesting heat. I think it's number 18 versus 21. And what we've got here is Jackson Bunch has basically got in the top 22 with 1/5. That's the only time he's got through this round, but he got through to a 5th. Now, Seth's got 3/9, and, you know, which are keepers. But he hasn't been, you know, so this is an interesting heat to see who can get a bit further.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I mean, and that one breakthrough 5th for Jackson was in a pool, so he hasn't done it in the ocean yet. He's been really having a hard time getting through this round. And saying that, he had one of the best performances at Bells, even with the loss. Looked incredible on the bowl. Some big turns, so he's just got to keep pushing and staying positive, which I think he's been doing well. I ran into him yesterday before a free surf, and he looked calm, even though he knows he's under pressure.
Where's he going, Fleeg?
I know, you were just looking at me like, whoa, there's a lot of space between these two guys right now.
Here comes Seth. A lot of drive. Looking like he wants to go for the punt. Big tail chuck into the flats. It's a move that's been really pumping him up lately. Did a couple big full rotators at Winky Pop that got him excited. His friends and family call him Sketchy Seth. That's the kind of approach they want to see from him, because he's nuts. When it's big, scary pipeline or big chopes, he's putting his head down. He's going for big old punts in the flats. There he goes, checking his board. Yeah, he surfs hard. He attacks sections, and that's brought him a lot of success in his career. Let's take a look at it, Flick.
Yeah, it's a small wave, but you just know instantly, right? He knows there's only one section and he's only got to go big. And to your point, Joey, I mean, this move got him through a couple of heats in the last event down at Bells. I mean, he did it at Winky, that amazing one that he made, but that one he just landed so hard. I think interesting what you were bringing up, Bugs, before we started talking about it. There's a lot of space in the lineup between these two guys right now. I think almost looked like Jackson was on the beach break. So interesting, just two very different approaches.
That is way down. I mean, you know, Seth's actually paddling back from where he finished his ride. And Jackson has elected to sit way down here. I guess it's that transitional part of the tide. As the tide comes in again, it should migrate back towards the point as the waves will hug the point. But obviously his coaching staff has noticed something, because he kept looking in before as he was paddling down. And I think they were saying, go further.
It's crazy how they're almost surfing two different venues, and that decision can make or break you, you know, and we saw that really clearly with Erin Brooks against Lakey Peterson when she identified the scoring potential down at the beach break type section. Here comes Seth. Whip there to start, just kind of another carve to try to get this one going, and then throws the tail drift. Catching up to Jackson, same way further down the line. Moving quickly, always light on his feet, really fast in his approach. And one of the youngest on tour, 21 years of age. Surfing a lot of Ho'okipa, his dad, a lifeguard on that stretch of beach. His dad's Jackson Bunch III, he's Jackson Bunch IV. There's a great photographer from Maui, great surfer, Epps Sargent. He's Epps Winthrop Sargent, the 18th. So when Jackson's like, everyone's like, wow, you're the 4th. He's like, hang on. We got my friend that's
way out in front.
Oh, wow.
And F's had the 19th recently, a little young ripper from Maui. Maybe he'll make the tour one day, little EJ. As we look at Seth on the replay, Bugs.
Yeah, he got a bit of a soft start, but now he goes into his carve. He's really hustling to get this final turn in. Gets the board up over the lip line. Bit of tail relief and slide. So great innovative finish. And this is the same wave flick.
Yeah, this was pretty cool. I like this. So just both sections of the bank being completely utilised. I think Jackson, I mean, a lot of Jackson's points, he gets so critical here at the end and so snappy, where I just feel that because Seth's wave maintained that sort of height the whole way and just that really dynamic finish, I feel is going to be a stronger score than Jackson's. Jackson still had a couple of nice moments, a couple of precision hits on the backhand, but if I just can't go past the way Seth finished his wave. It just looks super strong, controlled, and variation too, if I think about the 3 different maneuvers he had.
What an important matchup as far as the cut's concerned. The tour extended to 7 events this year. For the first time, it was 5 events before the cut in the last few seasons. Now we're already at stop 6, and it's crunch time to make it for the whole season and to compete for the world title. As we check out the live rankings, Jackson Bunch down to 22nd. Remember, it's updated after every heat is finished. Seth dropping to 19th. So both of them in that scary position. We remember what Seth did last year under the coaching of Doug Silva and was able to get past Ethan Ewing basically with his career on the line. And, you know, he can do it under that type of pressure, but he's hoping to make it a bit easier for himself. Flowing through some sections. Nice carve from Seth Muniz. Nice float.
Oh.
Seemed like a soft landing, and oh my goodness, a goofy footer. Of course, finding a big chunky section. Wow, Jackson really tried to huck that one.
Yeah, I'm thinking they both had a close look, particularly Jackson Bunch and his coaching staff had a close look at that last heat. Realised it was a bit sketchy up the point because there was really a shortage of quality waves, and he's come wide, and look, he went for the left.
Wow. Jackson's pretty crazy at rotations. We talk about full rotations, and Jackson can go beyond full, which then brings the topic of like skateboarders and snowboarders when they talk about 360s, 540s. You're like, well, maybe we'll get there if Jackson keeps landing those crazy rotations. Here's Seth here, Flick.
Yeah, this wave of Seth, there were a couple of funky moments just in the beginning. He just felt, kind of seemed like he took off and his feet wasn't completely in the right spot. There was a little bit of lump and bump to deal with. Still managed to bank off a couple of good turns, and then Jackson here just kind of just going for a Hail Mary. Obviously doesn't stick it, but yeah, for me, that last wave of Seth isn't going to be as strong as the one before. I mean, obviously he didn't get the finish. If he got the finish, thinking okay, but it just seemed like the timing was a little bit off.
So now looking at 19:40 on the clock. Jackson Bunch got his feet wet on tour in a big way when it was pumping at Pipeline. He had a wild card opportunity and absolutely put his head down and charged. People just couldn't wait for his rookie debut. In fact, I think majority of the crew at Pipeline were calling him for Rookie of the Year honors. Joel Vaughn's had a nice run at it, leading the pack, but he did get eliminated in the elimination round. Quick check from that Glenn Minami surfboard for Jackson Bunch. That is, Glenn Minami's been providing equipment for the greats for decades. Great to see Minami on board with Jackson on tour this year. He's got priority. Needs a 4.41. Seth has a 6 and a 3.83 now, who's been surfing in front of his accommodations. He actually didn't change to Burleigh. He's been over at Snapper, and there's a little sand behind the rock. So on low tide, he's been getting some quick sessions, getting barreled with Joel Parkinson. He said he's been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I saw him out there yesterday afternoon.
But let's focus on the Rookie of the Year race. Seth is one of those surfers who had a great start as a rookie. Semi-final Tahiti, couple quarters. Hasn't been as easy yet for Jackson. You see Joel Vaughn there, eliminated in the elimination round. Unfortunately for him, he's out. He's got to get some points at Margaret River.
Yeah, but just on that point, there's actually not sand behind the rock. There's just this little sort of bank inside.
Ah.
Yeah, it's not really the real deal.
Thanks for cleaning up that report for us, Bugs. We're looking at Al Cleveland Jr., that late addition to the rookie class. Definitely some standout moments for him.
For sure. I mean, even just with that last heat win that he had over Connor, I mean, you can already see in the live rankings he's moved up 4 places, which is great for his campaign. I mean, I think he was hovering, around the 21. So, I mean, it's good news for Al. And I think, I think about Margaret River and I think about Al surfing and I think about that right-hander and the sort of the consequential nature of it and also the potential of it moving to the box. If the swell was to present itself, I just think, I think Al would go all right over there in the West.
I think that's a good prediction right there, Flick. Marco Mignot, George Pitar actually matched up in Heat 10 of the round of 32. Not sure if we'll make it there today, but we'll get close. Here we go, Seth Moniz. Driving through that section that's just dumping on the sandbar. And unable to get him around the corner. His father, Tony Moniz, really well traveled, competed on tour for many years. Unbelievable big wave surfer as well. It's great to see Josh Moniz in the Eddie Aikau event. Seth absolutely loves big waves, loves hollow waves, loves just pushing his surfing. Had a great movie part in the next trilogy movie with Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto. And for those guys that are getting movie parts together, just like all the great touring professionals that build movies, they're maybe even more competitive when it comes to getting the closing part of a signature movie, going to theaters and presenting it. They go all out, and unfortunately for Seth, he hurt himself trying to put the best part together that he could, and he had to be sidelined for a couple of the final segments. And the cool part about Seth, he didn't bail on the movie trip. He actually hung out and supported Griff and Ethan in it and watched them as he took in the deep breaths, knowing that he was on the road to recovery.
He's a good guy, though. I mean, they're all good guys, but Seth really is a good dude, He's not going to be the kind of guy who's like, I'm not going on that because I couldn't finish it off properly. But, I mean, it was an epic piece put together, It's cool. My mind instantly goes back to that era, like that original trilogy, and something that comes to mind is the Blue Horizon. It's something that will always stick out for me with Dave Ruster and Andy Irons as well, that total contrast in style and, approach to surfing too. Just that was the golden era for me for surfing and movies. I guess it's probably when I was growing up and what I was watching, but there was some crackers back then, Joey.
Gosh, all about movies and tour life. The best can really balance both. And with the season ending in September, there's going to be a lot of time in the off season for certain surfers that want to build their profile with great movies as well. And that's just so part of our surf culture. Fill the local theater. It's a classic old historical building right when you enter Burleigh Heads. It's just called the Burleigh Theater, and they just left it the same. I love how they take care of this place, Bugs. And for some of us that are still getting used to the place, get to see it just like you have all these years.
Yeah, there's some heritage around here. A lot of people think the Gold Coast doesn't have any culture and it's just a touristy party town. And but there is surf culture here for sure, and a lot of heritage.
Big heats to come, including one man who's called the king of pipeline these days. Back-to-back wins, another stellar season for Baron Mamiya, checking in as he takes on a wild card named Callum Robson. Coming up next, Bonsoy Brew Break.
Time for the pulse. Wow, we've had some big action in the round of 32, including world number 4, Yago Dora. 8-point ride, just a giant helicopter punt, soft landing. One of the best with his landing ratio on tour. He's feeling it, moving on to the round of 16. Classic surfing there from the Brazilian aerialist, and Al Cleland Jr. staying alive in round of 32, heat number 2, big win over Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, this was a massive win because it was really consequential. These guys kind of hovering around that cut line. You know, Al, rookie on tour, got the job done.
And then how about the 2-time world champ, best heat of the season, Bugs?
Yeah, this is a phenomenal performance, and he's regained his mojo out at Burleigh.
He's got that unshakable belief he could do whatever he wants, any type of turn, and he's still smiling.
Yeah, in the post-heat interview with Vaughan, he was saying, you know what? It's just like everyone's asking the question, do you still belong here? I'm asking myself that question. I'm like, yes, you do, Felipe. You well and truly do. You just have found that mojo again, and I'm so excited to watch him in that next round.
9.37, 8.5, and then we saw a big fight back from Jake Marshall, Bugs.
Yeah, Jake, and this guy here was looking like, Sammy Pupo was looking like, to me, one of the dark horses of this event. That just could the giant killing role, but Jake Marshall is coming of age.
What a great read from Jake Marshall, believing his brand of surfing. He knows sticking to power, big turns, some tail drifts can get the job done.
I watched him in the free surf this morning, and he was going absolutely Looney Tunes. He was on pretty much every single good wave. To me, it seems like he's figured out Burleigh, he's figured out the rock break, he knows the kind of waves he wants, and yeah, he's continuing that good momentum from Bells to Burleigh.
Tough one for Sammy Pupo, doing so well in the Goldie in the Challenger Series, often the event that helps him build a comeback to the tour. Then you look at Felipe Toledo's performance, and you're reminded that the Goldie kicked off everything for Toledo as far as winning at the CT level, going back to 2015. Jackson Bunch trying to get going here. So, as I mentioned before, using a lot of boards from Glenn Manami in the past, but I have noticed he's got some JS Industry surfboards with him, including a Golden Child in his quiver. Saw him warm up on one the other day, then saw him on a Manami the next day. So yeah, mixing it up a little bit at this event. As we look at Seth hitting the lip line, moving quickly in a short space. A lot of white water there. Definitely seeing the challenge in the conditions at the moment to really make those sections look big, Bugs.
Yeah, well, I really think that little, as I said, that tiny little two-inch southeast wind swell's just starting to, it's just breaking the wave up a little bit. It's making it hard to get the connection. Hence, we've got, a heat where the high marks are 6.
Yeah, as we check out Seth's last opportunity here.
Yeah, this one real frothy. I mean, he does well. It's hard to read, even just to project up over that foam into that last section. He was so late. He did such a good job. He's still only trying to improve on a small score right now, the 3.83. And just put a bit of distance between himself and Jackson right now. Even though he's out in the lead and he has got that 1.6, he's not going to be feeling safe right now. I think this heat's still so wide open. You think back, there's been big numbers dropped still all afternoon. He's not going to be feeling safe right now.
That's for sure. And I guess the other thing is that it's that tidal part of it. You see it at Bells, that half tide, and a lot of places where you just get that transition where it goes from one section to the other, and they're in two minds of where to sit, I feel.
Good point. 8 minutes to go here, and wide open. We saw Jackson Bunch just go crazy in the X-Zone range in Abu Dhabi, upset Griffin Colapinto at stop 2 of the season. So he's one of those guys that's going to be hard to watch if it's a closeout. You'd be nervous if Jackson Bunch is taken off, as he's only chasing a 4.58. And now he's starting to move her closer to Seth Moniz. Let's now catch up with Seth Moniz, checking out a rare left opportunity. The Goofies have been doing this.
Seth seeing what he could find. Big, wild, bowly section. You know he wanted to ramp up, but gosh, it got so shallow. It was smart for him to get out of there. So incomplete. He's still out in front. 7 minutes to go. Remember, last heat, we lost world number 2, Ethan Ewing, because Morgan Siblick is still on fire, hanging out with Laura Endever.
He is still on fire, Morgan. Tell you what, a couple of upsets the last couple of weeks, another huge one right there. Talk us through that heat with Ethan, because, you know, you had to chase him way down the beach.
Yeah, I don't know. Coming into that heat, I thought, you know, like Ethan's, in my opinion, the best surfer in the world. Just got such a good style and variety in his turns, and I kind of was like underestimating myself. I thought I had a lot of work to do, and then the waves in that heat just went pretty quiet, and I just got super lucky and got one down the beach that gave me 2 sections, and I feel like that was pretty much all that we kind of got in that heat. So yeah, I was just stoked to get through, and feels like now the tide's coming in, up the top starting to work a little bit more. So yeah, hopefully it's a good arvo of surfing and spectating.
Wow, just talk us through the last couple of weeks. You must be pinching yourself. Have you had time to just stop and think, what is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think, like, I wish I did this a few years ago. But nah, I'm so over the moon. It's always good to get a couple heats go my way. I feel like it's been a pretty rough slog the past couple of years. So yeah, I'm over the moon to get through here and hopefully keep going again. And yeah, I don't know, definitely pinching myself a little.
And you obviously found out you're in the event, taking Ryan Callanan's spot on the elimination round morning. What was that scramble like getting ready?
Yeah, I know, I didn't really know what the situation was back home with Ryan, so I just kind of let him do his thing, and Renato gave me the heads up that I was first in line, so I was kind of staying ready just in case. But yeah, I woke up that morning and Renato gave me the all clear, and yeah, Ryan had a beautiful baby girl, so stoked for Ryan, and yeah, I can see why he's stayed at home. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and yeah, so hopefully I can make the most of the gift he gave me too.
Absolutely amazing. We're on your way to doing it into the round of 16.
Thank you.
Great job, Laura. Fantastic to hear from Morgan Siblick. Super grateful for the call-up and beautiful words to his friend Ryan. It just worked out that they're from the same hometown of Newcastle, surfing Merriweather Beach all the time. So what a great passing of the torch, Ryan, at home. We're wishing you guys all the best, having fun with your new baby girl. As we have 4:25 on the clock here. Priority is with Jackson Bunch. Still chasing a 4.58. This is a stressful heat for both these guys. Seth getting started. Big sweep on the open face. Drives into the end section, tried to extend that turn. 2-turn combo to try to ditch a 4.0.
He could very well do that. It was 2 big turns. I think obviously these conditions have deteriorated a little bit. You know, in the last sort of half an hour, I'd say it's getting a bit tricky. And so, I mean, as those conditions deteriorate as well, you know, obviously the judges are taking that into account. Let's have a look. This open face here that he gets to lay the rail into, it's nice and clean. It was a beautiful rail work. And then he really waits for this turn. I like how he didn't force anything. So there were 2 big hits. If he does improve, which he has, he'll make it harder for Jackson.
He certainly did just make it hard. A 6.5 for the 2-turn combo. You almost feel like a little adjustment of the scale in real time with these conditions getting more challenging. So right there, they're able to create separation. They're always just comparing the waves that have been ridden. So right there, adjusting the scale. 6.5 and a 6.0. Jackson now needs a 7.07, so that was a big one for the heat, Bugs.
Well, it really was when you consider that it was Jackson that came wide, and then that time he was too deep.
We'll see if he's got something planned for us on this roll-in. The rookie from Maui starting to move, creating some just wiggle room here, but nothing happening. So Jackson losing priority and not finding a section to work with. That's tough.
Yeah, this is almost looking like a checkmate right now. I think, you know, there still will be room to move for Jackson here, no doubt, but it's check, I guess. I mean, Seth's now got priority. And he's improved on that situation underneath priority as well. Like he dropped that 6.5. I mean, he was sniffing around. He didn't have priority. He made something happen. Looks like there's a wave coming through, which he's potentially going to have to block on. But you've got to be thinking that he isn't going to give much room to Jackson here. He'll be sticking to him for sure.
Important one for Seth. He was so under pressure last year at Margaret River. With Jackson a couple of spots lower on the rankings, but he's found some space. Under priority down the beach. One maneuver section is not going to do it. Still chasing a 7.07. Things looking better for Seth Moniz.
Yeah, and now Seth's going to follow him even further north. They're like at North Burleigh.
Wow, this has certainly been a scrappy one for these two. This round's been tough for both of them. Seth with a few ninths this year has his best, but he knows he's got to be into finals day to feel a bit better about the cut heading into Margaret River.
Oh yeah, sorry Joe, but I was saying, you know, at least another ninth here. You'd think that would be pretty sweet for Seth. But Jackson, wow, this is going to put him right on the cut line, if not below it.
Then it would be all the pressure in the world on his shoulders at Margaret River. 45 seconds. Jackson trying to find some space. Seth playing a smart game, just sticking to the rookie. Seth has big goals this year. Wants to make the cut, but he really wants to win his first major event. Came close at Pipe with Kelly a few years ago when he finished runner-up, still his personal best on tour. Rookie debut on the Goldie, made the quarters. Goldie's been nice to Seth in the past. And looks like he's doing well, Flick, running the clock down with priority in this lead.
Yeah, I feel that he's taken this confidence from Bells. I mean, we sort of started to see him step into his own down there. He had those couple of big Hail Mary moments with the big full rotation, the air reverses, and it feels like things are starting to flow a bit better right now for Seth.
So that makes it official. Jackson Bunch getting stuck in the round of 32 in all the ocean events this year. Will be faced with a big task at Margaret River to try to save his spot past the midseason cut. And Seth Moniz gets to surf again in the round of 16. Coming up next, it will be Baron Mamiya taking on Callum Robson. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Britt Merrick for the call.
Still rolling through the round of 32. Heat 7 hitting the lineup now. Hawaii's Barramamea, who kicked off the year with a stunning victory at the Pipe Pro up against Callum Robson, the wild card with some CT experience. A real danger man who put together a great opening round performance. Ronnie Blakey here on the set, joined by Richie Lovett and a very special guest. Absolutely working the Aussie crowd into a frenzy here the other night on Shapers Night. Britt Merrick, good to see you, Britt.
Thanks, buddy. Stoked to be here.
Mate, you're doing more talking than me on this trip to Australia. You've been all over the coast. There's been a lot of functions. Sounds like a lot of fun, though.
No, it's been a great time. It feels like the off days are busier than the contest days for me, but it's been great. We've been traveling around, visiting accounts, and then a bunch of fun events. And Australia's always so much fun, and everyone's so hyped. It's been really good.
Thank you so much for the other night. It was unreal here on site. We got to chat to a panel of shapers. Britt was a part of it. And we're going to tap into some of the sort of topics that we spoke about throughout. But what an esteemed panel to be amongst.
Oh, my gosh. I still can't believe that I was up there or that I'm ever up there. I mean, so many of my heroes up there, so many of my heroes in the room. And I still can't believe I'm part of that crowd. I feel I have imposter syndrome big time.
Mate, don't worry about it. You're in good company. It was fantastic to see the appreciation and respect for Mark Richards, who was part of that panel discussion as well. But it was fun talking about your big achievements and what you're most proud of as a shaper. And when I asked you, you said probably, shaping boards for someone to win events, the kind of vehicles that can get you event wins on the North Shore, and Barramamea's back-to-back pipe titles. Just let the crowd know how special that was for you.
Yeah, for me growing up as a California shaper, like so many people in the surf world, I idolize everything Hawaii and Hawaiian surfing and Hawaiian surfboards. And my dad always told me about his influences being Dick Brewer and other guys over there. So it's always been a goal of mine to be able to make good boards for Hawaii. And I've put a ton of work into that, and it's paid off with Barron the last couple of years.
It sure has. But we're seeing Callum Robson light up on his DHD here at the moment. Barramamea just looking to tap back into the form that saw him take the ratings lead after the first stop. Did have a fantastic performance over in Portugal, but other than that, it's been kind of tricky getting past this round.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a new Barron this year, though. I think things are really going to click. He's been working with Luke Egan. So just getting some headspace together there. And we've been working on boards hard. So I think we're going to see him take a good swing through the rest of the year. Interesting in this heat, he's actually, since you bring up Pipeline, he's riding the exact same board that he won Pipe on this year.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a 6.1 CI Pro, and it's not the same design. It's the same actual board that he won Pipe on this year.
The actual board?
The actual board.
He's amazing, too, because he can take a shorter board out there. He just loves to position himself right under the ledge. He's not necessarily looking for the same thing as the other competitors, is he? He has such a unique approach out there.
Yeah, right, he really does. You almost kind of, well, let's watch Callum's replay here. You talk us through it.
Yeah, replay of Callum Robson here. It was a good wave, travelled all the way down from up high on the point. And I guess a very clinical approach to this wave. Just a series of connected turns all the way through to the inside, gets the closeout manoeuvre at the end, but live action.
Yeah, up again. Callum just looks so switched on. Obviously got a massive appetite for a huge result here. Wants to prove to everyone that this is where he deserves to be. Just missed out campaigning on the Challenger Series last year. His worst result came at the final event, so obviously his nerves got the better of him there. But he was really close. I think finished 14th on the Challenger Series last year. Great surfer. And looking super fit.
We watch the replay again. See how much energy and body movement that Callum uses to pick up speed. That wave just ran off down the line. But I'm pretty interested to get into the details, Brett, of this board that Barron's riding. Single concave, single double. What's the situation?
Yeah, it's a CI Pro, which, as you know, is a pretty continuous rocker curve and very subtle concaves.
Yep.
The idea of this board is really to sit in the water and feel solid. And it was originally designed for cuppy waves. So I think that's why it's translating today. If the waves come through, it works good in a cuppy situation with all that rocker. And but I've also been working on rockers that translate through a lot of different size waves.
Okay.
Right, that's been a goal of mine because I want to minimize for guys and girls that effect of, whoa, this board feels so different from my 6.0 or whatever. And so here we see, you know.
Well, this is clearly different to Pipeline.
Yeah, right. It's 2-foot Burleigh Head, and he's on the same board he was on at Pipe, so.
I love watching Barron surf. His performances, you know, will be celebrated, and his achievements will be celebrated forever. Not too many people have gone back-to-back at Pipe, and certainly not in recent years. So that's something special, and obviously a win at Sunset too. You know, he's just got to take that winning formula to foreign waters.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Barron this year in particular is that outside of Hawaii, the mistakes are being minimised a lot. He's a lot solider on the board. Live action here, we'll get back to that.
And Callum just trying to dump a 2.93 to take the early lead here, building. And Callum's someone who can surprise you with his work above the lip as well. Knows how to stick a big rotation, but on this occasion sticks to just progressive turns, a bit of release in the tail. Doesn't find the ramp there.
Yeah, just back to that, back to the point, Barron, you know, a couple of years ago, I think, and he would admit to this as well, he was guilty of falling off in heats, going for bigger manoeuvres, but he seems to have tidied that up a lot now. He seems to be a bit more dependable, and you know, as a surfer, I feel like the more confident you are on your equipment, the less head noise you have, and the more you can just concentrate on what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. That's always my goal when working with surfers, is to have them never have to think about their board in the heat. There's Callum again.
Yeah, Callum, big swooping turn to start off. Just keeping with that energy, staying close to the power pocket. Now he extends down the line. Really starts to hammer the lip. Little tail release, bit of slide. Ugly looking wave, but some pretty surfing. You know, you can tell the intent here, Callum Robson, is to build somewhat of a score line. Perhaps identifying that those really big scoring waves have sort of tapered off in the last hour or so.
He's done well to get a couple ones right off the bat. I mean, it's tricky right now, right? The tide's coming up, and guys were surfing really far down toward the end of the point, but I feel like with the tide coming up this much, it might get a bit fat down there. So we might see him hugging the point more, but Callum's got a couple all across the point really quickly, which is impressive.
Well, you look at the distance between these two guys, you can see right up in that top corner. That's where Barron's sitting, and Callum Robson way down the beach.
Looking at the head-to-head history between these two, it's a win apiece, and when you look at where those results went down, you can kind of see, I think, where the advantage lies for each. 2022, Callum beat Barron Mamiya in this round, in the round of 16 at El Salvador. And then in 2023 in Tahiti, Barron got the better of Callum. So, you know, even though Barron Mamiya is flying high, sitting in 7th position on the rankings at the moment, I still think he's got his work cut out in this heat, just based on the fact that Callum is located on this sort of portion of coast and spends a lot of time on these right-hander point breaks.
Yeah, for sure. I think Callum would be feeling much more comfortable out here right now, probably with the experience that he has.
But you've kind of been hanging pretty tight with Barron over the last couple of seasons, and gotten to know him really well. And he's kind of a hard character to get a read on, just where his head is at sometimes. You really sort of just rely on seeing how he performs to sort of understand if he's in a confident mindset or if he is at home. How's he feeling this year outside of Hawaii?
He's feeling really confident. I think he's really keen to learn. He's been in a big learning phase. I think we forget that he kind of snuck on tour, right, through a bit of a backdoor with the wild card system, and suddenly found himself on tour. And even though he has these dominant performances in Hawaii, I'm not quite sure that he was ready for that. But he was there and, you know, was able to make the cut. And so I feel that he realizes he's in a learning curve, and he really wants to learn. Every conversation I have with Barron about boards, he's always learning.
And talk to us about Luke Egan coming into that conversation. How's that been for you? Has that added to the equipment feedback with Luke's incredible experience and success competing across the schedule?
Yeah, it's been really good. Luke is a bit of a hero of mine. I remember my dad used to make him a few boards, and I've always kind of idolized Luke, and he's got tremendous board knowledge. And so sometimes it's hard with coaches when they're talking about boards, but with Luke, you know that you can trust what he's saying. And so I'm happy to have that third voice kind of in the loop.
Yeah.
And Barron and I could kind of coordinate with him and talk around boards and have a good conversation. And I think Luke is really knowledgeable and trustworthy in that area.
It's funny you mentioned that, and as you know, I'm a Finn guy. Luke called me about Barron specifically and said, hey, I want to talk to you about what he's doing with the setups. He rides the AM Finn template a lot, but with that smaller fin, he wanted something a bit bigger in the back, so they've gone to putting mixed fin in the back just to try and kind of get a little bit more control, because he's so powerful, Barron, you know, when he does that turn. And he is so front-footed that sometimes he can lose that tail easily. So just wanted a little anchor point, but just having someone that knowledgeable in your cam, it's only got to be positive.
Yeah, that's a great example. I mean, that came from a conversation that Luke and I had before the season.
Right.
We were talking about Barron and his boards, and we both kind of came to that conclusion and had Barron try it in Hawaii, and he gave him that little extra bit of hold when he needed it.
Yeah.
Love that. Fun talking the other night, and watching you guys. The chemistry between the shapers is unbelievable, and just how competitive, in a healthy way, competitive you guys are. We do a lot of talking about the Whistler Shaper rankings. How much are you paying attention to this stuff, Britt?
Oh, man, we can't pretend that we're not. We're paying a lot of attention to this. This is the competition within the competition, and this one might be even more ruthless.
I love it. No, you're well situated at the moment, too. Looking sharp there.
Yeah, gosh, anytime I see my name next to DHs for anything, I'm pretty excited. I think DH is the best shaper ever, so I'm pretty stoked. Here's Barron.
Well, he's certainly collected a lot of CT victories and world titles, as we see Barron Mamiya finishing off his best ride there. 16 minutes, making his move at the right time. You want to get that decent number on the board and start to get in the exchange battle, Rich.
Yeah, you've got to stay on pace, for sure. Otherwise, these heats they get away from you so quickly. When you're in the water, it feels like double time. Obviously Callum's got that 6.33 in his scoreline. Let's have a look what happened out the back. So a late takeoff. Barron comes around this section, pounds that foamy oncoming wall, and then gets up there, does well to get that finishing turn. Not a lot of open face on that one, so it's going to be a mid-range score.
Yeah, there was some really classic conversations going down with Callum Shaper, Darren Hanley, and the crew. You made one fantastic point. You know, you've got... The equipment is so refined now, and the performance levels are so high. I was in a lineup one time with Sebastian Zeitz in Hawaii, and I was riding a MR Super Twin, and he got on it, and I felt like he could win a CT on riding that board, which is way over volumed for him. But it was just a good example of how good the surfers are, and you were sort of making the point that, look, as good as the craftsmanship is and the refinement of the equipment, surfers at this level can make most models and boards work. And, you know, I thought it was a really valid point. While you were saying that, Darren Hanley was shaking his head.
Yeah, he
you
was
said you felt Mick Fanning could get on anyone's boards and win a world title.
Well, I didn't really say that. I was talking more about, you have these surfers like a Mick Fanning, like a Kelly Slater,
exactly,
who are such extraordinary talents, and all of us know how to shape. So the first thing I said was, I think if Kelly had been riding DHs or something during that time, he would have won a bunch of world titles. And then I said Mick,
yeah,
but of course DH took umbrage to that.
Mate, I loved it. It was such good back and forward, and we'll have to do it again on camera sometime, because it was classic just watching it at pinball, and the rivalry between Pizell and Hanley. That was
boy.
that was a good
DH
laugh.
loves to get after John. He rattles John a little bit.
Yeah, and really fueled by Stonewood, that conversation. It was fantastic.
Brett, you've obviously got a huge stable of team riders, and there's obviously different levels of surfboard intelligence and intimate knowledge of equipment. Is there anyone on the current team that just stands above everyone, who is just a total surfboard geek and completely just geeks out with you on that stuff?
Yeah, as far as CT level, Joao is really strangely intuitive about surfboards. It's really surprised me almost from the get-go when we started working together. He's just really able to identify stuff that the vast majority of surfers can't, and make suggestions. And I'll tell you honestly, 90% of the time at least, his suggestions are the right ones that he makes to me. And very few surfers could do that. They're usually more describing a feeling. They're not making suggestions about the design. where Joao won't necessarily talk about the feeling. He'll say, like, I think it needs a little more concave right here.
Wow.
I think it needs a little more curve there. And he's usually right about that, whereas Barron is more discussing what he feels.
Okay.
And then he and I are working on developing a common grammar so that when he says, I feel this way, I'm able to say, okay, I think that translates to that. And then I'll educate him on that. That's what this is. This is what you were feeling or not feeling. And then we kind of grow together in that.
It's like you're a surfboard psychologist.
Yeah, I'm just glad it's not like a patient-doctor thing where you can't disclose to us these conversations. We appreciate it. Just over 12 minutes to go. Laura Anova has tracked down Seth Moniz.
Yes, the team. Seth. Yeah, you were on there and you got stung. Hey, talk us through that heat. You know, you were saying you kind of had a bit of everything, had to go down the beach, really scrap around. You know, you had your crew on the beach with the board. Talk us through that approach to that heat.
Yeah, I think the beginning was a bit sloppy. We're just surfing basically a wave none of us have ever surfed way down the beach. It's basically a beach break, so technically we're not even surfing Burleigh. But I don't know, I had my few points that I was going to sit at, and you know, I got into a nice little rhythm.
And you're talking about how critical that heat is right now, and you just got told in the live rankings you're up to 13th. So, I mean, talk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, every heat's pretty critical, especially when you're like at the back end of things. And yeah, it feels great to kind of make that round. I'm not saying that's my result yet because, you know, I'm still in this, but just before Margaret's kind of to get a solid result is fantastic. Last year I had like all the pressure in the world. You know, I needed to make the quarters and I made the semis. So now I'm stoked. I'm just trying to stay present. Feel like I'm surfing, you know, at my best right now, and my boards feel great. So yeah, just excited for the next one.
Amazing. You've had some really, really epic heats so far, some amazing showings. Yeah, talk us through that confidence. You know, it's been a long few events right now.
Yeah, you know, I've been on the road for over 2 months now, and, you know, just trying to keep the body healthy and the mind right with my crew. And yeah, we're feeling good, just trying to put in the work and get better at surfing.
Amazing. Well, results coming. Good job into the next round. Hurry up, guys.
Thank you, Seth. Mate, he should be lapping up his time getting interviewed on the glass. He hasn't had too much of it this year, but that might be changing here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro as we have a look at the live rankings. And I love this feature now. You can go to worldsurfleague.com/rankings and check these out anytime you like. But Seth making a big jump already, up 5 places. And have a look at Alan Cleland also on the move here, Rich.
Yeah, the little green triangle next to their name, that shows you that they are in leapfrog situations. And, you know, you don't want to be sliding down the ratings, but opportunity there. I mean, Seth, he's been up against it the last couple of years, just really coming into that cut in a bad position. And this is getting him out of trouble, which is great. And he's still got room to move. So right there, George Pitar, Marco Migneur and Alan Cleland still right on the money there. But Alan's through.
He sure is. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we've got Barron Mamiya trying to climb the rankings from 7th place. He needs a score, though, of 5.67 with 9.5 minutes to go.
The mid-season cut is here.
Big straight aerial from Robbo.
Seth Moniz, he's going to drop a bomb. He goes into low. That explosive backhand.
Deep into the tube. George Pinter.
Tyler Wright straight into a nice hook.
Clean read from Sawyer. Gabby Bryant with the Dolphins.
The final event of the GWM Aussie Treble will be Margaret River. Also, after Margaret's, the field will be cut. Pressure is building, but not so much for the competitors in this heat. There's a bit of pressure on Barron Mamea to make use of the opportunity that's been presented with some big names above him on the rankings getting dumped today in the round of 32. So he wants to capitalise on that. It has been a quiet heat for quality waves. Callum Robson getting to work early and getting himself the lead here. But Barron Mamea, he's figured out the formula a few times to winning events. So you know he can keep his cool and turn in the 5.67 requirement, running with Richie and also joined by Britt Merrick. And Britt, awesome to be able to just catch up with you throughout this event window. It's been a real celebration of surfing down here at Burleigh Heads, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. That's one of the things I love about Australia. I feel like Australia celebrates surfing like nowhere else in the world almost. The whole culture, all the people from top to bottom. And I love the appreciation for board builders and craftsmen over here. We've been experiencing that, and here goes Barron.
Here goes your boy. Building for the reverse, and he'll stick it clean. Those fins grabbing.
I want to see more of that.
He rides through that rotation nicely.
I want to see more of that from Barron because he has it, you know, and if he can just string a couple of turns together, then get that air in, that's when he's going to drop those big numbers. But this is good, just even to put another mid-range score on the board and stay in the hunt. Let's see what happened on the replay here. It was a quick wave, wasn't much room to work. Did well to get as much speed as he did, and then got the little air road. Watch here, just shoves it out of the lip, gets those fins pointing towards the sand, and then gets the rotation. They do that so well when they land backwards. Real shift of weight from front foot to back foot, re-engage those fins, and then steer that board around again.
So technical when it's forced out of a late section like that, projecting out onto the flats. And, you know, it does get some credit, 4.47, but, you know, the bar has been set high in terms of how lofty the airs have been today. Iago Dora and Felipe setting the pace, but this is a bit more like it for Barron. There's a combination, and that should help him really chip away at the requirement. Might even see him into the lead here.
Getting busy. Even there's a new energy to him in the last couple of minutes. Just even the paddle back out there, you can see just he's putting in the big ones.
We saw this a bit from him in Portugal. You know, sometimes Barron needs to surf in a momentum.
Yeah.
And we always talk about staying busy and surfing. You can't win if you're not surfing.
Especially when it's scrappy like this. That was a beautiful jam off the top. And then another like mirror image of the last one. Watch this, quick snap. Just keeps that movement down the line. Did so well to get back on the toe side, up into the lip again, get that projection.
So back to the fin discussion, you'll notice that today he doesn't have the mic in the rear. He's got the AMs all the way through, the waves being a bit smaller. It's nice to be able to switch them out according to sort of the power that the wave is providing.
Amazing how you can actually change the way a board goes, huh? Just by changing the fins.
Oh yeah, it is. It's frustrating actually sometimes. Someone might tell me the board doesn't work. I'll say it's not the board, it's the fins.
Or it's you.
Well, we're waiting on a really interesting number here. It was a clean combination. The hit was solid, big fan of spray, and then launched into the rotation. Needs a 5.67. And typically when you're waiting on numbers to drop, sometimes the judges, you know, with a lot of time between when Callum Robson dropped his 6.33 and even Barron's 5-point ride, they'll go back and review those waves before logging the score. So waiting on that score still, but Callum's not going to wait to find out if he needs something. He's going to launch a big air of his own. Almost stuck that one. 3 minutes to go. So often when you're traveling to a location where there's an event, you're taking a couple of board bags with you, and surfers heading over to a new location maybe need to top up their quivers before Margaret's. How many boards did you travel with this time?
I had the responsibility of 23 boards.
Oh my
coming to this event.
Well, the numbers in. Barramamea turns the heat, 5.77. Robson now after a 4.44, 2.5 minutes to go. What was it?
23 boards.
23.
And I was a little perturbed by that.
Oh my god.
My goodness.
How many board bags was that?
That's 3 Channel Islands team bags.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
So with the way the tour is so back-to-back, you know, people are leaving boards with us for the next event. So I had a bunch of Margs boards, and sometimes we just play storage unit and shuttle and back and forth, and that's part of the service that we provide for the team, and I'm just happy to do it, kind of.
I like it. How many riders total have you got now on both men's and women's? The men's and women's
we've
tour?
got 5 guys, 4 girls, so 9 total.
Wow. And who gets the most boards? Who gets through them?
Oh, Barron and Joelle get the most.
And how many? How many per year?
I think that probably on 50 last year.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good compared to, I think, Fanning's 120 that he got a couple of years back.
Wow, that's not good.
He's still got them all in his garage. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go here. The wild card, Callum Robson, had control, but the numbers weren't quite big enough to shut down Barramamea.
No, and he's got a new best friend as well. Barron is going to hang on him like glue, just tailing him up the point. And Callum Robson just desperate to get some space. And this is the moment where Barron can close out this heat using priority to his advantage.
He looked a little lost at sea out there for the opening stages of this heat, but he's come back well. And like you said, Rich, he's made a habit of kind of cleaning up some mistakes. He adapted to the conditions and got busy chasing those medium-sized waves and turned it with his brilliance.
Yeah, it was just persistence, really. And I love the kind of attitude of not giving up as these guys just make a beeline to the rock break. I don't even know if they're going to get there in time, but the full paddle battle going on. But yeah, this has been a gritty one. Pretty scrappy heat.
I was watching the waves with Luke right before the heat, and we were a little bit baffled as to where to be. Conditions were changing.
Right.
It was hard to tell if you're going to be up high or down low. So I think Barron was feeling a bit of that in the beginning of the heat, like where am I and where do I get? But kind of got lucky.
Also hanging around all day. Some of the competitors, you know, are invested in getting themselves one of those magic rides. And they've had to really switch things up, and Barramamea adapted beautifully at the end of that heat.
There it is.
Found a medium-sized ride and surfed it with a great combination to turn it.
And it wasn't like it was conservative surfing either. It was high risk, a little bit of innovation there. You know, it was he took that go for it approach and it paid off.
That ends the run of the wildcard Callum Robson in this event. Barramamea stays alive, and on those live rankings could already be making a climb. Britt Merrick, an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
You're hanging around.
With you guys.
How long are you going to be in Oz? You're going to hang around and watch the finals?
Yeah, I'll be here till the end of the comp.
Bring it on.
You going to West?
No, I'm not going to
No?
West, unfortunately. Got to get home, but I'll be here for this comp and enjoying every second. Appreciate
Awesome,
you guys.
mate.
See you
Unreal.
after the Stone and Wood post show for a cold one.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Thanks very much. We'll stay with us after the break. Rio Waida and Alejo Muniz hit the lineup. We're going to bring Vaughn in for the call.
I'm a first Indonesian surfer that make the CT, so it's a big achievement. And for me and also for Indonesian surfers, I didn't really know about professional surfing when I was at the ground, but I just want to surf, to be honest, until 9 years old or something. At the same time, everyone was going crazy about Kelly Slater. You know, oh, it's my guy, it's Kelly. But I was like, who is Kelly Slater? I don't know this guy. My family had enough to just to live. You know, it wasn't like we poor, but also we wasn't like rich. So we were kind of had enough to just to live normal. It's a lot of money to travel, to reach next level or to make to the world. I need money. So my dad, he started to work in Japan to make more money. But at the same time, I had a lot of amazing people supporting me. So to be honest, I was lucky.
It's a great story, and there's plenty of them on Inside Pro Surfing. Make sure you check it out at worldsurfleague.com. Rio finds himself in a round of 32 clash against a veteran competitor, Alejo Munez, who's made his CT return after absolutely battling away on the Challenger Series the last few years. Ronnie Blakey with the big bro Vaughan to call this heat for you. Vaughano, this is going to be a fantastic one.
Yeah, this is a real tricky one. I think Rio's going to have to be on his game here. Leo's been looking fired up, and he's sort of clicked in well with this wave. You know, that stocky low centre of gravity's been looking powerful on these waves, but Rio has the artillery to really do something special out here as well, I think. It's a good battle.
Yeah, Alejo, I mentioned that he was toiling away on the Challenger Series there for a couple of years. So emotional when he broke through. It's a big commitment. And he's spent a lot of time away from his 7-year-old son, who is no doubt tuned in and watching this one unfold. And Rio, you know, just representing Indonesia solely on the CT, the first Indonesian to break through. Also has represented his country at the Olympic level as well. It's been an amazing career, and it's been a great start to the year for him. Second place finish in Abu Dhabi, a quarterfinal in Portugal. But he wasn't feeling himself down at Bells, and he was really open about it.
Yeah, that was interesting. You know, I think coming on the back of such a strong performance last year and in good form this year too, on the back of the result in Abu Dhabi, it was a tricky one for Rio to get into rhythm down there. But here he goes, Ron.
Yeah, he started pretty well in this heat. A 6 to kick things off. Climbing up over that foam. He's got a lot of power that he can unload as he comes hammering through to the inside, whips through a clean carve there before kicking out. Alejo also got in on the opening exchange, 5.5 for him. But yeah, whatever he couldn't find at Bells, he tapped into here in the opening round.
Yeah, he was throwing all sorts of well, everything out this lineup. He had a couple of big airs, couple of big slices, and he put in a really strong showing to kick off his campaign here at Burleigh Heads. Off to a nice start here at 6.7. That's the combined total. So a 6 for his first ride, but good start. Nice and busy. It's been a tricky afternoon in some ways. There's been heats that have had little pulses, and then others that have had periods of waiting around, hoping for an opportunity. There's a bit of space between these two surfers.
Yeah, I'm sure just the anticipation of hitting the lineup for those competitors in the last few heats of the day was so high. We saw really quality conditions, and then even though the wind kind of came up a bit and got tricky, we still saw performance levels pushed to new places, mainly by Felipe Toledo, but you know, it deteriorated a little bit and the competitors have had to adapt. Here's the Bonsoy replay of Rio's earlier ride.
Yeah, a couple of big hits. Love that last one. Really attacks the lip. And this is a replay of Alejo earlier. He throws it up. Nice spectacular landing there. And then the little float here. I think Rio's got a little more flair, a little bit more variety in his turns. Alejo's going to be relying heavily on that real power source.
Here he goes now. Oh, just doesn't quite time the last hit and goes down. And Rio with a little bit more room to move. Looks nice and lively on this one. The 3-0. What?
Love it.
What year is it?
Yep.
You don't see him too often.
Shane around somewhere on the headland. A little tear rolled off his cheek.
I just think there wasn't a whole lot of wall on that wave, so he just threw the pirouette in there to spark things up.
You don't mind a
interesting.
360, Ron.
Oh,
That's one of your
mate.
little go-to moves. It feels so good. You don't see them enough.
Now, there's the carving 3-0, and that was more of just a sort of a pivot on the top of that section.
How good's the drive? You know, there's not a whole lot of points in that wave for Leo, but just how committed to the rail he is. Looks cool. And then, yeah, loose. Just playful from Rio here.
Fun to watch. Don't think there's a lot of points in it, though. So waiting on the numbers to come through for that exchange. First head-to-head heat between these two.
You know what's cool? When Rio was, I got a feeling it might have been his run in Cloudbreak one year. I was actually over in Indonesia, in Bali for it, and mate, you could hear every single little sports bar all over the island just cheering with every wave he got as he got deeper and deeper into that draw. Just so cool. You know, the support, it's just everywhere you go over there, because everyone has surfing on their TV.
Yeah, they're right behind him. Yeah, it's really cool to see. Such a big result for him too. You know, he's got an amazing backhand. Obviously, grew up on the beach breaks around Legian, Kuta, and then has since moved on to Jimbaran Bay and mainly surfs Uluwatu, Padang when he's at home. So that backhand's just so lethal. But the forehand's sharp too. He's got the lead at the moment. Yeah, there's been some amazing Indonesian surfers in the years gone by. Vorno, who sticks out to you?
Oh, well, Ketut Menda, way back in the day. I used to love just catching up with Ketut. Such a legend.
Made Kasim.
Made Kasim, of course. Tipi Jabrik, who was, I think, one of the flag bearers for Indonesia at the Olympics. Yeah, Tipi. So many. Made Lana up there at Ulus. He's incredible. Yeah, I mean, I could literally sit here, Dede Suryana, Pep and Hendrick. It's just, yeah, there's endless. Every little part of Indonesia has its own guy who is just incredible. And, yeah.
And a few campaigning on the regional qualifying series, and we've seen them on the Challenger series as well. Ketut Agus, next generation Indonesian talent. Oni Anwar.
Yep. Oh, the great Rizal Tanjung, by the way. Forgot about Rizal. Doff of the cap to you, Riz. And yeah, there is that next generation coming through. Bronson Matey, I believe, had a big breakthrough this year with the
World Junior title. Yeah, amazing
so
final.
It's happening.
Yeah,
and it's been simmering for a long time, and it's well overdue because, yeah, the talent level is through the roof.
Yeah, well, it's also probably got a little bit to do with what Rio was touching on in that feature piece. You know, it's difficult for the Indonesians to put together a campaign, but the regional qualifying series, this three-tiered system that we have introduced now, it really works well for, you know, those more obscure places to get someone on the regional QS and bag some results, collect some prize money before hitting the Challenger series can really help.
And there's also just the fact that someone's done it. You know, Rio getting there and qualifying is almost like, you know, breaking that 4-minute mile or whatever it is. You once people know it's possible, it just, the doors swing open, support starts to come in. And yeah, obviously with that regional queue, the opportunity for these surfers to test their skills against the very best surfs from each region is on the table, and they're getting it done.
And so two surfers who are really at different ends of their careers. Alejo Munez, 35 years of age, and yeah, he had a fantastic run when he first joined the tour ranks. He finished 10th in his rookie year. Just amazing, and you know, since 2016, he's been campaigning to get back onto the Challenger Series. Or 2017, he started fighting to get back on. He always was battling some injuries. I know he had some nasty ankle injuries, but good to see him back.
Yeah, I was just talking to Joey about that before. Like, when you get on tour and you have just such a a mind melter of a rookie season. We've seen it before. It can kind of maybe put you into a headspace where you think, wow, I've got this. This is really coming easy to me. And then once the judges have had a look at you and your opposition gets to size you up over the course of a year, they can start to pick you to pieces. And, we've seen that in recent times with Morgan Siblick. But, yeah, Alejo, I think what's most satisfying and what's so cool to see is when he was qualifying on that Challenger Series last year, the emotion, like you just know he was feeling as good re-qualifying as he ever felt in his best year on tour.
Definitely. And, well, the surfers work with different people or have worked with different people throughout their careers. Rio did some work with Glenn Hall over the years, but now working with Reynos Hayes. And Alejo Muniz has one of his old sparring partners, Adriano de Souza, as his coach. Seen Adriano around the area. He was a great performer on the Gold Coast.
He's got the best aura around the event, Adriano, world champion. Did it just fighting every inch of the way for every single heat win. He was an intense character. These days, he cruises around like a little Yoda around the back of the contest sites, and he's always cruising, really, really happy. But you just know that intent, that intenseness that he has is right there just beneath the surface.
Obi-Wan Kenobi probably would have been a smarter choice or a more complimentary choice. But
well,
Yoda was pretty crafty with the sabre. 16 minutes remaining here. We're going to talk more about coaches in just a minute, but right now we're going to throw down to Laura with the winner of the last heat.
Yes, Baron, a critical heat there for you. You turned it around in about 2 minutes. Talk us through that.
Yeah, that was like a crazy... I was sitting out there and something happened at the beginning with Priority. Like, he paddled into me, and then I don't know, they thought maybe I got in his way, but I was trying to get out of his way, and then he kind of sold it, and it was good. He got Priority, and then he got the 6, and I was just like, are you kidding me right now? I was kind of frustrated at myself, what am I doing? And then I was like, okay, whatever. And then he got a 4, and then I was sitting out there with nothing, and I was just like, this can't be happening again. And I was just saying whatever, and then I got a 5, and then I kind of just kept riding waves, didn't air, and then I was like, he gave me a 4.6 or a 4.7 or something. I was like, okay, if I do a turn and then that, I should get the score. And then I did that the next wave, and it turned my heat around, and then I was like, okay. But it was a really grindy heat, and Callum started so well, and he kind of had that, but he didn't get a backup score, so it kind of kept me in the heat. But yeah, Callum's a really good competitor and surfer, and it was definitely tough when I was way at the back, and he already had a 6 and a 4, and I was just kind of sitting there, just didn't even know where I was.
Oh my gosh, well, you got the job done. Talk us through this board. The boys in the booth are talking about it in your heat. Britt was actually in there commentating, and you rode this board at Pipe. You rode it in Portugal as well. You reckon it's made you a fair bit of coin? I reckon it deserves its own board cover.
Yeah, for sure. I rode this board at the final day at Pipe. It was smaller, and then worked really good, and I kind of just threw it in my bag for the rest of the year, and then rode it in Portugal again, and then got 3rd in Portugal on it, and I was like, all right. Probably should have rode it at the last 2 events. I don't even know what I was thinking. I didn't even pull it out of the bag. But yeah, I mean, it's working great, and Britt kind of made me a little magic stick. So I'm gonna ride it for the rest of the year, and hopefully it lasts me that long.
That's what you call a cash cow. What a start for you anyway. How are you feeling? It's been a long leg of the tour.
Yeah, it's pretty condensed in the beginning here. Yeah, I feel like everything since Hawaii has just been a blur. We had that little break between Abu Dhabi and Portugal, which was nice. I got to be at home, but since then I just feel like everything is just a blur. It's just been event after event after event, travel, boards, rental cars, planes, everything. It's been kind of crazy. But I love Australia. I love coming here every year. It's insane that we get 3 events, and the waves have been great, and yeah, I'm just enjoying my time. I got my filmer and my girlfriend here and stuff, so it's fun, and yeah, I got the best job in the world, so it's great.
Amazing. Into the round of 16. Congratulations, see you soon.
Thank you, Laura Baron-Mamea. Happy to survive that heat. He pivoted well out there in the lineup at the moment. We've got scores on the way. Rio Aida back to the outside on the Red Bull ski. And have a look at the replay here. Take us through it, Vaughn.
Yeah, well, he's looking really smooth, and Nothing too crazy. That turn was really nice. A little flat through the lip, but it had plenty of sting. Comes off the bottom, gets the nice finish. I mean, he's whacking it, but then Aleo kind of goes at this with, it's like a real attacking mentality. Smashes the first section, hits that second section a little late, but gets a big finish.
The climb on the final move, just really cleaned it up well. Got there so late, but as you said, was really in attack mode. So interesting details on each of those rides to break through. As you said, Rio stung the lip, but kind of was flat coming out of the turn. A little bit more rounded, getting his board right back into the bowl of Alejo on his ride. So it's going to be an interesting exchange as we look over the shoulder of Adriano de Souza with scores on the way. 12 minutes to go here. Priority with Alejo, and this is shaping up to be a pretty close one. Numbers are through for the Brazilian, 7.17. Adriano likes it. And he lets Alejo know as well. He's trying to keep him well and truly fired up for the final third of this heat.
The master, happy. Alejo, he just attacked that thing. It was like a tennis ball in the jaws of a pit bull, just shaking its head from side to side, trying to rip the skin off it.
Just over 11 minutes to go. Rio Ueda is after a 6.68 to get ahead of Alejo. We're going to take a quick break. Back in just a moment. Stop number 6 on the championship tour, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, has turned into a celebration of surfing, and we've got plenty to celebrate today. The performances have been top-notch, Vaughan, and at the moment we've got Alejo leading this heat and getting rewarded for his aggression out there, really committing to his turns, dropping the biggest number on the last exchange, 7.17, and that's left Indonesian Rio Ueda chasing a 6.68.
Yeah, he's just taken it out of the judges' hands a bit. He's just been really aggressive through the lip. And Rio, if you were going to be critical of his surfing, you would just say he's not quite ripping right into it in the same sort of fashion that Alejo is. He's looking smooth. There's no doubt about it. He's releasing the tail, but there's just not that really committed rip into the section just yet. I'd like to see him bring that into the tail end of this heat.
Well, he's got 8 minutes to turn it around. He has a look at this one. Opts not to go. But interesting conversation just unfolding after talking about the magic run that Rio got on last year and his incredible finish in 9th position in 2024. And you just sort of saying, you know, judges, you're trying to replicate your performance. There's some expectation around your performance, but also not just the judges have seen what you've got, but also the other coaches. As we see Rio now just transitioning to get down the line here and opts out of this one because Alejo's got priority and he's driving up into the section. Quick hit off the lip, hammers off the bottom and gets that final section in quick fashion.
Man.
Trying to improve on a 5.5 here.
Well, that 717's pretty much put a fire under him. He's looking so committed, so confident. That's the hardest he's hit a section so far in this heat. And as you say, you know, I wonder what Adriano's advice was. There's Reynos Hayes as well, who, you know, he might have been identifying for Rio, you know, Alejo's go-to is going to be power jams. Like, that's where all these points come from. So let's show the judges that we've got a little bit more to offer than that. At the moment, the sections is just eluding Rio a little bit. And just solid, powerful, aggressive surfing through the lip. I mean, that's as good a Larry as you'll see in this size surf. Just a full power punch. Tail out the back.
Yeah, we don't often talk about what the judges' strategies are against other individual surfers. There's a lot of talk tactically about what their own surfers are doing, and the focus for the surfer is always like, quite often, I think it sort of dismisses that element. They're sort of saying, I was just worried about my own surfing and my own performance. But, you know, I've definitely heard conversations between coaches and students where they're like, hey, he loves the inside, so push him deep. Or he likes to, you know, he's going to be looking for a wave that's got this. Make sure you're searching for that.
I think that's why coaches are in everyone's corner now. I was listening to, I think it was a podcast with you guys. Hello Sport, maybe, with you and Joey. And but just talking about, you know, coaches, how they've become a prevalent thing. It's because they identify things that you might not necessarily see. Do you have the time to study every single competitor and how they function in heats, you know, at every single location? Maybe not, but the coaches do have the time to do that. And they can bring something to a heat strategy that you may not consider yourself. That's why they're so valuable now.
The coaches are like barnacles on the event site too. They just grow onto the side of the scaffold and they hang there all day. So that affords their surfers to depart the event site, whereas they can stay very in tune with the judging trends throughout the day and what the conditions are doing. And the conditions this afternoon have gotten tricky. And as a result, you know, the game plan has to be rock solid.
Yeah, we always hear that at this level you just cannot make mistakes, and that's a big part of that. Any little bit of knowledge that you can, you know, scrape out of those barnacles is going to help your campaign and event. Good luck getting them off the contest scaffolding, though.
Oh yeah, need a chisel and a hammer. Just under 4.5 minutes to go here, and Alejo just taking his chances. Probably really just trying to ask some questions of priority of Rio with that priority. Beautiful afternoon down here at Burleigh Heads. The Gold Coast is turning it on this year. Have a look at that.
That's a national park on the end there, Ronnie.
Had a walk through there yesterday around to the Tullabudgera River, which feeds the Sander around in these southerly swells. Has lined up so beautifully on the point for this event. As we see Alejo up again, just taking his chances. I think that's, you know, not a bad option under that priority. It's, you know, could work against you if you sat out there getting too patient at the moment. Can still up the requirement if you can get rid of that 6.3 Alejo. But he's done well here to give himself a great chance at progressing through this heat. The requirement for Rio is pretty decent. 7.47. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, here we go. Rio drives up into that first section, little drift on the tail.
Solid.
His first wave was the best of it so far.
Yeah, well, Alejo just went into workman mode. Pulled out the hammer and just started clobbering. and jams that end section. That was a really great wave. We saw Adriano very happy with that one, his coach, and he backs it up with this big old slam on the inside.
Yeah, I think Alejo too, with the conditions the way they are, it kind of plays into his favour. He's a little bit more busy between his turns, and he's skipping over sections and just finding the parts of the wave that count. You know, it's hard to maintain a point break kind of flow out there at the moment. Rio does have a nice flow on his forehand when he gets going, but linking it together at the moment, it's kind of working against him.
Yeah, he looks incredible on his feet. He's linking it together perfectly, but it's almost like he's fanging down the line looking for a section when it's almost the one that he's just gone past. Like, it's a really interesting sort of difference between these two. I feel like there's been little sections there where if Rio was in Alejo's head, he would have just bashed him. Well, let's see what he's got here, Ronnie.
Yeah, on the sharp eye equipment, hammering down the line. He's got some speed. He's going to take to the sky. Massive rotation. He almost sticks it.
So close.
He had it, could not find the transition. Some frustration there. Oh, he was so close.
Around it. 1 minute 30 to go. 90 seconds on the clock.
Heart and mouth stuff here for Alejo, big time, because Rio can send it huge and he can make it. That's not just a Hail Mary, like he can do those things.
Man, have a look at the replay here. He almost stuck it, Vaughan.
Well, the technique's perfect. Clicks the section, gets up and over, looks like he's got control, just doesn't get the cushion. He gets no feather pillow.
Nah, it was almost like that impacting whitewater that was coming up. It just kicked the tail of his board and threw it away from his back foot. And as a result, he is now desperately hunting a 7.47 with 45 seconds to go. Adriano de Souza, we saw him on screen, almost needed white gloves and a whistle. He was playing traffic controller, sending Alejo up the point to cover Rio.
Yeah, you can't give him another chance like that, because he'll probably stick the next one. He's so good in the air, and height is always going to get the judges interested.
25 seconds to go, movement on the outside. Rio, he finds some space, gets a nice rip there. There's some real commitment to that turn, but Alejo uses his priority and uses it to good effect. He was far enough up the point there. Frustration for Rio. I mean, the competitor has been absolutely fired up. You know, he was questioning whether he wanted to be here, and there might be some of those feelings again, but you can tell what it means to him. He was really desperate for the big result there. You don't often see that from Rio.
No, well, yeah, that is frustrating, particularly because making that air, and you're very likely looking at a turned heat. But Alejo gets it done just with power and a real commitment to his heat strategy and his plan. Stuck to his guns, played to his strengths, and the coach will be frothing on that result for Alejo.
Yeah, really solid. Really solid. You know, he made the sections that popped up in front of him really count.
He looks like he's just cruising again, Adriano, after all of that. Back into Yoda mode.
Yeah, tough result for Rio to digest, but he'll bounce back over in Western Australia. The next stop, we'll stick around. We've got a lot to break down on the Stone and Wood Post Show. And to take you all through it, we've got Joe, Flick and Richie. Don't go anywhere.
everybody. It's time to relax. The sun will be going down soon. As they say around here, crack a tin with your mates, right? That's time for the Stone and Wood post show. What a day here at Burleigh Heads on this iconic right-hand point break, which really built so many stories in competitive surfing, going back to the Stubbies Pro and getting to see what we saw today, some of the best conditions we've had during this waiting period with more to look forward to. Thanks for being with us, Joe Trappell, Flick Palmatier, and Richie Lovett. A lot of excitement today, and just conditions-wise, what did you see, Flick?
There was a bit to learn, right? I think we were digesting it before, and I think the tide obviously plays a big factor in to where you're going to position before you heat. And I think, you know, obviously that low tide, you get that bank that moves sort of into the beach break. And then on the high tide earlier this morning, you got it right in on the rock break. And I think we were kind of saying, you know, you can't be too set in your ways and set in your plan. You can't come down here 2 hours before and make a plan and think that's still going to be the same one, because it's forever changing and you've got to be adaptable.
Really good point, Flick. And also looking at all the big performances we did see today. A lot to unpack there, Rick, but who do you think made the biggest statement?
For me, it was Felipe Toledo. His performance today was back to just vintage Felipe. In total control, the chest was puffed up, he was ready to go, and dropped some huge numbers. We've been waiting for Felipe to just fully connect. He's put some incredible waves together, but that was a heat where he was in total control. And unfortunate for Crosby, he was just on the wrong end of it.
You know what? Let's get right into that. That was an impactful performance. Felipe Toledo, as we knew, took the year off last year. Two-time world champ, the reigning world champ when he made that decision. And he said he's just been waiting to find that rhythm. And, wow, it was all magic today.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I was going to say, Crosby surfed really well on the waves he got. You know, his performance was really good, solid as a rock. Really didn't make any mistakes, but Felipe was just on fire.
Yeah, he looked incredible, and I just thought it was really telling, the post-heat interview he did. You know, he's just saying, you know, I've got two world titles now, I've won, you know, so many events, and I've come back after this, you know, year off, and I'm sort of asking myself, do I still have it? Do I still have what it takes? And this was so awesome to watch. I mean, Crosby really took it to him too. I mean, you can't count out Cros. I mean, he also dropped that 7.9 and the 7.43, but was not good enough for Felipe. It was epic to see him back and to be so vulnerable in the post-heat interview.
Yeah, it was good.
And really happy in that. Yeah, you could tell he's recognizing that feeling back in his system.
100%. I was just about to say, you know, in a lot of the heat interviews, even when he's got the victory, just there hasn't been that emotion. There hasn't been that happiness behind it. You know, he felt like he was maybe a bit hard done by on some scores, but now everything just clicked. You know, he spent a lot of time with the fans, signing autographs. And this is danger signs for the rest of the field.
He's such a unique competitor, you know, just with how explosive he is, how he can just build confidence and shut everybody down. He certainly did that today. Crosby's got to hold his head high. 7.9 and a 7.43. What a performance and a loss in the round of 32.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously Cros has had an interesting year. You know, he was out for a number of events. And then he's had some incredible results, you know, did really well at El Salvador. So, you know, he should go away from today going, you know what, I'm happy with the way I performed and the way I competed. I just came up against a tornado.
But you have certain guys that require less, and this guy requires less volume, even in his equipment. Felipe Toledo's on 26 liters of volume.
Yeah, I find that bizarre, you know, given just how much power he outputs on his turns. It's incredible to me.
So he's 5'9.5" in height, 167 pounds. That's 76 kilos-ish. Yeah. For him to ride boards that thin, 2.38, they're in the 18 mark width-wise. Yeah. That narrow, that light, everyone else is going volume up. Foam is your friend, where Felipe's like, I don't even need extra foam. And it looks great. I mean, he looks like he's in complete control of that sharp bite.
But he looks in control. It's whatever it is that's working for him, even though we're having these debates and we're thinking, wow, because it is crazy to think about it. You know, and most guys are riding up into that 29, 30. Like, he's not a small guy. So he's obviously pushing really hard, and he must be working hard, though, to push that little volume through the water.
Yeah, well, he dominates his boards. He completely controls them and overpowers them. But he's right on the edge. I know he rides a large fin for, you know, such a guy who's quite short. You know, he's not that tall. But, again, it's just the formula they've got with Sharp Eye, it's working perfectly.
Yeah, FCS2's round tail system on that Sharp Eye. That was actually a replica
of the win he had in 2017 at Jeffreys Bay, what he rode today. Felipe looking incredibly dangerous. Now thinking about other major moments we had today. This one we just couldn't wait to get started. Boost Mobile heat of the day. Steph Gilmore, 8-time world champ, a wild card this time, taking on the teenage phenom of Katie Simmers.
This was cool. We obviously saw him in the opening round. Katie got the jump on Steph, and Steph was like, nah. I mean, Vaughan had a moment with her earlier in the morning, and she actually indicated how much she wanted to win this. She's like, nah, hopefully I win. It's an exciting heat. But, I mean, she dropped a couple of hammers. But Katie, though, dropped this excellent wave. And, I mean, from this moment onwards, I was thinking, oh, wow, okay. You know, the reigning world champ sort of got the 8-time world champ on the ropes here. You drop an excellent score and you're thinking, yep, she's just going to keep rolling with that. But Steph was able to find this backup 6 down the line, underneath priority. Just true veteran, you know, kind of wizard status there. And her surfing, it's cool, right? We get to see it, and I guess the point was packed as well. No one really knows what the future of Steph holds. So it's just really cool to see, yeah, true Steph on a point break. And yeah, the next heat that she's got coming up too is going to be an exciting one.
This is huge. To beat the reigning world champ, world number 2 at the time, out of the event, Steph versus Katie. I mean, it felt like this heritage heat where you're celebrating surfing, but this is still in the main event at the CT level. And Gilmore looking this incredible, really shaking up the world title race, Rick.
Yeah, cat amongst the pigeons for sure. And felt like in that heat, you know, both those women had something to prove, and it wasn't just a bit of a throwaway heat. There was a lot at stake there for both of them. For Steph, it's maybe like, hey, I've still got it. Hey, you know, if I'm around next year, look out. And Katie trying to go, you know, this is my tour now, and you know, trying to flex. So interesting result. They got one each in the event, but Steph's still going. Danger signs again for the rest of the field.
We're definitely the winners there. Katie losing with an 8. She definitely performed. Then Steph cleaning it up with that timeless style. That was iconic, but we got to really focus in on the rankings now for the GWM Aussie treble. This is stop 2. Isabella still looking sharp, way out front, and missing those big names. You know, we're talking Gabby Bryan out of the event, world number 1. World number 2, Katie Simmers out of the event as well.
Yeah, they're 2 massive names. And I mean, I even think, you know, I think obviously the next event as well, you got Margie's in the mix, and you think about the women. Isabella's won at Margaret River before too, going into that event. I know it's early days still here at Burleigh, but you just start thinking about that. And Lulu still up there, you know, number 2, you know, with a second at Bell, still in the draw here. It's looking good for Lulu. Someone's going to be driving away with a brand new car. That tank's looking good.
Wow, GWM Tank 300 on the line. And yeah, just to note, Lulu looked really solid against Gabby Bryan this morning on her 21st birthday. How about that? As we're seeing new names really rise on the Australian leg of the tour.
Yeah, and I think for Lulu in particular, you know, we over the last couple of events, we've just spoken about her mental game, and that confidence is starting to build. And with each heat, she's like, yeah, okay, I can do this. I can beat these top seeds, you know, and she's starting to do it. It's really fun to watch all that stuff become a reality for her.
Well, today was really amazing, waking up to beautiful waves and weather. It started getting challenging towards the end of the day, but I keep hearing all these rumors about tomorrow's looking even better. Let's bring up the maps with Surfline Flick. What do we have to look forward to?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk, and that's because we've got this big purple blob right here moving up the coast. You can see all that red, all that energy just sort of, you know, raining down on Burleigh, and we've been blessed. It's picked up throughout today, and the good news is we've got more swell coming, apparently picking up tomorrow.
Yeah, I reckon tomorrow's going to be on. I don't want to put my neck out too far, but from all reports, I think this swell's just going to organise itself a little bit more. It's going to kick a little, and as we look from sort of Friday through to Monday, you know, there's really good signs in terms of wave height. The wind, as we saw today, and it was beautiful and smooth this morning. Perfect Gold Coast conditions. I think we'll have that again. And then we might be just dodging the wind, but I'm pretty confident that tomorrow's going to be a rundown.
I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad you stuck your neck out there. I'm planning for a big day of competition. Well, we had a clutch performance from a Brazilian vet in the last heat. Alejo Muniz is standing by with Laura Enever.
Yes, Alejo, an absolutely clutch heat at the end there. So exciting to end an incredible day. You know, talk us through your day being last heat, but yeah, coming up with a worthy opponent, Rio, but getting the jump on him.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, today was a very long day. I was here first light this morning and the waves were pumping. I was like, hopefully they start with the man. So I got a chance to surf at midday today. We thought the wind's supposed to be a lot stronger, but it never really showed up. So we had some really fun waves during our heat. Rio is one of the top guys on tour now, and he beat me a few times this year already. So it was good to have a heat against him again. And this time I could found better waves than the other heats I have against him. So yeah, I stoked to make it.
Amazing. And you've been travelling this year with your coach, Adriano de Souza. Talk us through your approach in that heat. What was he saying to you?
He actually knew what was going to happen during the heat before, so I just tried to follow what he was saying and using my knowledge as well, you know, and trying to feel how everything was working. At the end, Rio was really far from me, and I thought I should go and try to block him, and he was just telling me to be patient, so I just followed what he was saying on the beach, and it worked out in the end.
Well, your boards are looking great. Talk us through what board you're riding.
Yeah, I'm riding SRS. It's a brand from Brazil. I've been working with him for like 5 years. And actually, that's the first carbon board we made, and it's working really, really good. So hopefully the waves don't go too big and I can still ride that one.
Surfing amazing, Flair, and congratulations into the next round.
Thank you.
I love it. Alejo obviously wants to get really drained at Burleigh Heads, but when you got a magic board that feels good on the day, you just want to ride it from here on out. Great performance from Alejo. What a crazy story. 8 years of trying to get himself back on tour. That famous rookie season where he finished in the top 10 and Julian Wilson was in his rookie class. It's fun that they're both still in the mix here in 2025, Flick.
Oh, I think it's inspiring. I think it's really cool. And, you know, I think to this performances we've seen from Jules, and probably, you know, there's Queen questions asked, has he still got it? Same from Alejo. And I just love the grit, the determination. I almost love that story more than just that classic hero story, because there's something about the underdog that just gets me fired up.
Good point. Good point. Looking forward to Alejo moving on, taking on Baron Mamiya in the round of 16. Hydrolite heat to watch, though, coming up probably first thing in the morning. What a big clash from a local hero. Liam O'Brien on his home break of Burleigh Heads, taking on a guy who's finished third in the world 2 times, Griffin Colapinto. What do you think, Rick?
What a matchup. This one is going to be amazing and something to get up for in the morning. You know, Griff, he has had a terrible year up to the last event, really. Way down on the ratings, but, you know, bounced back in a big way down at Bells, and he's been surfing well. And he's going to need to surf well because this is Liam's home turf.
Who's winning that one, Rick?
You know what? I'm going to go with the Aussie flag on this. I'm going to go with a local boy.
Liam O'Brien. Huge call there. I like it. I'm going to get Flick's opinion in a moment, but we've got the women's final series already stacked up and ready to predict some champions with some big names out of the mix. Gabby Bryan out this morning. Katie Simmers out to Steph Gilmore. Gilmore will have Aaron Brooks, who looked sensational today.
That is going to be a great matchup. You know, obviously Steph's been in Aaron's position before, much like what she'd been in Katie's today. It's just really cool. I love seeing that. I can't get past quarter 2. Molly Picklum, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. This rivalry is just continuing to build. They've had multiple heats together at Sunset, the iconic one at Pipeline and Backdoor. I just think those 2 women are going to want to push it, and they both are, but Molly, to me, just feels like she's finding her feet here, so I'm looking at quarter 2.
Yeah, no, the back half looks equally as exciting. Obviously, the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, against the young upstart, Aaron Brooks. Again, both those surfers are going to have a point to prove. I feel like Erin struggled for a little bit of form. She seems to have found a magic board. Apparently, Matt Biolas delivered that the last couple of days. And then that final heat against Isabella and Sally, 2 incredibly good friends. And Sally's fighting back, trying to just salvage her place on tour. So, yeah, that'll be a really good one as well.
Pretty crazy looking finals draw, and especially for Aaron Brooks to kind of find her mojo today. Her best heat score on the CT Tour is a 7.43. Now a 9.43, 2 points better with that big backside hammer, and really looked unstoppable against Lakey Peterson today.
Yeah, you've got to be wondering what is this going to do for her confidence, because even the wave that she took off after that, she just pushed so much harder. And I feel she's obviously had a CT win event already as a wild card last year, but it's different when you're full-time on the CT, and I think this could just do something for her. It's like, you know, the floodgates open, it's all of a sudden, I can do this. I can get these 9s. I can get excellent scores. So it's going to be a doozy of a heat, that quarterfinal number 3 with Steph.
There we go. Fun part of the Stone and Wood post shows, the BioGland Daily Dose, top 5 moments of a big Thursday here at Burleigh Heads. First thing in the morning, happy birthday, Luana Silva. Nothing better on your birthday to take down world number 1, Gabby Bryant.
Yeah, this was giant. She's just gone from strength to strength, continuing with the form that she took from Bells to Burleigh, and it was really cool to see. For me, it was a wave selection thing with Lulu, and that she'd really figured out the point, just really placing beautiful turns here. Whereas, I mean, Gabriella fought back. She had her moments, but it was just Luana was just too good. I mean, just real flawless surfing, and you can see Richard Dogmarsh just not stoked with that outcome. But the opposite, Leandro is.
Number 4, Hedgie working with Siblick. It's paying off again, Rick.
Yeah, well, the real late call-up for the wild card, Morgan Siblick, up against Ethan Ewing. And Morgan, again, just with nothing to lose, like down at Bells, bringing this really fast, rapid approach. And unfortunately for Ethan Ewing, how he did.
World number 2 out, Ethan representing Queensland, and Siblick moves on. Number 3 on the BioGland Daily Dose. Excellent heat from Molly Pickler.
Oh, just look at these conditions from this morning. It was amazing, right? And kind of hinted at it before, but we think, I mean, we're talking about it. Molly feels like she's slipping into this form. We haven't seen her win an event yet this year onto a 8.27 and the 8-point ride. You know, the double excellent. I just feel, to me, things are flowing for Molly. She's kind of under the radar too, you know. It's just, I don't know, I just have this feeling about her. She seems very content too. I've seen her around the contest site, just cruising through, and I think she has a lot more to give. And you think, okay, Swell's going to pick up tomorrow too. Could be in her favour.
Number 2, Erin Brooks, 9.43, highest score of the event so far.
Yeah, the rookie versus the veteran. And Erin Brooks, she found something in this heat, built the confidence, and this rapid backhand attack with that final hammering finishing turn. And she is gaining fans in a big way.
Winning the day, Felipe Toledo explodes. 9.37, highest score on the men's side so far.
This was just so cool to watch. It was an absolute storm out there. He nailed it. And I think for me, it was just him coming back into his own and just feeling like, yes, I'm back and I'm here. Because I just said it before, I just think those questions start creeping in, like, oh, I haven't really found my feet yet. You know, a couple of okay moments at Bells, but I still haven't had that, like, convincing win yet, and he's well and truly cracked the code now.
Yep.
There's a lot of attention on those big names, you know, like Felipe. And it really reminds me of those years Gabriel Medina would kind of warm up to the tour. He was kind of famous for all of a sudden halfway point of the season, he would catch fire and then just completely blow everybody out for the rest of the season. And Gabe would be open about it, saying, yeah, I'm just, the rhythm of competing, I'm getting it. It's just coming a little bit later than I'd like, and then he'd just catch fire. I think Felipe is going through the exact same thing on his comeback.
Yeah, right there. You know, obviously a pet event. He's won this event before. The next one we're going to, he's won that event before. You know, it's all setting up quite well for him. He's catching fire at the right time.
Looking forward to it. Great day, you guys. Thanks, Flick.
You too, mate.
Thanks, Rick.
Thanks.
On behalf of all of our crew here at Burleigh Heads and the WSL, thanks so much for watching. Tomorrow morning, 6:45 call. We've got some big heats to look forward to in the back end of the round of 32 and quarterfinals for the women. We'll leave you with the highlights, and we'll see you bright and early.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.